Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and NETERT. To SABA Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra. Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and NETERT. To SABA Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your Podclass and guidance, to offer your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me, to offer not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix, to offer teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections, to offer everything. May your exquisite NETERTs have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
The Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the pole. Dig together. Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per Amharu.
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the pole. Dig together. Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per Amharu.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the NETERU, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So is the brother Jabari stance?
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological neter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Neter?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not.
Oh, that's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Osset were
used. Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No,
let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another SANITY TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on SANITY's platform, SANITY announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on SANITY's platform, SANITY announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with brother Tehuti and brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on SANITY's platform, SANITY announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on SANITY's platform, SANITY announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sarnetta's platform, Sarnetta announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sarnetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sarnetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisi.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yeah. Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show up, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed, so you have very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
Peace, everyone. Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Let me check the room and see how many 9s are pressed. Nine if you can hear me. Mic check, mic check. No, I know on the. Mic check, mic check. 1 second. Let me fix one thing. Hold on. The mute was on. Okay, everybody, welcome. I think everybody can hear me now. Welcome to another great Tehuti Podclass. This is it. We're going to start off with the proper frequencies, the beautiful frequencies of the affirmation. For those who don't know the affirmation, simply just read it with us. There's a part of me that's shadowed, and that's because there's a big new gift computer monitor sent to me by my lovely student that is not fully connected, but it's shadowing the light, so I'm gonna have to adjust the light. We'll get to that shortly, but for now, we're gonna start off with the beautiful, wonderful affirmation. The new people in the room, you can say it with us. If you want to send in a question about it, and you can definitely send in a question. We'll start off. I'll move this from the screen. We'll start off on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki emmaat un NS nin tet aset emmaat min hapapet emmaat her and hu kiwi per ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at every day. I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Wonderful. New people, take a look at that. If you have questions about it, feel free to ask. I've taught 2 classes on the affirmation already, and I have no problem teaching on it again. Welcome, everybody, beautiful people. Welcome to the house of ATTON, the ancient Tehuti teachings of NETERU. Welcome, everyone, to the house of ATTON. Welcome, everyone, to the Tehuti Podclass. The last representation left of the NETER and our ancestors teaching what they taught, which is us, from their own words, from their own literatures, from their own carvings, statues, information that comes directly from them, not commentary. Welcome, everyone, to the ancient Tehuti teachings of the NETERU. This is the Tehuti Podclass, a unique phenomenon that is taking place that we're going to explain in just a moment. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. With me on my hat, representing the Neath energy, Charlotte. She represents the quantum string and the great weaver. Are you eating? Interesting. The great weaver and the quantum string is represented in Kemet. The followers of Ma'at drew her image symbolism, which was taken and used by quantum physicists today. If any new person has a question on that, feel free to send in a question on that as well. Welcome, everyone, to the Tehuti Podclass again. And this is Nag Shampa. Nag Shampa represents the Naga. And from the word Shampa, or Shampakia, which is the great yellow. Anyone has a question on that? You can send a question on that as well. And this is Nag Shampa, who will be with me throughout the podcast off and on. One of the reasons for my existence is because of these beings right here. They were my very first teachers. Let me turn this down. All sounds down. Wonderful. Excellent. I'll see it flash if it's an emergency, but my first teachers were these beings right here. We're going to get into that in just a moment. Shout out to everybody and peace and love to everyone that is a part of the Tehuti Podclass and this unique, awesome phenomenon that is taking place. Let's go in the chat and first of all give people the respect that have been supporting the Podclass, my great students, the reason why this Podclass is taking place. Maharu, one of the greatest supporters ever, consistent supporters of the Tehuti Podclass, who has an excellent testimony for anyone new that comes in the room that wants to ask about this brother's testimony, about being able to contact his deceased loved ones due to the ancient Tehuti teachings of the NETERU. You can send that question in. This is the great young lady, Harass Did. Harass Did is an excellent, consistent student, teacher who attends almost every single NETER class, every class of the Tehuti Podclass. When it cannot be attended, she gives notice on why and what the reason is. She supports multiple times every single Podclass. Peace and love to Harass did. Peace and love to Harass did. Shout out to Bijan Farrow, one of the greatest students, who is going to be actually receiving his Sobek very soon. Shout out to Bijan Farrow. You will be receiving your Sobek very, very, very soon. He's one of the greatest consistent supporters every single Podclass and has been a student of mine for a long period of time and has had much life-changing one-on-one conversations and classes with me. Shout out to him. Shout out to the beautiful Bella. Shout out to beautiful Bella, who says Tehuti in blue. That's right. That'll be a part of this class and questions that were sent in today. The blue will definitely be mentioned and elaborated on. Shout out to Bella, who is the Bella and Sharika, the largest female supporters in the Tehuti Podclass. Maybe the largest supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. Bella, Sharika, maybe Anu and Antu, but they are consistent and their donations are extreme. Shout out to you, beautiful Bella, primordial thought, whose life is changing, who's on my diet plan, who's starting to see veins on his chest, whose physical body and Ka body is changing. Shout out to you, primordial thought. Shout out to the Nefer Keperet, the Hemet of the scribe, who is constantly going through transformations. Shout out to Lisa. Peace and love to Lisa. If this is the one who I think it is, shout out to Lisa, another consistent supporter. Peace to you. CZ, a new person in the room. I'm not sure who CZ is. It may be someone under a different name. Shout out to you. Menti Hotep. Menti Hotep, who is a person that received their Ren ceremony live. The only first person to receive their Ren ceremony live in front of an audience. Menti Hotep, whose name transformed and changed in front of a group of people that attended the House of Atten ceremony. Peace and love to you. Shout out to Anu, the hugest supporter, who went from supporting nothing for several, maybe over a year, to making a complete transformation in his life and becoming one of the greatest supporters ever. Shout out to all of you in the room, everybody. We can't go through every single person. Jay Kirkland. There's so many different people that have been great supporters, of course. Where is the brother Annie? I know Annie was in the room. I saw his name. There he is. Annie Patah, Atten Tehuti, who has made a complete transformation in his life, and he's even taken on the namesake of the NETERU that he was most interested in, the two, Patah and Tehuti. And he has made a complete transformation in his life. His family has changed. He's now gone from just being a watcher of the Killer Priest podcraft to running a channel, teaching every week under the ancient Tehutian teachings of Tehuti, being a moderator, being a technician, website controller, and many other things that this brother has transformed in his life and has now come into his being due to the teachings of the House of Atten, ancient Tehutian teachings of NETERU. Shout out to the new people I've never seen before, such as Solo 5000, who says, you cooked Jabari. Okay. Shout out to Solo 5000, new person in the room. Peace to you. Haven't seen that name before. VRI, all the way from the UK. We have students from Canada to the US to the UK to Australia to Amsterdam to Denmark to Norway to South Africa. We have students all over the world. Shout out to everyone. Peace and love to all of you great supporters, the great Anki and Ma'at, the great supporter. Shout out to all of you. For all of you people in the room also who are seeing who are seeing people in the room with wrenches in their hands. Shout out to the brother Stranger who named these people not just moderators, but where the word moderator comes from, which is Ma'at. So therefore we have the beautiful Ma'aderators, Nania Set Mer, Ankia Ma'at, and Ani Patah Atten Tehuti, and Atef Ram Kem Ma'at.
Those are the moderators that you will see in the room every week with the wrenches that you can ask questions to as far as how the class is run, events that take place, where the website is, how the website is run, where to send the support, Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. They will answer those questions. The beautiful thing about our room is that we don't need moderators much to calm the room down because we create such a beautiful vibration here. There's no drama, there's no chaos, none of that, that we don't actually need a moderator to, most times people don't have to get kicked out, thrown out, all that type of foolishness that happens in the other room because of the fact of the frequency that we generate here. We do not give any drama, any type of energy. So therefore, when the vampires and the pests and the parasites come in with that type of drama, because they have nothing to feed off of, they eventually just leave because they can't actually attack the teachings. So they have to attack. I don't like Tehuti's blue shirt. I don't like the makeup on his face. The spider's too big. Tehuti's left foot is bigger than his right foot. His mama's crazy. His dad crazy. He has a big toe. I don't like his nose is too big. It's too small. Tehuti's too dark. He's too light. I don't like him. The snake is too light. The snake is too dark. Why does he have a snake? How come he doesn't bring a dog? These are the frequencies that people have to come in with because they can't actually approach the actual teachings. And that's why when they do, they end up in a debate with Tehuti, and the outcomes have always been the same officially in every single debate. So that's why they stop challenging Tehuti to debates now, and they just try to argue personal things which are irrelevant to me. So therefore they get no response in food here. We do not feed the pigs. Shout out to everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, and I've been a teacher for several decades. Someone asked me today in the, I was in a facility today, and someone just came to me out of nowhere and said, "Brother, who are you? You look like you could take over this whole facility in a passive way. Who are you? I want to get to know who you are, what you do." And I gave that person the Podclass information. And information, because when you're giving off a light, people will be attracted to you. And he asked me what my age is, and I said, I don't keep track of my age. And he said, well, I want to be like you, brother. I want to be this is somebody I just met. I don't know who this person is. Just walked up to me. And I said, I don't keep my age, and that's why I look maybe much younger than I actually am, because I don't keep track of that. So, because I've been teaching for so long, people expect to see some 70-year-old or 65-year-old looking man. You'll probably never see that because of what I do to myself in the Ka realm, the Ba realm, and in the physical to actually remove or slow down the aging process. And this is what I teach people here at the Tehuti Podclass. So I've been teaching for a long period of time, and it all started when I decided that I would learn from animals first, because humans were not satisfying me whatsoever. So I got away from people from a young age and started just being amongst the animals and the swamps and the ponds. And I came back to the humans and the people that were teaching religions, and I would ask them questions based on animal life and questioning their religion. I couldn't comprehend what it was that they were teaching. So I would ask questions, and it caused a disruption in the household. And I noticed that animals had one way of life, and that way of life was the survival that kept their species alive. And they would be dedicated and disciplined to do the same thing every day. And it kept them alive without falling to vices that people have. And they kept doing the same thing, very disciplined. The zebra will always eat the grass, and if you try to offer it a burger, it will just walk away from you. Try to offer it Doritos chip and some crack, it will walk away from you. It will always eat what it's supposed to eat. And so will a grasshopper. And I noticed that these animals were much more disciplined, but the people that said that they were the children of God were actually the ones that were eating and doing all type of things, and molesting and raping and stealing and robbing, and things that I didn't see the animals doing when I went out into the wild and lived and stayed plenty hours with them. So anyways, this caused a disruption, and I noticed that difficulty was set inside the household. For all those two people that are here for the very first time, you will learn, as I teach every podcast, the beginning of my ways, so you will understand where it is that you are, because many people could be here for the very first time. And because I am understanding of everybody's first journey, and therefore each time they'll get an explanation of what this podcast is and who they are being taught by. So as time went on, it became very uncomfortable in my household, and because of that, my mother actually wanted me to leave the household. Not a problem. We actually set up a wager, because I had nowhere to go, that I would stay in the household if I was able to beat my pastor. And this is a way that I'd set forth to actually subconsciously create, without even knowing it, the biological imperative that animals had to connect to the actual teachings that I had. In other words, everybody, most people that are into this consciousness are doing it for either a hobby or a pastime, or just kicking it for fun, or whatever they do on the side, but their actual survival is not actually based on the information and culture. Their actual survival is completely foreign to the culture that they're teaching. So therefore they can switch from culture to culture to culture, but they don't seem to do that with their career. When they seem to go to college and university, they choose a career, and when they choose that career, they invest a $50,000 loan, $20,000 loan, and they stick with that particular career. If they can't find the job, then they're forced to do something else. But when they go to college, they're in there for one thing. They're not in there, I want to be a doctor and a race car driver and a golfer and a fisherman and this and that. They dedicate themselves to one thing. So if they come out and actually become a specialized doctor or a surgeon, they can hop around from culture to culture. I'm a Hebrew Israelite today, but I'm still the surgeon. I follow Ma'at today, but I'm still the surgeon. I'm doing this today, but I'm still the surgeon. I'm doing Hinduism. I think Hinduism is right, but I'm still a surgeon. So what happens in the subconscious mind is that being the job you have is actually what associates your neurons and your biological imperative with survival and how to protect and sustain your family, not the cultures that you're in. Whereas in ancient culture, the actual cultures that you were in before the Matrix is what sustained the family. So it was a complete connection between science, so-called spirituality, religion, the job you had. Every single person along the Nile Valley, it didn't matter what their job was, it didn't matter what their career was, it didn't matter what their position was, it was all intertwined in one survival mode, just like the animals did. So when I was challenged to that debate, it kicked in biological imperative that if I can win this debate with my pastor, her pastor, then I can actually have a roof over my head. So therefore, know this information or become homeless. That was how I started my first debate. Know this information, have my mother as a judge who's already on the pastor's side, or get kicked out and become homeless. After a few hours of debate, my mother ended up kicking the pastor out because she was so embarrassed that this young man, which was me, was able to riddle this pastor up into riddles and kibbles and bits. And this was something she's never seen before. So she kicked the pastor out. Biological imperative number one was 1. So therefore, my neurons changed at that point to realize that this information is actually how I live. And without knowing this, I can actually become homeless. Biological imperative number 2 came when a few days later to a week later, we received a notarized letter from the courthouse on the door from the judge, from the court, issued by the pastor, that I was no longer allowed to come within around 50 to 100 feet within churches, or else my freedom would be taken. This was a restraining order against me from the churches. That if I happened to be near a church within a certain amount of feet, even if I didn't know it, I could actually be put away or fined. I didn't have any kind of job. And once again, biological imperative set in again, which meant that I had to now live my life looking around to see if I was around these churches while I was on the streets teaching, because that's all I would do. I'd walk the streets and go into different house parties and just start teaching people and set up tables and just start talking to people and trying to break people out of the matrix and getting them out of religion. So what did I do? Biological imperative sets in. I said, I'm going to challenge that, and I'm going to actually walk into the churches. But I'm going to put my head down and I'm going to ask the people in the churches that are the students questions, not the pastor, because he may recognize me. They may recognize me. They have a restraining order against me, but the people don't know what happened between me and that pastor. So I started asking the people questions before the pastor came, setting questions inside of their minds, which caused them to blast questions at the pastor when he came in to teach Bible study. And I would put my head down and I wouldn't say a word. I would just watch the environment change around me. And as they asked questions and he couldn't answer, that proved to them that something was wrong. And then I would just walk out. Then I would see those same people on the streets and say, how was that experience? Did you like that? How'd you find the pastor? I didn't say a word. And from there, I would gain students all throughout the city until almost an entire city was converted. I would go from church to church to church to Bible study to house party to party, and do the exact same thing all over this particular city that I lived in. And half of the city, as far as brown-skinned brothers and sisters, were converted into becoming students and seeking the truth along the path. We were all around 17 or 18 at the time. So that's biological imperative number 2. Anyways, as time went on, I ended up seeing some other people that were actually formed an organization based on trying to break people out of the matrix or asking questions about religion and challenging people. And I was like, this is great. I like structure. So let me go ahead and join this particular organization. And I joined the organization and I continued to teach in my particular way. My particular way was teaching and using the animals and combining nature with the so-called doctrine and actually converting people off of teaching about nature and using multifarious sources. And as that went on, it became a problem in the organization, not from the main teacher, but from the students. The main teacher actually announced to everybody in the whole organization, if you want to learn how to teach, teach like Amenhotep Ra, which was me. That caused a jealousy amongst the other teachers, and biological imperative set in again. As I was teaching using the animals in nature, the actual teacher at the time would listen to my classes on video, and in front of everyone again, he asked everybody, what was that you were teaching about the Morphophilus plants and that aspect of nature? And I would repeat it in the class, and he said, I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that information. He told the whole class, don't get angry at me. You all use my teachings. I'm going to use his. And again, if you all want to learn how to teach, go to him. So this created a large jealousy amongst the audience. And then it got to a point where the teacher actually told everybody that the way that I ask questions actually traps him. And he's actually becoming trapped. And he told me to demonstrate the way that I ask questions. And he put himself on a cross in front of about 2,000 people and said, see, the brother has me trapped and I'm the master teacher. So this got to a point where I started excelling past the organization, and the teacher pulled me to the side and he told me, he said, where you are at and where the people are, I can't teach where you are at to the rest of the people because I will end up losing my flock or my audience. I'll end up losing the crowd and the students for just you, and I may have you and a few others, but the bigger people are more important, so I can't raise them up to that level. And then I knew from that point that I had outgrew that organization. While this was happening, the other teachers came to my room with a lit torch to burn my books that were not written by him because I was teaching from animal perspectives and from multifarious sources. And they said, you're not teaching what's in our books. I said, yeah, but the teacher is telling all of you to teach like me and learn from me. They said, but you're not teaching from the books. Yes, I'm teaching some from the books, but some from what I actually am prior to. Is there a problem? Is it untrue what I'm teaching? And they brought the torch and they wanted to find out every source of material that wasn't written by their organization, and they're going to burn it. At that point, it became unsafe for me. The teacher at the time told me it was unsafe, and I left the organization. Biological imperative set in again because when I left, I had absolutely no money or nothing whatsoever to survive. So I was out with nothing, and I had to survive using what I know. I knew nothing about jobs or paying taxes because ever since I was a little boy, I was out in the fields in the forest with the ponds. And by the time I came into so-called teenagehood or adolescenthood, I was immediately in the organization. So I never knew about getting job, paying taxes, going to school. I was already expelled from school. I was kicked out of school for trying to burn down the school with a torch. I was already thrown out for putting teachers in a chokehold, and I did not belong inside of the society that was surrounding me. I wasn't allowed around any of the churches anymore. I had a restraining order against me. Schools expelled me, kicked me out. I wasn't allowed even on the premises. I used to break back into the school to go into the library because I didn't have a library card. I would break into the school, go into the library and study the books. And they would find me in there. At this point, I realized that I didn't match quite with the matrix or the society. So when I got put out of the organization, I left for my own safety. I had nothing and nowhere to go. I got help by my aunt at the time, ended up in an apartment, and I had no way to pay the rent whatsoever. So I was reaching into the couch for quarters and dollars that maybe people that came over would sit down and quarters would fall out of their pockets, and I'm reaching in for the quarters and nickels and dimes, and I would go buy cereal with that to give to my son because I was a single father at the time. So that was getting to the point where that wasn't working. Not enough quarters, just not enough quarters in that couch to keep us surviving and alive. And so at this time, I realized I must use my biological imperative with knowledge to survive. How can I survive? I was always into learning about fitness and I was always into doing push-ups and doing different things that we had no gym on the land or anything like that. So I was just into lifting logs and running around the circle, and I would teach jiu-jitsu class. But I had no way to go to an actual gym because I couldn't afford a gym pass, right? I couldn't get into the gym. So what would I do? I would go into the websites such as Elite Fitness, bodybuilding.com, and other websites, and I would start teaching people because I wanted to sell products that I didn't have. But if I taught people, then eventually they would gain faith in my wisdom and they would buy products from me. But I had no money to purchase the products. So I gained so much faith that I asked people to send me money, and I will send them the products afterwards. Send me money. So at this time, I'm looking for somebody that I can get these products from, and I find an individual who seems to be being very successful on these websites. And I asked if I could meet and talk with him and maybe go in business with him, but I have nothing, so maybe I'll just buy some products from you. He said he'll meet up with me because he gets a good vibration. He met up with me in the pond swamp area of Staten Island. I think it was at the docks area in Staten Island. And he started giving me all these jewels. He came out, jumped out of his vehicle, walked towards me. This man looked like Steven Seagal with the boots and the ponytail, looking straight Italian, had the blazer on. I was like, what is going on here? He said, I'm going to teach you everything. I'm going to teach you that. I get a good vibe. But from you, I get a good vibe from you, man. I got a good vibe from you. I'm going to teach you these things. But if you tell anybody the secrets and the competitors any of these secrets, then I'm going to put you in the cement shoes. The cement shoes and I said, cement shoes. And I said, oh, from the movies? Yeah, the cement shoes. I'm going to put you in the cement shoes and put you over there, right there in the waters, and watch you sink down and watch you sink. And I said, okay, biological imperative again set in. So in other words, I had to use the information that I was given, but I couldn't share the information or else I would have him come and kill me. And I was wondering why he was so violent. And he said, this is not even my job. I do this is for kicks. And I like working out, but I'm really a hitman from New York. I'm actually a hitman. He eventually told me so. I said, I do believe you. I have no time to not believe you. I'm actually getting hungry in this conversation. There's no time to argue. Right now, you're a hitman. You're going to kill me if I release these secrets. Fine. I make a vow. You're my master teacher for this, and nobody gets to know any of this. I took the information, continued to teach people, and I ended up knowing where to get all the products from. He connected me with the different companies, different people. I had people in Australia, people in Thailand, people all over America, different places. And some of them would send me the products because I knew him. So people in the elite fitness and the bodybuilding started ordering from me. I started getting them the products. My name started getting known, and it became very, very successful because I was teaching them, not just giving them the health products, but also teaching them how the system worked, how the cardiovascular system worked, how citrulline and malate, what vasodilation is, and all these different things. And I gained a nice business out of this. Now I could feed my son. Now I could actually go and start teaching people, and my stomach isn't grumbling. I took this knowledge and went back to that organization and started teaching them how to do it. Took the money and invested that into some real estate. Took that knowledge and took it back to the organization and started teaching about bodybuilding, fitness, and real estate, and how you can actually survive without being a poor righteous teacher. So as I was teaching them, things were going good, things were smooth. I was taking people, they were in a group called the Nuwaubians. I was finding the homeless Nuwaubians, taking them off the street, teaching them how to do business. They were buying properties for $500, $300,000 properties for $500,000. They were doing all of these things, and I said, see, you can actually own real estate and land. They were buying land, property, and I said, this is a part of the knowledge and the information. It's a biological imperative. You can own properties and land and teach the knowledge, and that took place until they robbed me. Because I would take things and put things in different people's names out of trust. And you can ask Annie right now and the people in the House of ATTON. I don't have anything in my name. I don't put things in my name. I develop a trust factor and set everyone else up. Because I'm just a teacher here. I'm a guide here. I don't care about any of these things. I'm going to set you up and leave you with whatever you are supposed to become. I am who I am to become. I don't need to be a millionaire and all these things, because when I develop my students in the trust factor, I will be taken care of. Let me, what do you want to become? And so you can ask the people in the House of ATTON, things are going in their name. I was taking people at that time, teaching them, I don't want this. Let me just survive. And people were becoming millionaires off of when I was teaching and influencing them. Millionaires were actually becoming created. I said, as long as I can teach and guide and go back out into nature and go amongst the crocodiles and alligators, and I can walk around in that and come back and I can live a comfortable life, I'm fine. You all be the millionaires. You all buy whatever you all want to be. Live under a bridge if you want. I just want you to be a NETERU, which is you are to be what you are to become, and the best at that. If the best at that is a man that's under the bridge who's a good fisherman but he's homeless, be that. If the best at that is a millionaire flying around a helicopter, I will give you the jewels. Be that. I have no judgment in the say so. So I would put things in people's names and I would live off of the grid. So that's how they were able to rob me. Sent me plummeting into zero again. Zero. Biological imperative again had to come in, and I had to create a survival. Fortunately, I took the real estate money and I invested it into magic. I had moved to Canada. It was freezing cold. I don't know if anybody's been to Canada before, but I moved to Canada and it was -8 degrees. But I had to survive and support my family. So I took a deck of cards, some forks, and a cloth, and I would set up beside the Christians for controversy, purposely beside the Christians. So the Christians are teaching about devil worshippers and magic and seances, and I have my sex magic book on the ground beside the Christians with their Bible, and I have I have all these symbols that are supposed to be evil, and I'm there performing magic, and people are screaming in the middle of the Christian sermon. In the middle of the religious people's sermon on the streets, people beside them are screaming, and forks are bending, things are flying around, and they're pointing at me saying, look at him, look at the demon over there, he's doing the magic. And I said, thank you, because that was the plan. I wanted to be the one that the Christians could actually point to say, look at what he's doing magically. You see, that was getting me more students. It was all a part of the plan, because when Christians speak about what people do evilly, it's never magically. It's always, look at the pedophiles over there, and look at this man robbing the bank, and this man's raping, this man's doing this, and this woman's over here is a prostitute, and they're getting drunk, and they're anything that anybody can do. Any physical person can get drunk. Any physical person can rape. Any physical person can rob somebody. Any physical person can steal. But remember, this is a spiritual war, Christian. So the real devil, the real beings that your enemy are supposed to be able to do magical powers, magical things, like your Jesus was doing. It's a spiritual war. So wouldn't the true opposite of you be one who is actually able to be a false prophet, a conjurer, a magician in front of you doing things and people screaming? So I set that up purposely to set up classes right there on the spot. When the Christian people would come over and say, how are you doing this stuff? The Christian pastor is just over there talking. You're actually having, things are flying beside you, and that's how I had to convert people. One by one by one. I'd say, go to the pastor and ask him to do something. You want to see me do something? Here it is right there. There's something. He's calling that the devil. So the devil has powers. Wonderful. Ask the pastor to do something, because Jesus said, those who believe in me can do greater works than I. Ask him to do something that amazes you. Bring your sick mother to him and heal. People started coming to me and saying, can you heal? Let's set it up one-on-one. My one-on-ones then would be personal. There was no computer thing back then like this. It would be personal. What do you have, gout? What do you have this? Let me pull this out and watch this. You have a back problem? Let me pull this out and watch this. And I would actually be healing people. And my one-on-ones back in the day would be healing people and things of the past. And I was doing it right there. My one-on-ones would be in the building right beside where the Christian preacher's on the ground teaching. And I'm doing my one-on-one. So he's teaching down here. And in the building above, I have women having a woman having a one-on-one with me, where her deceased children that she miscarried were coming and appearing in the one-on-one, and she's coming down, she is giving testimonies about this, and the pastor's being asked, what can you do? The devil man over there, Tehuti, the devil man, they used to call me Pharaoh then. Pharaoh the devil man is healing. Pharaoh the devil man is doing magic. Pharaoh the devil man is making me see my ancient ancestors. Pharaoh the devil man is doing this. Pastor, you're just talking from a book. I'll go with Pharaoh the devil man. I'll go with Tehuti the devil man. And I was getting... So that is how I was able to survive in Canada, but it was too cold. So I moved to California where I knew nobody, and I set up the same magic show, and 100 people surrounded me. And I would just do magic and get tips $1, $2, $5, $2, $5, $10. And then I turned the magic show into a relationship show. The magic show was turned into a relationship show. Then the tips started increasing. $50, $220s. Why? Because we would bring people from the audience. What do you want to do magically? Think of your boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, and I would get them to draw the ex-boyfriend's name on a card, choose the card, and their phone would ring. And it'd be their ex-boyfriend who they loved. I put him on speaker, and the ex-boyfriend would call in the middle of my show, ask him what he wants to say, and he would propose to her in the show that he doesn't even know there's a magic show going on. She just pulled a card with his name on it. Her phone rings, and he's saying all the stuff that happened in the past, forget about that. I want to marry you. And she's crying there in my magic show. I said, is that the devil? Then I'm going to be the devil. I'll be the devil then, because I'm bringing couples together and causing this man to propose to her magically just by her writing a name, and now her phone rings, and now they're off married. People in the magic show would say, I want to see my brother, I miss him, or I would teach them things to do, and they would walk off the magic show and have out-of-body experience as they're walking down the street with their brother on top, beside them, on top of us. It sounds strange, I know, because they taught you these things only exist in movies. So this was happening. And as time went on, I decided to go into seclusion and not only teach certain students. I taught a brother named Mahati Ma'at, who was a brother who was homeless at the time, came to me with absolutely nothing, but he came with full dedication. He said, I just want to learn. He said, I don't want to learn about anything spiritual. He was a Hebrew Israelite. Converted him, one-on-ones for free, at least 200 of them. Imagine getting 200 one-on-ones from Tehuti for free in person. Anyone want to sign up? Over 200 one-on-ones for free in person, walking, stepping away to certain parts of the park, sitting down on the bench. What do you want to know? Ask me a question for at least half an hour, 45 minutes, one-on-ones with the brother Ahati on the bus, on the train, walking, continuously asking questions, teaching for about 2 hours, almost every single day for over 200, because this was a couple years and there's 365, there's probably over 200 for free. That's what I was doing. So I was teaching him. I told him and others, I'm just going to go into seclusion. Him, another sister, Nani Aset Mer in the chat said, there's people on YouTube who are teaching and they're nothing like you. They're not doing any, first of all, they don't know any magic. First of all, they're just talking. They're not doing anything out of the abnormal. They're just talking like Egyptologists, and some of them are making things up, and there's no spiritual energy beside it. Check out YouTube. I said, I know about the people, but then I went to check it out. When I checked it out, they were my students from 1994 that I converted and beat in debates in 1994. And when you beat somebody back then, they would convert over to you and ask you questions. They would say, you won this debate, I'm going to be your student. That's how my debates were. They became the YouTubers that are on YouTube that became popular. much respect and shout out to them and peace to them. Great. I learned about them. I started seeing them. Also, the brother named Killer Priest had a show. I was told there was a brother on there that was, his name was Rasul. He wasn't really teaching that well. So I was seeing all these people on YouTube, and I decided to say, okay, let me come back. Let me come back and check it out. I had an interview with this group, and they ended up being a debate league group. They challenged me to a debate, and I beat the champion and kept beating people. They kept sending people, beating people over and over again until eventually the brother named Neter, who I remember because I used to live in Brooklyn. I knew Neter. I knew of Neter and saw Neter and was watching him before any of the people that are on YouTube, any of those guys that are saying they brought me somewhere or whatever. That didn't mean anything. I was living in New York. Neter was a live man in New York with the boots on, making European people were kissing his boots in front of everybody. People were screaming, what the hell is going on? He had pictures of Jesus with crosses through them and the big megaphone thing. That was the Neter I knew. I didn't know the one from the YouTube thing. Not that. I knew the guy with the look like Khalid Muhammad. So they did he wanted an interview with me. I did an interview, and in the middle of that interview, a brother named Jabari came and said he wanted to challenge me to the topics I was discussing. I had 3 hours to prepare for a debate. I didn't know who the brother was. They're telling me he's the Floyd Mayweather. I still didn't know who he was because at that time I didn't know who Floyd Mayweather was. Imagine that. Every black man knew about Floyd Mayweather. I didn't know who that was because I'm in my own world of nature and jiu-jitsu. I know who Rickson Gracie is. I know who Alistair Overeem is. I don't know what Floyd Mayweather is, but I found he's some boxer that moves around in the ring and he wins matches. He moves around in a circle. I don't know what this person is, but I found he never lost for like 52 matches or something like that. And I was like, okay, great. The Floyd Mayweather. I ended up debating Jabari. The audience, according to the rules, had me winning. I was announced the winner 4 times on 3 to 4 different shows by Neter, and it was an uproar. It was like they called it a what is it called? An I forgot what the word is. Not an uproar, but it's a word when the underdog wins against the champion. Whatever that word is, they called it that. So at that time, he took me to. He said, "Who else do you want?" I said, "I don't know because I don't know anybody. I don't know these debaters. I'm not a part of this internet world." I said, "But I will take on maybe a Hebrew." He said, "What about Zion Lex?" I said, "Oh, I guess so. I don't know what a Zion Lex is. It sounds like a Marvel comic. I'm not sure what that is. A Zion Lex. It was like an X-Men. I don't know what that is. I don't know who these people are with these kind of names. My name was Tehuti, of who I am, but these other names sounded like superheroes. I was like, Zion Lex. That sounds exciting. I don't know what that is." So they set up a debate with me and him. According to the audience, again, I won. Neter was extremely upset and said, "Forget that. Zion Lex won. It was a landslide." And I was like, what are the rules? Isn't it the audience? I didn't know. So I was very confused. And anyway, so that was another win. I went on to the Unc West and all these different people that I don't know who these people are. And I was just beating people left and right until I eventually went on to spoke to Killer Priest. Killer Priest found out that I was the brother that was closest to the leader of the organization. He was extremely excited, wanted me on the show because he said, "We have a brother here that didn't even meet the teacher at the time. I want you. You met the man. You live with the man. We want you on the show." And I was like, okay, wonderful. So I ended up going on there, and that led us to here, the Tehuti Podclass. The show on Killer Priest exploded. He had me on there every Monday. People were donating $500, $300. I wasn't getting a dime, which is fine. I never asked for any type of money in the first place. AD took his wallet out. He's an engineer. He took his wallet out and dumped it in my hands. He said, "You deserve whatever's in my wallet and more. We should pay you every week. We've never had anything like this on the Killer Priest podcast ever before like you. We need to get Killer Priest to pay you." I said, "That's fine. I've never been paid, but I appreciate that respect." And so eventually people started to recognize me, that I was their teacher in Canada. All those spots that I mentioned before, I was a teacher in Canada. I was a teacher in Tallahassee, Florida. I was a teacher in Macon, Georgia. I was a teacher in Atlanta. I was a teacher in all these different places. I was a teacher in I can't even remember all the different places. And they started to recognize me and setting up one-on-ones with me. So I was having one-on-ones for like 2 hours a day, 1 hour a day. And it was taking up too much of my time. The one-on-ones were beautiful as far as reciprocity because people were saying, "Tehuti, you're nothing like these other teachers. I'll pay you $150 just to speak with you for 40 minutes, 1 hour. Here's a cash app. Here's this." And I said, wonderful. And I would have life-changing meetings with these people. And it was taking up too much of my day. I had about over 30-something animals at the time, which I still have now. I had multiple females, NETERTs, and it was taking up too much of my time. So I announced on the Killer Priest show that I'm going to have what's called a Podclass, and the Podclass will be a place where you can come and ask questions, but we will set it up on the same biological imperative that raised me, which means that for the first time, I'm going to bring into people's awareness that the guidance is actually more important than the hundreds of dollars that you spent on the Avengers and Doritos. We've been taught in this society to spend hundreds of dollars on Spider-Man, hundreds of dollars on Doritos, hundreds of dollars on marijuana, potato chips, hash, weed, the football game, the Knicks game, going to this concert, that concert, buying the flyest dress, going to a club. The club is $25 to get in. We got to buy drinks when we get in. The Moet bottle is $50 to $100. The little shots we're going to buy and press the ladies, they're $8. I was so confused when I went into a club for the first time and I saw a little drink like this and it was $8. And I said, I don't understand. I don't understand what that means. Don't you drink? And I was like, no, I don't drink. Yes, I drink water and orange juice. I didn't understand what was going on because remember I was raised up amongst the I was raised up in nature, so I didn't know when I went into the club and had these little drinks and I was like, what is this? I took a drink for the first time. It was a cap of alcohol, not even a full, not even the shot, it was just a cap. And I fell on the ground, passed out. I was knocked out. And I woke up and I said, I don't understand. What's the pleasure? What does this mean? I said, I was hot inside. Inside here was hot. This wasn't like the cranberry juice. The cranberry juice was cleaning me out. What is this? This heat I'm feeling in here. And why am I on the ground now? And I could not understand what this was because I was like, the animals don't do this. So what is this? And everybody was like drinking and smoking. And I was like, look at all the money spent on this thing. How much do you spend? One guy was telling me, I spent $1,000. I spend 200 plus on weed every month. And I was like, what does it do? What do you get? What levels? What advance? Are you? Lift up your shirt. How does your body look? What is the weed? What does the drink do? Moet, Heineken bottles. Staying up till 3 in the morning, watching the football game, hanging out at the club. What is it? What happens to your life? And I couldn't understand it. But what I knew was that I told people that they were spending money on these things. All the donuts, all the Lay's potato chips, every Avenger. You can tell me about every X-Man, but you can't tell me about Kim Wasi. Tell me about Kim Wasi. Tell me about the Amenhotep, the son of Happy. Not the Amenhotep you know about. The Amenhotep. Tell me about our ancestors. We don't know about that, but we know the booth that Clark Kent goes into. We know the colors of the suit that he changed into, the S on the chest. We know the Spider-Man was once, we didn't even know his English name. His English name was Peter Parker. We had the whole history. You know, Wolverine got the titanium in him. That gave him the ability to have the nails come out of his hands and the Thanos glove. We know everything about all of that, but we know nothing about our ancestors, and we're spending money on these things. The latest Nike, I got the Nike shoes, I got the next big plasma screen, I got all these different things, but you know nothing about yourself. So I set up a system called the Tehuti Podclass where I would come to class and I would put my head down and not say a word. What kind of class is that, Tehuti? That's a class where you have to activate the class by sending in a question in support. And then I promise you, the entire class will be based around your questions. And you will get an ebook documentary made for you personally with graphs, charts, languages, history, newspaper articles, chemistry tests, videos, news, the actual news, UFO, satellite, videos, all type of things just for you, designed and curtailed and customized for you. But I won't say a word until you send in a question. And I realized that questions could be sent in through the super chat, but I wanted to not do that. I said, well, Cash App and PayPal, I realized, has a little space where you can write information. You can write down a little comment. That will be used. And for the first time in history, Cash App and PayPal will be used to actually be put on the screen to show the donation that I will see immediately. I can put on the screen and control it, and it's just between me and the student. taking off a chunk for YouTube and a chunk for this and all of that. And the donation support will go directly to the organization and to the people that are involved in keeping this thing running. In Cash App, TT Moon, and PayPal at RockSV. And I said, this is wonderful, because then you're going to see the greatest answers that you've ever seen in history. But I'm not going to tell you that. I'm just going to answer, and you are going to tell me what you thought of the answer. And you'll keep on supporting, and you'll keep on getting high quality answers that are nowhere on YouTube, because nobody holds anyone to the standards that you will hold me to. Meaning that you will watch a whole channel for hours and hours, and they won't have to do anything to change your life, but you'll watch it for hours and hours for free. But if your boss told you to come to work and work for 1 hour for free over 40 hours, you would say, I need overtime. But you will watch a movie for 2 hours and watch people argue on YouTube for hours, and you will watch Fred Flintstone, you will watch Captain, you will watch all of these things for free and support it. I'm going to raise the standards. How come nobody in Ma'at has ever told you why they use an ostrich feather? Why ain't nobody in Ma'at has ever had a discussion about the UFO meeting in Houston? Why ain't nobody in Ma'at is discussing just the common, just things that people are always asking about? What is the origin of the Ankh in the Kemetic writings? Not this silly fallopian tube and a tube of the fallopian. The Kemetic say anything about that? What did they say? What's their symbolism? What is the afterlife? How come nobody in YouTube talks about the afterlife, but all of them have a Book of the Dead, which is only about the afterlife? It is literally only about the afterlife, but nobody in the debates is talking about, nobody in the conversations on channels are talking about that. They all seem to be angry and only wanting to argue. So I set this system up where you can send in support, and from there you will see the answers. Today, there were some beautiful questions that were sent in, and they're still being sent in right now. For the new people that are just coming into the room, that are watching the Tehuti podcast for the very, 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 very first time, I will show you the type of questions that come in the donation and support, such as, have you ever seen this before in your life? Have you ever seen a conscious Kemetic Ma'at YouTube channel where somebody's sending in a question with a $50 donation saying, can you break down hyperhidrosis? That class helped hundreds of people. I received so many emails. Imagine that. Imagine sending this question to your Kemetic teacher. Try it. Send it in. Send him a $10 donation and ask him there live, or just ask him, can you break down hyperhidrosis and the solutions to it? It was an hour and 20-minute class. You have never seen a $50 donation given for anything like this on any other conscious channel, because these are changing people's lives. This is not just religion. Another question sent in. This person sent in a question, $27.27 through the, I think it was through Cash App, or it could have been through PayPal. And they wanted to know about the Orion Star constellation and some symbolisms there. In the middle of me organizing the answer, I realized that there was a typo, and I didn't want to give an answer that was not based on specifically what this person wanted to know. So I said, hey, there's a typo. This person changed the question to a completely different topic and asked about ancestral ancient solutions, therapeutic and modern therapeutic solutions to heart failure and heart stroke. So many people were helped after that class. When I gave that answer on heart stroke, look at the difference in questions, from hyperhidrosis to heart stroke to Navajo skinwalkers. Anu and Antu sent in a question, what is a Navajo skinwalker? Does that have anything to do with heart stroke? Have you ever seen such a diverse set of questions sent in on any YouTube channel? If so, put the link in the room. Where have you seen a YouTube channel or an organization where you can send in live, or the day before, or a couple days before, or the day after, heart stroke, I want an hour class on that. Hyperhidrosis, give me an hour and 15 minutes on that. Navajo skinwalkers, nothing to do with any of that. How about the triangulation? How about you have a job and you work in triangulation and you want to know how triangulation and math apply to Ma'at? What type of question is that? How about you want to know about pole splitting? because you were raised up to believe that you should never separate hands when you walk through a pole, and you want to know the origins of that. Does that have anything to do with heart stroke, heart failure? No. How about time? How about the Nehesi, the ancient Kemetian meaning of this word, the ancient Ma'at meaning of this word, and the symbolism according to what they say? Does that have anything to do with heart failure or heart stroke? No. How about the Council of Nicaea? $43.72 sent in for the Council of Nicaea, something that everybody thinks they knew everything about until this question came in to me. And when it came in, the breakdown shocked everybody. What does the Council of Nicaea have to do with the UFO Pentagon meeting in Houston? Any connection? No. But you can send in a question from the Council of Nicaea to the heart stroke, to Islam, to Christianity, to the UFO Pentagon meeting, to the triangulation, to the alteration of time. Is time speeding up? Or is it something that only appears like that to individual people? Speaking of time, something seems to be changing with time, such as the Mandela effect. $100.72 sent in about the Mandela effect and Johnny Carson's connection to the Mandela effect and the changes. That question scared people and shocked people. Those things have nothing to do with each other. None of those questions have anything to do with each other. And why do I have it set up like that? I have it set up like that because your question is valuable to you and only you know the value. Therefore, I'm not going to come to the Tehuti Podclass with a pre-prepared topic on what I think is important for you. You are going to control the class, so therefore you're going to ask a question that has value to you. And your donation will be based on whatever value you think you can support with that question. And then you'll get an answer designed just for you. No teacher on the planet Earth has ever put themselves to that challenge. If so, link in the room, where the entire class is based on just you asking a question, and they have to show graphs, charts, mathematical breakdown, ancient references, language, origin, doctors, PubMed, medical documents, scientific articles, news reports, live footage, movie breakdowns, questions on the movies, on the breakdowns, such as The Matrix 4, $111.11 to break down The Matrix, all the way to the question that was sent in today. What is one of the questions we're going to be sent in today? You all see it in the room. What is the question? Does anybody know? There's one question that was sent in today, and that question is in the room. And that question is depression. Is it spiritual? Is it mental? We're going to get to that question. And here's a donation given by the beautiful sister Raquel. And I know some major tips are going to be given on top of this when I answer this question, because the topic, one of the topics going to be covered today is depression, spiritual psyops of racism of the Matrix. How is depression a spiritual psyops of racism? How could that be? What does depression have to do with anybody's race? We're going to get directly into that. So welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. For those who want to know, how do I support? How do I send in the questions? If you look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see that scrolling. If you look directly at the screen in front of you, you will see the QTR code that you can wave your phone in front of, and it is PayPal at RAQUEL, Cash App, TT Amun, and you can send your questions in. And when you send your questions in, I'll place them on the screen, such as that. The questions that came in and the answers were so deep for people that a brother named Stranger put $200 in. Shout out to Stranger. I haven't seen Stranger and Rigo. I hope to see some good support from both of you today. I haven't seen you in the room or support in a little while. Rigo, I've seen you in the room, but you can definitely send in some support today, because you two are of the biggest supporters consistently. So shout out to both of you two. Here's $200 sent out to from Stranger as a bounty for anyone that could match the teachings. Anyone that can answer the question that he sent on the level that I answered it, he will send that $200 is still sitting there in the Cash App waiting. So this is a phenomenon, ladies and gentlemen. What's happening right here is not information. This is a guidance. This is something that's taking place where everybody has a particular gift. Most have just not discovered it. Tiger Woods' gift is golf. Michael Jordan's gift is flying through the air with his tongue out, slam dunking. Mike Tyson's gift was uppercutting people and knocking them out in a couple of seconds. Beethoven had a gift. There's artists, Picasso. Many people had gifts, and they used those gifts to change the world. Michael Jackson had a gift. Many people had gifts to change the world. The gift here of the Tehuti Podclass is you're going to see questions that you are able to send in, and you will not be judged. You will not be laughed off the stage. You will get an answer that you've never seen given before, while everyone else in every other YouTube channel is depressed. And that's why all of their channels are based on arguing. We're going to get into that. Go to most of all the other YouTube channels, and their shows are actually based on the names of other people. Their shows are actually based on who they have a problem with. Their shows are actually based on who they're going to expose, who they're going to debunk, who they're going to fight. This person's wife did this. This person's mom did this. The fight, the fight, the fight, expose, the fight. I don't like you. You don't like me. The fight, kick off the channel. Come back, strike the channel. We don't like you. Come back. That's a state of depression, because you're consistently in a state of anger, no peace, because you have no way of life to actually teach about. So therefore your topics are all based on strife. No problem. Continue to do so. Why? Because that's what news is, and people watch the news, and you can get information that way by watching people fight consistently. So kudos to all the fighters. Kudos to all the angry people, but the Tehuti Podclass is something different. It's a complete 8 to 10 to 9 hour show on strictly love and information and guidance. Not just information, because you can get that from Wikipedia. And everybody that's watching the room right now could be sitting looking at Wikipedia, but you're not, because this is not information. This is guidance. The information is used as a foundation to give the guidance and the life-changing guidance. Things that you've never heard take place in other people's rooms and chats, such as testimony to Tehuti's teachings quadrupling a student's income. Now that you all know all that, now that you all know who to support, how to support, now that you all know who the moderators are, because I showed the moderators at the very beginning of the class, but for those who are still wondering, the wonderful moderators are Nania Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ani Pata, Aten Tehuti, the Scribe, and Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Those are the moderators that you will see in the room every week at the Tehuti Podclass that you can ask questions to of how to navigate. Wait till you see what we have in store coming up in the next few weeks. Wait till you see the House of ATTON material that is going to be for you in the next few weeks. Imagine a House of ATTON Walmart. I won't say anything other than that, but you will soon see in the next few weeks, the House of ATTON will be producing what everybody is talking about. Where is the black business? The black business, where's your business, the business? Wait till you see in a few weeks. Wait. In a few weeks, when you have House of ATTON towels in your bathroom, you will see soon that we're covering all angles of revolution. Now, with all that understood, everybody, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the question that we're going to deal with first in the room, up in the room. I'm going to put the link in the room for the brothers and the sisters and the supporters to come in, talk about the latest things taking place with the House of ATTON until I take my few-minute break, come in, and then answer the first question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put the StreamYard link in the room for the team to jump in. I'm going to take maybe a 5-minute, 6-minute break, and then I'm going to come in and answer the very first question. So first, there's the link in the room for the brothers and sisters to jump in. These are for the supporters, the students that take care of the Tehuti Podclass, because the House of ATTON is taking care of them. Feel free to jump in the room. All the moderators, the students, those who are supporting. We had a brother in the chat last week. He only supported $7. He said, that's all that I have, but I'm going to support at the beginning of the month, or the beginning of the month, and he was in the Podclass panel with us for like 4 hours. That's how much love we show. Chris Harris came into the room to just announce that he was doing an interview with me. In the time that he was just announcing that, my students donated $75 to him. He was just on making an announcement. That's the type of love that you come on. So be a supporter of the Tehuti Podclass, a student, and you'll be able to come in and come onto the panel, such as these two right here, this brother right here. They are supporters. I knew his hair has changed again. Every Podclass this man has transformed into another being. His hair has changed again. I think I see Primordial growing some hair on the side. I don't know what's happening. People are growing hair in the Tehuti Podclass. Hairstyles are changing. Minty Hotep is here. All right, everybody, shout out. Here's the brother right here. This brother right here, Nightmare. He came in the room, and all type of magic started happening. All type of synchronicities. I said, Nightmare. I said, next thing you know, Freddy Krueger images are gonna pop up, and then an image popped up in my announcements, and it was Freddy Krueger. All type of different things was happening. He started talking about Star Wars. My NETERT was at the store at the time. She was looking at clothes for one of our sons, the son, and she pulled down a Nike shirt and it said Star Wars. All type of interesting things happen here at the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to Minty Hotep. I'm gonna take Sheshet. Shout out to Sheshet. Shout out to everybody. Angela Gay, straight out the gate. Shout out to you. Cash Peden. Cash Peden used to donate 111-222-333-444-555. I was just about to ask, where's the Cash Peden brother? And there he is right there. So shout out to you all. I'm going to jump off the screen for a moment, take a break, and I'm going to come on and answer the question. Let me go ahead and tease everybody and show everybody the question that was actually asked. One of the questions that was asked in the Tehuti Podclass. I hope the sister SHARIKA is in the room. Annie Patah is here. I hope the sister SHARIKA is in the room because I'm about to hear her question is going to be first. We got Sheshet. I love how Sheshet looks like it. There she is.
I'm at work right now, but I had to stop in and say hi to everybody. You know, I had to represent at work too. Got to represent. Got to let them know. I love when they ask me questions like, "That's not a cross." I'm like, "No, it's not." Would you like to learn more? Follow my SABA.
That's great.
But I just wanted to stop in and say hi, everybody. I'm in the chat. I love you guys.
In the room right here.
Peace, sister. All right, enjoy your break.
The first question is going to be on your name. Oh, no, not yet. Thank you, Minty, but that was accidental. The first question, Sheshet, is going to be on your actual name. Thank you, Minty. I'm going to announce one thing, then I'm going to take my break, and thank you very much. I'm going to put the question. There's a lag. Okay, here it is, everybody. Here's the question right here. Has it disappeared? Wait a minute. Let me try again. Let me go up here. Here it is. The question right here, everybody. With the great support that was given by this wonderful sister here, SHARIKA. Let me see if I can find the question here that she sent in. Here it is right here. And I don't have the amount of the donation, but the amount of donation, let me see here. Let me get her off the screen. Let me see that this has the amount of the donation. If not, it should be in the supported. I have a big screen in front of me right now that I'm not using because I haven't figured out how to fully connect it. Scribe technician is going to help me out, but there's a humongous screen in front of me right now that was actually helped the donation with Scribe and SHARIKA and Scribe. And I have a big monitor that's going to it has eye protection for my eyes because my eyes have been very, very, very bad lately. And this screen that's in front of me right now is going to help my my vision. The screen is humongous. It curves like in the movies, and I've never seen anything like this before. Shout out to SHARIKA and SCRIBE for that. Thank you for the support and donation for that. And now here's the question, everybody. In the here is the question sent in, and where to go? Let me get it again. Okay, here it is. Oh, let me go ahead and put it in the. I'll put it in the. In the Chrome. I see. I have to put it in the Chrome. So here's a question right here. There was this donation was, I think this was like $72. I'm going to show it soon. But here's the question right here. I'll at least show the question. Here it is right here. Why is it not showing it? Oh, wait a minute. No, not that, not that, not that. It's not showing it. That is strange. Oh, question. Here it is. Shout out to the sister SHARIKA. And if you could, Minty, could you go ahead and read that for us, please? What is that question right there? Read that for us.
Sure. It says, Tehuti receives plenty attention among the NETERU, yet never is discussed how his mates support him. The time has come for the world to know the female scribe. Sheshet, as a woman, it's powerful to understand why scribing is associated with the NETERT. Also, men were the scribes. What does Sheshet's power express in a person? Persun. Great. And how does it complement with the emphasis on the MEN? How does it complement her mate Tehuti? Some see emphasis on the double E. Some see her crown as a marijuana leaf. Of all things, please make plain and clarify to yeah. And that's SHARIKA'S question. Tua for your question, Sister SHARIKA.
Shout out to SHARIKA. TT, if you could you send me I'm looking for SHARIKA'S donation. If you could send me that one. I think it was 70. So I'm looking for right now because the question was so big that I couldn't actually I couldn't fit it. I think I'm going to get it right here. Shout out to SHARIKA for this beautiful question. Let me see if I can get the actual donation and the really great support that they always give. And so let me see if I can find the donation here. And oh, it's just a question. Okay, don't worry. Let me do this. Go here. Let me go to that was on Feb. Let me go ahead. I'm gonna go put the let me close all these windows first of all. I have too many windows open. That's why the computer's moving so slow. I got windows open. Close. Wow. 3 Facebooks, YouTubes. Close all this. Close it up. I only want my Gmails open. Close all this. Close it. Oh, okay, let me try one. Where's Feb 10th? That's strange. It's not popping up. Feb 10th. That's not the right Feb 10th. It must be the 2024. Okay, here we go. I think this is it right here. And Is this it right here? I think this is it right here. Let me see if this is it. No, that's Tane. Okay, TT, if you can send me the SHARIKA. Oh, I think this is it right here. Here it is. Here it is right here. Is Scribe in the room? Scribe, are you in the room, good brother? I got it.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. I found it. Okay, here we go. So here it is right here, everybody. Let me go ahead and put her donation and the amount because I want everybody to see what type of donation and support was given for this beautiful question. So we're going to close this out right here. And I'm going to show Primordial. There's Primordial back. Here it is right here, everybody. Scribe, give her some big noise. The first question sent into the Tehuti Podclass coming up right here that we're going to answer as soon as I come back. $72.72 for the question that Minty Otep just read about Sheshet. We're going to get into this. The female scribe. Scribe was always associated with why scribe is associated with the NETERT. Men were the scribes. Are there any female scribes? What's happening here? We're going to find out here. The Tehuti Podcast. Give her some big noise. Scribe, how coincidental. Scribe, give her some noise. I love this question. I cannot wait to be mind blown. Sheshet says, was that Sister SHARIKA'S question? NETERT question, sister? Absolutely. And I'm going to ask everybody this question before I jump off the screen. We're going to take a little break. We're going to take a break. Nak Shampoo, just a little break right there. Can you believe this is 9 foot of snake on my arm? Strange how they can look small, but this is 9 feet. This is 8.5 or 9 feet right here. What are you doing, Nak Shampoo? I have a question. Scribe. Scribe, can you hear me, good brother?
Yes, I can hear you. Hold that.
The female scribes, man. What do you know of? Do you know of any female? You're doing a class on female scribes, right? It's coming up soon.
Yes, tomorrow. Doing a class on female scribe. Absolutely.
Oh my goodness. I don't know of any yet. I'm gonna come to your class tomorrow and learn about female scribes. I don't know what's going on. We're gonna find out. But this question here is about Sheshet and the female scribes. Can anybody here just name a female scribe? And when I say a female scribe, we know the scribes as they are the writers of the laws of Ma'at. So we have Kemwasi, author of the law of Ma'at. We have Ankh, we have Ptah Hotep, we have Amenem Opi. There's about 71 scribes. When you pull up scribes in Kemet, it's all males. Is there a name of a female scribe who has the laws of Ma'at scribed by this female? Did anybody know a name of one?
With that context, no.
Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute, hold on. So the laws of Ma'at are the most important thing to the ancient people's way of life. Their daily life, that's what they follow, the laws of Ma'at, right? So there's no female scribe that wrote about the laws of Ma'at, but there's a female scribe goddess? I'm confused. I'm lost, man. I may have to retract this answer. I may not be able to answer this. I don't know, because we have a goddess. She's the goddess of the female scribes, but I can't get a female scribe who wrote any of the laws that I can follow. But the thousands of women in Kemet had a goddess to look up to, who was the writer, but we can't find a female writing about any laws of Ma'at. Wait a minute, is the Ma'at Tehuti's other wife? Other mate, right?
Absolutely.
So wait, Tehuti's the lawgiver. The law is given by his other mate, Ma'at. The writer, the female scribe, is Sheshet. But we can't find a woman that follows her. What a weird culture. This is a weird culture, man. I may have to go to Hinduism. I don't know. I'll be back, everybody. You all build. I'll be back. What if I answer this whole question and there's no female scribe mentioned in my answer? Would that be weird? I'll be back.
The setup is real, Saba.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Yeah, you know, Set up punchline. Set up punchline. Told you. I tried to tell y'all, SABA Tehuti's a battle rapper. I don't know if y'all know that or not. Yeah, peace and love, everyone. Hotep. Yeah, this is gonna be beautiful, phenomenal. Yeah, everyone, make sure you're supporting. The links are posted at the top of the chat. The support links. That's where you send in your reciprocity for the great SABA Tehuti. It's also where you ask questions. So anyone have any questions in the chat, be sure to just utilize those links and send them in so we can have a beautiful podcast on your questions. Looking forward to this and what direction SABA Tehuti is going to go. It's wonderful. All the synchronicities. Yes, I'm gonna also have a class tomorrow, Sunday sessions, Scribal School on the female scribes, and it's very powerful. So I look forward to presenting that. Look forward to seeing what SABA Tehuti is going to present and all the synchronicities that's about to happen. It's just beautiful. So yeah, Hotep. We'll go around the panel, see how everyone is doing. Let's hear everyone's vibrations and tones. So yes, we'll start with who is right next to me, Antu and Anu. Hotep.
Hotep and Mary, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. I'm excited for what SABA has to offer. And I'm so thankful because it's not only helping me, but it's also going to be helping Anu and I's future children. And that's something that I truly cherish. It's something so important. And I'm so thankful for everything that is continuing to happen on this beautiful platform, this beautiful movement. And I'm happy to see everybody here healthy and alive. To Mary.
Hotep, Uncle Seneb, to the wonderful SABA Tehuti, Uncle Seneb, Hotep Marie, to SABA Tehuti, and to the whole entire panel, to all the supporters. I am doing beautiful. I hope everyone else is doing beautiful. I'm doing extremely beautiful. On top of that, because I get to be in all of your presence and in SABA Tehuti's healing presence. I'm excited to be here today in class. This is a beautiful question by SHARIKA'. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what SABA Tehuti is going to do, but I know he's going to make a beautiful breakdown, like how a spider makes a beautiful web with all different types of silk, different types of strength to each silk. And he's going to knit everything together so that way it stays within my mind forever. And I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to hear the answers to all of these beautiful questions. I'm looking forward to the depression one as well. Everything SABA Tehuti brings is out of this world. It is beautiful. It is all the way to the NETERT and back. So, what's up?
Peace. Anu and Hotep to the wonderful SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. It's always an honor to be in his presence and being able to virtually sit at his feet and be able to listen to his breakdowns. And to everybody on the panel, I appreciate all participation. So and to all of y'all for sure that's on the panel. And to SHARIKA', because hey, I love her questions, man. I like a good question, and she's been pretty much flawless, in my opinion, in in each question that she asked. So, Anu to her, I'm extremely excited for the depression question because I like anything that pertains to the mind because. To me, that's where source is on everything that we pretty much go against, battle, our inner battle, everything. Everything is within the mind. So anything that portrays to the mind, I get extremely excited for. So depression is definitely you know, bringing energy to my Kai, my Ku. And I get excited for the questions that Saba saves last, because the ones he saved last, the ones that I thought he was going to start the class off with depression. So knowing that he's saving it for the second part of the class, I am all ears. And I feel like depression is definitely something that maybe majority of the people definitely have experienced at least once in their life. So I appreciate the great Saba. And do a hotel to the house of ATTON. Everybody that's in the chat, just peace and love.
Peace and love, everybody. Inu and Hotep to the panel. I'm excited to be here, doing well. Want to say Tua to the Nefer Mech, master teacher, Saba Tehuti. Looking forward to the setup was real, so we are definitely in for a treat. We about to get snake styled. We about to get Sobek styled. We about to get frog styled. Saba is had a lot of realizations about our great teacher, our powerful guider, our wonderful healer. It's a very exciting time. Looking forward to, again, Saba just rearranging things and putting things in order. And Tehuti is the lawmaker, so we already know Saba has to, bring order and bring justice. And I'm excited for the support and reciprocity that he will receive, and just looking forward to growing. So Hinu and Hotep to everyone.
Okay, Shuafu Nefer Hotep to everyone that continues to show up here at this beautiful gathering, this family gathering. Henu to Saba Tehuti for coming back for us. Every time I listen to his intro in the beginning of the class, I learn something new. I have a new appreciation for him. I'm really excited to be here. I missed last week. I had some family things that I needed to be present to. And that was another opportunity for me to know how extremely fortunate I am to be in Saba's energy. So Hotep and Henu to all of you.
Well, I wanted to share, I'm looking forward to ATTON Tehuti's teaching tomorrow. And in my individual learning about the NETERU, and right now I'm in these sessions doing family reunion. And I discovered a new Neter who is a scribe, and his name is Nefer Hotep. Some of you may already know who Nefer Hotep is, but I just discovered this family member, and I'm excited to learn about him, and I'm learning more about various scribes, and it's pretty exciting to be in this journey and be in this energy. And the further you go, the more you desire. I mean, you discover. And I was like, whoa, his name is Nefer Hotep. That is a dope name. And so our ancestors are just, they just keep on giving me something to look forward to, and keep turning the light bulbs on in my Ku and my Ka and my Ba. And it's pretty exciting to shift how much my energy has shifted. And I also am really starting to have a deeper love and appreciation for Heka and for magic. And so going down that portal and that door is giving me so much to look forward to as well. And it's helping me to understand our powerful teacher, Saba Tehuti. Welcome back, ATTON Tehuti. How are you doing?
Hotep, great brother. I'm doing excellent, phenomenal. There are some major announcements coming very soon. Very excited for that. It's a beautiful thing, you know. Hinu to everyone here on the panel, all of the great Maru, the House of ATTON. You know, for you know, over the past year, 2 years. You know, as Saba Tehuti started the Podclass and started to organize the mind, and those who are on that consciousness and that frequency start to organize themselves into a body. And the teachings of Ma'at was born, and continuing to learn and grow and expand through that. And then given the beautiful Ren, House of ATTON, Ancient Tehutian Teachings of NETERU, in our very first in-person event. It's just a beautiful thing. And so for those who are putting themselves in positions to be a part of what is being created right before everyone's eyes, it's just a wonderful thing to see. It's so beautiful because you know, a movement involves moving, and that's one thing that we've done consistently from the very beginning. You know, the great brother Minku Mary Ma'at said, "Hey, this is what I want to do," and next thing we know, we're all in California, in the midst of each other, and that's just so powerful, you know, because the ideas that we have, if you have an idea, you know, you have to be the one to implement that idea, and as a collective, as we do that, now things are being built as a whole, and it's just a wonderful thing. So yeah, we are absolutely we're absolutely in the frequency of the NETERU, leading by example, and the great Saba Tehuti is doing so much, and has done so much over the time that he first came to the KP Podcraft and started to teach and started the Podclass, and now through the House of ATTON, houseofatton.org. It's wonderful. So everyone make sure that you're supporting, everyone make sure that you're going to the website, you're joining in on the movement as we continue to grow and expand. And so right now I'll go ahead and show a little bit of the website. And this website is getting a major update. It'll only be like this for a little while longer, and you all are gonna see it transform. You're gonna, you know, so houseofatton.org, right? So everyone should know this, and for all the new people, ATTON is spelled ATTON. It's an acronym for Ancient Tehutian Teachings of NETERU. Okay, so again, download this beautiful affirmation here that we introduce all of the Podclasses with, conclude all of them with, all of the beautiful meetings as well. Everyone download that. We have audio recordings. We have more audio recordings on the way. Discord, everyone join the Discord. Beautiful community we host monthly public community meetings where everyone is free to come in and we build together as a community. So everyone make sure that you are joined in here. Love to see all the new people who are coming in, becoming a member of the House of ATTON, becoming a Karu, which is a member, inhabitant of the house, a household member of the ancient Tehutian teachings of NETERU. There's a messaging system down here. You just click this little messaging system, send message, send me a message. Say, how do I become part of the House of ATTON? Henu to all of the great Karu. And the Meru, who are the supporters, who are the partisans of SABA Tehuti, of the House of ATTON, of the NETERU, of Ma'at, all of the ones who hold up and support the foundation in which allows us to continue to build and grow. This is everyone who supports. You are so very important. And this is why we venerate and we give such high adoration to everyone who does support, because of what all it allows us to do. It's a beautiful reciprocity system that SABA Tehuti has created and built. So Henu to all of the Meru, the ones that allow this to exist. And here is the mailing list. Everyone subscribe to the mailing list. You just put in your email address, and you'll be added to the list. I send out a mailing list every single Sunday, which is basically a miniature website in itself. And all of the information that we announce for the week is also in that newsletter and also in the Discord. So everyone make sure that you are a part of these two things so you can keep up with all of the updates that we are bringing forward. You know, this is beautiful. Here's the shop section, House of ATTON merchandise. So this is what the merchandise looks like. You see me wearing it. You may see the other Karu wearing it as well. Right now, the ability to purchase that is down right now because we are working on some heavy updates. So this will be available again very, very soon. So, you know, and a lot more. Stepping Out of the Matrix ebook. Everyone make sure that you are you have this ebook in your digital library. This is what started the teachings of Ma'at. Our very first 13 episodes were reading this book here, Secrets of the Ages, Volume 1, Stepping Out of the Matrix. This is what started the teachings of Ma'at, which is now the House of ATTON. Everyone make sure you have that, Melanin Dark Consciousness, as well. Soon as you purchase that, it's a link sent directly to your email. Henu, and shout out to all of the ones who are purchasing this. I've seen a few people purchase these ebooks throughout the week, so we appreciate you, and SABA Tehuti will show their support on the screen. All right, so here's all of our links: Discord, NETER Mondays. Everyone should be in NETER Monday class, 1:30 p.m. Pacific time every Monday. Email SABA Tehutymysticaltelevision@gmail.com. You can come here, houseofatton.org/medu-neter, and you can just click this. It'll take you directly to SABA Tehuti's email. You can get the recordings if you can't be there live. Everyone should be attaining these recordings, full of powerful heka'u and just beautiful teaching. So everyone make sure that you're a part of the NETER Monday classes taught by Tehuti. Our social media, this is also getting a great big update. This is definitely expanding. So everyone make sure that you are following us on all social platforms, TikTok, Twitter, which is now X, YouTube, And we also have started an Instagram and a Facebook page as well. And those links, everything is going to be updated in the new website. So everyone, make sure that you're following and keeping up with everything that we're doing. And I also wanted to show this as well. The events, the Pathways to Awakening. This was a live in-person event that was conducted and constructed by the great Brother Minku Ara Mary Ma'at, the digital experience right here. We recorded this. It was edited and turned into a documentary style video that's over an hour long. And you can purchase this right here. Just hit buy now. And as soon as you purchase it, it'll be sent directly to your email address. Okay, so SABA Tehuti spoke about Minty Hotep getting a ring ceremony, the first one in front of a group. You know, that's in this right here. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing to see. It will definitely inspire you to want to, again, update your own consciousness and vibration to attain a rin from the great SABA Tehuti. And there's many classes on the importance of a rin. It's so important that it's one of the 9 aspects of eternal life. We read about it and learn about it all throughout the Purim Haru, and the importance of the Seka, which is the memory to remember thy name once going into the NETERT. So the rin, the sound vibration that you carry, is extremely important. So you get to see that ceremony is very beautiful. I do a live performance as well. Perform some Heka'u tones, some music. Very great, very fun. It was amazing. So everyone, make sure that you go support the House of ATTON by also purchasing the digital experience of the Pathways to Awaken, and looking forward to the next one that we're going to be having this year. You know, Hinu to everyone who's playing their positions, stepping up, asking to assist. You know, shout out to you all. It's a wonderful thing. So yes, houseofatton.org. All the links are also in the bio for everyone who is watching here live and those who are watching on the playback. All the links are in the bio. Keep track, keep up with what we're doing, support, and we're going to continue to build right before your very eyes, as we have been. So yeah, it's wonderful. Tua Minku Ara for asking. I am doing excellent. Peace, Minty Hotep. I seen you come off mute.
Yes, peace, brother. Yeah, just to echo off of the building right before your eyes, I went back to review some older classes. I went back to look at the teachings of Ma'at, the 9 aspects. We've come so far in such a short period of time, and I think it's very beautiful that the ones that stuck around are still here, and people are starting to come forth now. And I think that is the episode where you got Brother Manku sample the "Let's Go."
Yes. Yeah, it's always beautiful to find the origin of where these samples come from.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, Tua to you as well. Minty Hotep is she's the one who does the timestamps for the House of ATTON, the Study Guide Sunday classes. So when you see the timestamps on there, that's Minty Hotep. So definitely Tua for you for doing that, to assist everyone else who comes later. And you know, it definitely helped a lot. Yes.
It's my pleasure. I love going back to those classes and just rewatching them. It's helped me a lot. So if I'm able to help other people do the same, then I'm absolutely there for it. Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Yes, Tua. And also SHARIKA'S as well. Tua to SHARIKA. She's the one who does the timestamps for the Podclass. Tua for that. Yeah, this wonderful question. yeah, it's a wonderful thing. I'm so excited to bring forth some of the announcements, and with some of the Karu are also participating in and stepping up and putting themselves in positions to assist the movement. Some beautiful announcements. Also, to some of the great Karu are also going to be doing some presentations as well. So I looking forward to that, and seeing how SABA is teaching us to be SABAs, which is a student and a teacher. So we're going to continue to echo that.
Welcome back, SABA.
Uh-oh.
Welcome, peace, everyone. This is a beautiful thing. This is going to be a beautiful class today, as always, and it's a very interesting question. Shout out to you and everyone that added to the time that I was gone, that updated and gave testimonies and spoke in the break. I appreciate you, Scribe, and everybody, Menti and everybody. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. We're going to get into this answer piece. Nightmare, you came on just as we're about to answer. How you doing, Nightmare? You doing good, brother?
Yes, I am. How about you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm on the hunt for the female scribes. They told me that there was a goddess of scribe, a goddess of the female scribes called Sheshet. You ever heard of her, Sheshet?
I heard the name, yes.
Okay, yeah, I heard she was a goddess of the female scribes. So I'm on the hunt for the female scribes to see if they're representing right in the laws of Ma'at. Let's see. I want to know if the females in Kemet cared about the laws of Ma'at. I don't know. We're gonna see if can I do a class on female scribes. It's gonna be a tough one. We're gonna see, and we're gonna get right into it, everybody. Shout out to the brother Robert Williams for, of course, bringing me the beautiful sword of Ramesses. Ramis. This Ramis. There was no S at the end. The sword of Ramis, the Kopesh. Shout out to you. Where's that sound, Scrab? The Kopesh sound. We have it on deck.
That's brother Tef. He has the he has the sword sounds. Yeah.
Where's the Tef? I don't see it. Is it Tef in the room? Tef, how are you, brother? Hope you're here.
Got too many buttons, Saba. He figuring it out.
What's that?
Said he got too many buttons. He figuring it out. He be
figuring it out. Okay, everybody. Are you ready, everybody? We're going to get into the first question sent in to the Tehuti Podclass. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Everyone. First question coming in to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me get a little bit of light. Uh-oh, what just happened? Screen just changed. Hold on. What was that? Uh-oh. Okay, we're back. All right, a little bit of light. I don't want to burn my eyes out, but ooh, okay, that's a little bit. That's okay. Oh, this light is crazy. Shout out to everybody. We're going to get to the first question of the Tehuti Podclass, and that is from Sister Sharika. Pressing a 9 if you can hear me. We got the beautiful Bella. We got the awesome Maharu. We got Harass did everything good. We got Sheshet. Sheshet, who's this class is going to be on her namesake. You're going to learn about Sheshet. Sheshet. And also, everybody, after the class is done, Mankura, you love it when I do this. Mankura, you there, my brother? Mankura here, he's locked up. Mankura is the statue.
Yes, I got a little bit of lag on my internet's going a little crazy, but yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
I have a little bit of a lag.
Okay. Minty, did you say something? There's some.
Oh yeah, I said he's here, but he's frozen.
Okay. So, Mankura, I know you like when I do this, and I'm going to do it for this podcast here. I'm going to do it for this podcast here today. I'm going to teach this question on Sheshet, or Sheshet, or Sheshat. People pronounce it many different ways. And I'm going to see what the tips look like at the end. And I'm also going to offer that if people give a tip for this, I'm going to bring out my I'll bring out my papyrus viper named Sheshet. How about that? Is that if I bring out a viper, that's that's the color and design of papyri. Would that be okay? So maybe we'll see at the end of this class. It's like I reach into these realms, get the answer, and I grab the animal to match every question. But yes, yeah, we'll see at the end. I'm gonna we'll see what the tips look like at the end, and I'll bring out my papyri viper. Her name is and I'll break down her name too. Her name is PAPYRIA. PAPYRIA. All those are 3 separate Kemetic words. PAPYRIA, and her Kemetic name is together is Sheshet. So I thought it'd be very good that I answer this question and maybe pull out for the first time seen probably ever by anybody my a papyrus viper, a viper that is in the color, shape, and design of papyrus. That is extremely dangerous. Did I add that part? Did I tell you it's dangerous? Yes. So we'll see. Annie, you heard of the papyrus viper yet?
No, I have not heard of the papyrus viper. No, I have not.
Menkura, maybe I should bring up the papyrus viper named Sheshet after this Sheshet question. Should I do that?
Yo, let's go.
Okay, let's get into it, everybody. I'm going to put this down, put this back in the sheath. We're going to get into this first question of the Tehuti Podclass. Break down Sheshet. I heard there was a female, the patroness of female scribes. And I'm wondering, there's a patroness of female scribes, but in Kemet there doesn't seem to be any female scribes. Something is missing. Something's wrong. What's going on? How does Sheshet represent Tehuti? And there's no female scribes in Kemet under her name. And maybe there is. I don't know. Maybe this will add to Scribe's class on Sunday. Maybe he'll have to redo the whole class. We don't know what's about to happen, but maybe Scribe will have a whole bunch of jewels to add on to this, or maybe Scribe will say, "Doggone it, I can't teach none of this anymore." We'll see. You never know what I'm going to do to all of your realities. You never know what's going to happen. You could think you know a lot of different things on things, and then next thing you know, it's taken away and then built back up in a whole different way. So we're going to find out about Sheshet. And shout out to SHARIKA in the room. Peace and love to you. Let's get into the first question here of the Tehuti Podclass. For those who are Eric G, that's it. How you doing, good brother? Nice to see you. Moochie, how you doing, good brother? Nice to see you. Jason Kirkland, nice to see you. We're going to get into this question here. Let me take that off right here. And wait, what? And for just for those who stepped in, $72.72. Tehuti received. Now I want everybody to hear this question, because this is more than just a question. There's a lot said in it. Tehuti receives plenty attention amongst the NETERU, yet never is discussed how is his mates support him. So there's one topic we're going to discuss is how is Sheshet in support of Tehuti? The time has come for the world to know the female scribe, in quotation, Sheshet, as a woman is powerful to understand why scribing is associated with the NETERT, although men were the scribes. What does Sheshet power express in a person, and how does it complement her mate Tehuti? Some may see her crown as marijuana. That part is cut out because I couldn't fit it all, but that's another thing too. I see the other YouTube channels and books post that Sheshet has a who has ever seen that or heard of that? That the thing on top of Sheshet is a marijuana plant. Anybody ever heard of that before?
I've heard of that because it has five points, I think.
Yeah, it has 5 points, and it's a marijuana plant on top of Sheshet. So the ancient Kemetians were smoking it up, That's how they build the pyramids. That's a secret, everybody. They never told you that. They were smoking it up, getting high, and that's how they were able to write and figure out all the mathematics, because they were definitely getting high. And that's why we should smoke today, because Sheshet is the goddess of weed, baby. We're going to destroy everything and build it back up. Any excuse to smoke weed. Shout out to the weed smokers. That's not what I'm about, but Sheshet, we're going to find if she has something to do with smoking weed. Is there an image of any Cometian with anything lit to their mouth?
No.
It's part of our culture, man. All right, here we go, everybody. Shout out to the chat. We're going to get into this first question. Sheshet, here we go, everybody. You ready? All right, team, jump back in the room. Shout out to you all. Jump back in the room, and we're going to get into this first question. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. I'm gathering up as much excitement as I can until this turns into 10 hours or something. I start getting drained. So here we go. Peace to everyone. And here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Can I be seen? Is it okay? Am I okay? It's a little... I don't know what kind of... I got the black light surrounding me, but that's okay. As long as you can see me, that's fine. I can be seeing parts of me. There's Charlotte. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into it. Are you ready? Uh-oh. Something just happened. There's a glitch. Well, here is a question here. My Google tripping. How can I support? I watched you, Saba, on SANITY all the time. That's how I found you. Shout out to Ursa Ma'at. I think you're the very first person. You're going to be one of the very first supporters from SANITY. I love SANITY. Shout out to him. Peace and love. I go out there for warfare and to drop some jewels. I do not get any supporters that are supporters in the Tehuti Podclass from that channel, but I don't really go there for that. I go there to sharpen my sword and to get challenged and to set the record straight on certain things. So shout out and respect to SANITY and everything he does. That's the UFC fighting league, and you may have a fighter such as Jet Li who can fight good. He may enter the fighting tournaments, but he may have his personal teachings on understanding of the martial arts and Tai Chi and the breathing, and that may not be for that particular fight club. So shout out to the fight club of SANITY, HOK, and Ursa Ma'at. How do you support? They're going to put the link in the room, and of course I'm going to put the banner on the screen. There is my AI moderator assistant. Support with Cash App, TT and Moon. If you have a phone that actually scans the QTR code, I'm going to take this off the screen. A phone that scans the QTR code. There is a PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT and Moon, and Scribe is going to put it in the room. Moochie's like, bruh. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Let's get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. And here we go. Sheshet. Are you ready? So Ursa Ma'at, peace to you. Shout out to the HOK. Shout out to SANITY. Shout out to everything he does. Shout out to the great debates he puts on, the great people he has on. That is definitely the Fight Club channel. They call it the toughest environment. It wasn't too tough for me. It was kind of smooth for me, but for other people it may be extremely tough. And shout out to the people who that channel helps build up and everything. And that man's been on the street with his boots on the pavement before there was YouTube and crushing people and waking people up and setting up debates that would never happen in the world. Shout out to the brother SANITY for that. Having people on, bringing people together. Whatever you get from that channel, peace and love to them. Shout out to the HOK and the SANITY crew and everybody over there. Here we are, everybody. Let's get started. Let's get started in the Tehuti Podclass. Boom, let me get this on. Expand this. You all can see, you all can hear me good. And here we go. Are you ready? Let's get started, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Let me get my timer on. Timer on. Knock Shampoo's put away. And thank you, TT and Moon. I got your message. It will work great. Absolutely. Entire screen. Everybody can see. And I hope Ursa, I'm locked in. Ursa Ma'at is locked in. Lock in, brother. Put your seatbelts on. Get your notepad out. If you start to feel crazy, put your straight jacket on. Write the notes with your mouth. Whatever you got to do. He is locked in. We're about to get it started. Mike Ferg 100. Shout out to you. I'm gonna comment on a donation for a question that I saw. I want to talk to you about that because I want to give it the answer just due. We're gonna discuss the donation and everything and what you can do what people can do to actually help out, maybe get a more thorough answer. But shout out to you for supporting. I see 2 questions that came in from you. We're gonna read them off after this break. Shout out to you. He's locked in. Uncle Jaseneb Saba Tehuti. Here we go, everybody. Let me do one thing really quickly. Okay, I'll be on the screen in just a momentum. Just a minute. Let me do something here so I can have be undistracted once the Podclass answer starts. You know, I want to be completely undistracted. Thank you so much. That light, yeah. Thank you so much. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. With that, what's up? Okay. Okay, go ahead. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody, I'm on the screen. Here we go. You ready? Glitch showed a different type of screen. That's okay. I'm back. Here I am. All right, everybody, let's get it. Everybody, let's get it on. Let's get it in. Oh, Mike Ferg said I followed you from Sonnetter too. Great teacher. Peace and love to you, Mike Ferg and Sonnetter. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to go on there more often. There's some people coming in from Sonnetter that are gonna support and donate. And so we're making a change on Sonnetter. Sonnetter actually has House of Attend shirts now. So I'm gonna go yeah, I'm gonna go on. Next time when I see Sonnetter live, I'm gonna go on there and ask him if he got his shirt to show it. He has his House of Attend shirts. No, they're sent to him. So here we go. Shout out to Sonnetter. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Let me put. I want to see Sonnetter with the House of Attend shirt. He's gonna get House of Attend. Wait till we do the announcements. House of Attend blankets. House of Attend pillowcases. What? House of Attend toothbrush. I don't know about the toothbrush. We'll see. All right, everybody. I'm gonna put the timer in. It's gonna be a House of Attend Walmart coming up soon. It's gonna be everything. Okay, here we go. Put the timer on. Here we go. Timer is on, everybody. Here we go. He had it on? Ursamad said he had it on. When Ursamad, put the name of the show where he had the House of Attend shirt on, Sonnetter. Put the name of the show so I can go give him a shout out. I was waiting for him to see if he'd wear that. And we didn't even get a confirmation that he got it. And every time I went on, he was doing shows back to back. I didn't want to disturb the show. Like, we're going to end the show and start the next one. So I was like, let me not disturb him. So let me know, Ursa, where Sonnetter had the shirt on. And I'm going to come on and give him respect for representing black business. All right, here we go, everybody. Wonderful. Yeah, okay, I'll find it. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Here we go. Okay, here we go, everybody. We'll reset this. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your quote-unquote spiritual identity, due to that, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, What is the original religion? Original languages? Spirituality? Who are the NETERU? Health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, ancient sources of out-of-body experiences, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheistic Kemetic teachers you have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you were laughed off the stage for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform / class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity support and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer customized and taught live for you is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? Coming in from SHARIKA again, for those who just tuned in, Tehuti receives plenty attention among the NETERU, yet it is never discussed how his mates support him. The time has come for the world to know the female scribe Sheshet. As a woman, it's powerful to understand why scribing is associated with the NETERT, although the men were scribes in Kemet, but yet scribing was associated with the NETERT. So we're going to cover that. We're going to cover how does Sheshet echo Tehuti, support or echo Tehuti, the same thing. As a woman, understanding how scribing is associated with the so-called goddess or female, but when you go to Kemet, there seems to be only male scribes. So what type of scribing is associated with this woman? What's that? What does Sheshet power express in a person? How does it complement her mate Tehuti? Some see her crown as a marijuana leaf. So we're going to get into how does it complement Tehuti. We're going to get into, is it a marijuana leaf? All of these things, please make plain and clarity to you. Wow, that's about 5 different questions and thoughts right there. Let's get into it. Who is this? Yes, Sheshet, the NETERT of the female scribes. There she is right there. You see her. She seems to have a pen or a writing object. Let me fix something here. Let's see if this is right. And we should be back. Oh, there. She seems to have a writing utensil in her hand, and there is the so-called marijuana leaf. Marijuana leaf. There it is right there. Let's see what so we're gonna go back to 1919 to 1875 BC in the Brooklyn Museum. We see her again, Sheshet, and she seems to have something in her hand and something in front of her. But that thing in front of her does not look like a papyrus. What's going on here? It seems to be in a solid type, thick shape. We're going to find out what is happening here. But there's the image of Sheshet right there, 1919 to 1875 BCE. That's found in the Brooklyn Museum because we go by ancestor artifacts over religious opinions. Let me ask the class to name some Kemetic scribes for me. Class, I want to interact with you. Could you type in the room for me, please? Ursa Ma'at, scribe, Nook Punuk, anybody. Type in some names of some scribes. What are some names of some scribes that you could type in for us, please? Just type in a couple. I'm going to check them out. What are names of some scribes? Anyone know? Type in a couple scribes' names. We're going to check. Annie, of course. Annie the scribe. Nook Punuk put Annie. Okay, good. Annie, anyone know the name of any Kemetic scribes, the writers of Kemet, as they're considered, the writers? Neferhotep, okay. Neferhotep, Ptah Hotep, Ankh Sheshonk, nice. Amenemopi, beautiful, wonderful. Horemheb, Oxafek is in the room. Okay, beautiful. We have named some scribes. Wonderful, everybody. Let's continue. I like crowd participation. All right, here we go. We're going to continue, everybody, because the interaction is not done there. We're going to keep going. So you all have named some scribes? Great. Great. Wonderful. Name some female scribes for me. Go. Female scribes, go. Type it in the room. We want some female scribes. Naket, sorry, I meant to put this as a question. Naket men as a question. Okay. What are some female scribes, everybody? Go. Name from female scribes for me. Go. Female scribes. The crickets are chirping loud. Mosquitoes are urinating. Ants are brushing their teeth. We can hear everything right now. Termites are filing their nails. We hear everything right now. Miriam Lithium. Where's Moochie? I mean, you may come to the panel for that. Right there. We may allow you on the panel for that. That is hilarious. That is awesome. Miriam Lithium. Shout out to Moochie. Miriam Lithium. We're going to allow you on the panel for a couple of minutes just for that. Shout out to that. Miriam Lithium. Nefert Tayebet. I need to know about Nefert Tayebet. What did she scribe? What is her book? What's her axioms? I need to know. I want to read some axioms, some laws of Ma'at from this young lady here. This is a female scribe, Nefert Tayebet. I need to know what she wrote. What is her scribal? So we have thousands and thousands of years of ancient Nile Valley culture, and we have one female scribe supposedly mentioned because I need to find her writing, but Nefert Tayebet. We're going to find out what she wrote and put that in the room. We want to know what Nefert Tayebet wrote, the name of her laws of Ma'at, axioms, or mathematical codes, or something, some ancient Kemetic story she wrote. So we have, let's take her. Let's just say there's that one name. So over 4,000, 5,000 years, even more of ancient Nile Valley history. There's even more, up to 10,000. But as far as writing is concerned, let's say 6,000 years of Kemetic history of writings, and only one person could come up with one name of a female scribe. Yet the god of scriblehood is a female named Sheshet. Let's find out what's going on here at the Tehuti Podclass. Go ask your Kemetic priest, your Kemetic teacher. Go ask them. Give me the name of some female scribes, because we have a NETERT, a god who's supposed to be the god of the scribes. The god of the scribes is a female. One of the gods of the scribes. You have Tehuti and you have Sheshet. So we should have some females that have temples or falling under her writing. Can we get the name of one? Trees are breathing. Fleas are scratching their shoulders. We hear everything. Grass is expanding. Complete silence in the room. Interesting. But we've been learning about Kemet since the days of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, since the 60s or such. And now it's 2024, and we can't get the name of any female scribe in Kemet, yet the goddess of scriblehood is a female. All right, everybody, let's go, everybody. Let's break this matrix and find out what exactly is going on and see what SHARIKA'S question was about. Because if you remember SHARIKA'S question, as it states back here, as a woman, it's powerful to understand why scribing is associated with a NETERT, a goddess, as they say, a NETERT, although men were the scribes. So why is scribing associated with the female? Okay, here we go, everybody. Wait, how can that be? Not much to no female scribes, authors of papyrus or laws of Ma'at. How can that be? We clearly see one of the only NETERs of writing was female. Here we are in the temple of Ramesses III, 1198 to 1167 BC. This is at Medinet Habu. If you want to learn about Medinet Habu and the great symbolism of that and what took place there, go to my Medinet Habu class. Release on the column. Here's Sheshet. There she is. There she is right there. What happened? Where are all of her female followers? What happened? Where are all her female followers? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you come to the Tehuti Podclass House of ATTON, because you cannot ask your current Kemetic teacher, conscious community, quote-unquote Kemetic teacher, quote-unquote conscious community, this, and get your answer directly from the writings of the ancient people themselves. Test them. Go right now on their channels. Ask them the same question. You will notice they will start speaking for a long time, typo, log, for a long time without chapter and verse reference from the writings of the ancient people themselves. You'll get a long answer and a lot of talking. You'll see a lot of lips moving and a lot of voices coming from your current Kemetic teacher and the conscious community without giving one reference to a chapter and verse from what the people themselves believed. At the House of ATTON, under the Tehuti Podclass, I was the one that brought to the so-called conscious community the concept of what did the people say themselves. That was my debate as far as going back to Zion Lex. And it was completely different from all the other past debates that used commentaries. I brought a concept in, which was, what did the people say themselves? And that's why when you ask your current, go ask them. Put them to the standards that you put Tehuti to. Ask them the question and see if they can answer coming from the papyrus. Go ask your Kemetic priests. Go to those channels. Go ask your teachers. I want to know from the papyrus, from the language itself, what is going on here with Sheshet and the female scribes. Because of the Psyops that is attractive to melanated people, of smoking, the Psyops that is attracted to melanated people, the smoking of marijuana, to the point where it's actually been associated with black culture, has now created a falsified information, total laziness, and lack of taking the actual ancient culture seriously, now placing marijuana in the hands of the ancient people of Kemet associated with Sheshet, such as this post here, and as mentioned in SHARIKA'S question. Here's a post right here. This is under the channel Kemetology, under this name. It's very hard to say. Tessirilu Twin Law. I can't even say this. I can't say the name because it's a little blurry on my end. But here's a direct statement being made. This was made November 22nd, 2021. It states, as a matter of fact, it, which is marijuana, was used for meditation and medication for thousands of years. Why not now? This is a falsified, loaded question, which means that you ask a question after stating, loading it with a narrative, then you ask a question. The question should be, did the ancient people smoke marijuana? And is that what is on Sheshet's head? Not, it was used for meditation and medication for thousands of years. And the reason, ladies and gentlemen, why you may not see me on a lot of other channels, or they don't mention me, because Tehuti is going to be the one that comes in the room with a snake in his hand and a spider on his hat, and is going to calmly say, could you show me that, please? And no matter what they say, I'm going to repeat the question. Could you show me that, please? Could you show me the ancient Kemetians using marijuana for meditation? What papyrus is that? Oh, Tehuti, you see, you know the pseudo, your snake is dead. The pseudo, your snake is dead. You're just doing magic. You're working mind tricks. Could you show me that, please, on the papyrus? No? And I will ask that one question for half an hour and win the debate. To show how long people will hold on to falsehood based on their modern day likings. Because you like marijuana, you will say the ancient people of the Nile Valley used it. You're not even stating that they just used it. You actually have the reason. You actually are stating the whole story, that they're not just using it, but they use it also for meditation. You're given the reason of why they use it, and they used it for medication. Can we find one Kemetic rec? That's the name for the doctor. Any one Kemetic rec that has on their papyrus that marijuana was used for medication? Could we get a chapter and verse? No. Why not? Because that's a dream that you had. You had a dream in your mind that they did that. And you're trying to bring the dream to reality. And you want this dream to come to reality because you suffer from solipsism. You suffer from solipsism, which is your reality is the only reality that exists. So you place that reality into others and get mad when they don't accept it. Is there one document? We have $100 for every document, ancient document that someone can produce to show the ancient rec doctors prescribing marijuana for medication, and the ancient wise men and women who taught rituals in Kemet using marijuana in Egypt for meditation. Can we get a chapter and verse? No? And I will ask that question for half an hour straight. That's why it's so difficult to debate, because when you're debating against the ancestors, not me. Whether I smoke marijuana or not, or whether you think it's good, or I think it's good, or I like it, it doesn't matter. I like a drink called Mesomorph. It's a pre-workout drink. I like it. I like Now Super Enzyme Complex. That was advised to me by a great bodybuilder. I like it. Because I like it, does that mean that I'm going to teach that the ancient Egyptians were drinking Mesomorph? That the ancient Egyptians had a workout program? Because I work out and train, am I going to teach that the ancient Kemetians went to the gym and they were doing 5 sets of 150-pound reps? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. No crazy deception and strange adding modern-day concepts here. We're going to go strictly by what the people themselves said. And of course, they're going to show a picture. And it's going to show Sheshet with something on her head, and then they're going to find something that looks like it. They're not going to deal with this above, right? Because this isn't... See this thing above the do you see this right here? Is that a part of the plant too? They're going to show this and associate it with what black people have been doing just for the last 100 years after slavery, 100 years, within 100 years, had nothing to do with the Nile Valley, and then claim that Sheshet is now the goddess of marijuana meditation and medication, because it sounds good and it rhymes. Medication and the meditation and the meditation and the medication for thousands of years. You know what they used, you know why they used it, you know that doctors used it, and you know the amount of years. You're not even saying in ancient Kemet this was used for a few hundred years, a couple decades. You're actually saying this, you know the amount of years. And that is laziness, and that is what majority of the conscious community is based on, is we were taught by the European that the ancient people couldn't speak for themselves because they're savages. That only the scholars can speak from looking at something and saying what you think in a modern day time. No, at the Tehuti Podclass, we go by ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. So is it a marijuana leaf? We're going to find out here at the Tehuti Podclass based on actual facts. But let's continue. Let's continue with Sheshet. Unfortunately, quote unquote, black culture is the only race of people that do this. Black cultures are the only race of people that does this or do this due to the laziness that has been incorporated in us through slavery and being given religion without accountability to research, combined with the Psyops that the European taught that the words of the ancient indigenous people are irrelevant because we were savages and Europeans are the professionals. Let us not take let's not take the words of the ancestors that the ancestors actually wrote serious, just looking at the picture and coming up with a theory appropriated to modern day slave culture. When black people see white people wearing Nike hats turned to the side and Fila shoes and a Gucci jacket or whatever they say, that's cultural appropriation. No, saying that Ma'at represents marijuana is cultural appropriation. Nike's owned by whites. Gucci's owned by whites. So is Fila. So how is wearing Nike, Gucci, Fila, and Versace being black? This is cultural appropriation by associating what you do today and superimposing it on the ancient ancestors when no ancient ancestor ever wrote about that. The first step is to understand that the ancient people and the NETERT wrote on what is called papyrus today. What they wrote on was called papyrus today, but the ancient name was not papyrus. So the first step is to understand that the ancient people and the NETERT wrote on what is called papyrus today, but the ancient name was not papyrus. That's the first step to understanding the answer to this question. Let me show you what the ancient name was, and then you will understand how this association with SESHAT is very simple. Here is a scribe. You'll see something on his lap right there. What is that on the scribe's lap that he is spreading out with his two hands? What is that on the scribe's lap? As held by the scribe. Now we're going to go to Amenhotep, the son of Hapu. And here it is. Same similar stance. Legs folded with something across that's actually wrapping around the upper quads above the knees. So something that's actually loose. It's not a solid slate, but it's actually falling across the knees. And this is what people are calling papyrus today. This is Amenhotep, son of Hapi, 1425 BC. What was it actually called? Here's an example of what is called papyrus, quote unquote. And this is from the Per Emheru, where you see Aset supporting Asar's Dejed, or having his back with her hands up in the supportive symbol, and his hands in the tempt, the TEM completion symbol. And there's the papyrus right there that would fall over your leg, your knee, just as over here. If it was on your lap, it would fall over because it's not a hard substance like a wood or a stone tablet. It's actually where you get the word paper from. I will take you to page 619 of the Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, and let's look directly at the word. Here it is right here. Writing inscription, written roll of papyrus, book copy, document, handwriting. What are the symbols we see? First, we see the word shesh. So it wasn't the word papyrus. That's where you get the word paper from. It was actually the word shesh. Writing inscription. We see a rope right here. We're going to get into the rope in a moment. And we see the writing palette of the scribes. And all of these are associated with something called the shesh. Writing letters, books, documents, column of a book, paper, title deeds, registers, literature. Established writing, the minute, shesh. Fine papyrus rolls. So the actual word is actually the first part of her name, shesh. Okay, we're getting closer to understanding the symbol that's on her head. Shesh papyrus, the writing tool and plant of the scribes. That's the shesh papyrus. It's the writing tool and the plant of the scribes. When you make a word feminine, you add a T. That's a typo. It's just the letter T. The letter T to the end of a word. Thus, shesh becomes sheshti or sheshet, depending on where you want to put the vowel sound, because in NETERU you can put the vowel sound before or after the consonant. So it can be sheshti or sheshet. This writing plant today is called the Cyperus polyfer. Anybody heard of the Cyperus polyfer? Probably not. And the reason why you're not going to hear about the Cyperus polyfer from your Kemetic teacher who's teaching that Sheshet was the goddess of weed is because the Cyperus polyfer plant that is actually found where the followers of Ma'at live will completely crumble the weed concept and completely mesh in with the name of the NETERT they're discussing, the Cyperus polyfer. They don't want to teach you about that. But of course, just as I was growing up, one of the reasons why they kicked me out of that Nuwabian group was because to understand nature is to understand our ancient culture. So if you understand the nature and the ecosystem of what's taking place in particular environments, you will see why those indigenous cultures actually design their spirituality around the nature that exists around them. So what would be around the people of that time? The Cyperus polyfer. What was Cyperus polyfer used for at that time? At the time of the people that were writing about this being called Shesh. What is the Cyperus polyfer? Is it something they rolled up in a blunt and smoked? Is that what Ramesses was doing? Let's see what snake style. Let's see if the Cyperus polyfer, let's see what that is. Because they'll tell you about weed, but then I'm going to tell you about the Cyperus polyfer. I wonder why. Well, you're going to find out right now why at the Tehuti Podclass. Let's go and see if it matches. What is it called? Not the precedence. That word. I'll think of that word later. But if it matches the environment, I can never remember that particular word. Precedence? I forgot that word. I never can remember it. But that word that matches the environment that lets you know what something is. When you find something within a culture, the objects around it, the dates and everything that matches puts the idea in context. Let's go and see. So this was called the Cyperus polyfer. Guess what it looks like, everybody? Let's go and look at the Cyperus polyfer. What does it look like? Uh-oh. Hey, man. Kind of look like marijuana. Yeah. That's a marijuana plant, man. So now when we look at the Cyperus polyfer, it's called Kemetic dwarf papyrus. The actual species of the plant is Cyperus polyfer, called the dwarf papyrus. It's the dwarf papyrus plant. Does that make more sense now? Does it look familiar? So of course the goddess of writing is going to have the writing tool symbol plant associated with her, the Shesh, which is the dwarf papyrus, the Cyperus polyfer that's associated with her. The actual word itself is Shesh, which is papyrus, which is the name of the plant that you see above her head, and nothing, absolutely nothing to do with marijuana whatsoever. Does that make more sense than your Kemetic teacher and conscious person? Hey, let's smoke the weed. You smoke it up, man. Smoke, you see, Sheshet was a goddess of the marijuana plant. You see? You see, she smoked the medication and the meditation. Huh? This is what we used to smoke back in the day. The meditation and the medication up. Yeah, you know about that, huh? So as they're telling you, that with 5 blunts in their hand, they're not telling you about the Cyperus papyrus, the dwarf papyrus, which in the time of Sheshet was called Shesh. So of course, if the papyrus's name is Shesh, and that's what the people were using to write on, and you see this green plant above her head, and her name is the name of the same green plant. And if you just took a little bit of time and cared about what the ancient people themselves said, you would have never said she would have smoked no marijuana. Bumbuck. So all of that is false laziness. It was called the Shesh and the Shesh tea, the Cyperus polyfer plant in today's time. A specific species of that polyfer called the dwarf version. It's a dwarf one, and it's green. It sticks out, and that was the plant that was mashed up into the sheet that the ancient people would write on with a tool called Shesh, and the plant is called Shesh. So that this writing NETERT would be named after that, not smoking up a blunt. Got it? Let's go. Ready? Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get to what the ancient people said, not what Bob Marley said, or not what your Rastafarian teacher said. Whoever started that craziness that this is a marijuana plant. This is Cyperus polyfer, Kemetic dwarf papyrus. So please stop this nonsense right here. It was used for medication and meditation thousands of years ago. Why not now? Why not now? We are used it thousands of years. Why not now, man? Huh? Because it was never used thousands of years ago for any kind of meditation or medication, and it had absolutely nothing to do with Sheshet. That is complete nonsense. The Shesh is actually the dwarf papyrus that they actually used to write on. And of course, if she's the goddess of writing, then of course her name is going to match what the plant was actually called, because it's literally on top of her head while she's holding a writing tool. Nothing going to her mouth, nothing lit. Stop lying on our ancestors. Does it look familiar? Of course, the goddess of writing is going to have the writing tool symbol plant associated with her, and the actual word itself, papyrus, in her name. Sheshet, nothing, absolutely nothing to do with marijuana whatsoever. Matrix broken. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. What do we see over here? And how does she support Tehuti? They are an echo of each other in symmetry, as seen in this image here. And we will get into this exact image a little further into class. So if you look at this image right here, you're going to see Tehuti, and we're going to get into the echoed image of this, of what we're looking at right here, and how Sheshet supports Tehuti and echoes him in this exact same image that we will get to. Once you understand what is actually happening in this image, then you'll have a full understanding of Sheshet's quote-unquote goddess of writing attribute. What if I were to tell you that your whole complete entire concept to have a female scribe was a lie to you? Something created by lazy people who never actually studied this Sheshet typo there. They never actually studied this Sheshet, what Sheshet actually symbolized, and that there were millions of women that reflected the quote-unquote scribe that Sheshet really was. How could that be, Tehuti? How could that be? What if the entire concept of this female scribe was a lie, but yet there was millions of women in ancient times that reflected the quote-unquote scribe that Sheshet really was? Because when you think of scribe today, your concept of scribe pertaining to particular aspects of ancient culture is not the same as what it is today. How could that be, Tehuti? Well, you know what this means, everybody? This means it's time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. Which brings us to the type of scribe Sheshet really was. The quote-unquote type of scribe Sheshet really was. So this brings us to the quote-unquote type of scribe Sheshet really was. The quote-unquote scribe of stretching of the cord. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? What happened? The scribe of stretching of the cord? My comedic teacher didn't tell me about that. My comedic teacher told me the scribe of writing the papyrus, writing the, you know, that's what we writing the papyrus, writing the laws of Ma'at, you know, like the Ankh Shesh Ankh. They wrote the scribe wrote. They wrote it. She's the scribe of the stretching of the cord. Anybody heard of that? Press the 9, break it down to me, break it down. You heard of the scribes of the stretching of the cord? You see? Because in today's culture, there's no scribe that's associated with stretching a cord. So that's if you saw people today stretching a cord physically and symbolically, you would never say, look at those scribes over there. Look at those guys. See those guys with the cords over there? The one that's over that, that's a scribe. Wait a minute. Scribe means you're writing on the papyrus. That right? It means to write, right? But Sheshet was the NETERT of the stretching of the cord. Press a 9 if your comedic teacher taught you about that, and give me timestamp. Give me book page. Give me YouTube timestamp. If you're a comedic teacher who taught about Sheshet, we had the female scribes, Sheshet. The women were empowered too. We had Sheshet. She was the scribe of the stretching of the cord. Press a 9 and put timestamp, page number, if any of your comedic teachers over the last 30 years taught you Sheshet was the scribe of the stretching of the cord? I need timestamp, book, page number, paragraph, documentary that they made? No, because they don't take time to care about the people of the area actually said themselves. Ready? Raw Murder Mo has his ear out. The ear is out. Let's find out, everybody. Let's go. Let's go for what your Kemetic teacher doesn't teach you of. Why? Because all he does is debate and debunk and argue. So, of course, if you're debating, debunking, and arguing, you have no classes on what the ancient people actually taught themselves because you're just debating and arguing all day. Let's go to what the people taught themselves because we care about what our ancestors, they could speak for themselves. That's right. They're allowed to talk for themselves. So this is the scribe of the stretching of the cord. Yes, the modern day Psyops has us thinking that everything has to be equal between men and women. No, they don't. In ancient times, things were not equal between men and women. Why? Because men and women are not equal. Let me say that in the screen let me say that clearly on the screen for everybody here. Men and women are not equal. There's literally no ancient writing that exists that teaches that men and women are equal. That is a European power structure argument that they got into. And then we fell into it after slavery. Men and women are equal. Women's equal is right. Men and women are equal. No, they are not. I would never be attracted to something that's equal to me. The difference is what makes a man attractive to a woman, and the difference is what makes a woman attractive to a man. They are not equal, or else we'd be all men. We'd be all women. Equal is the same thing, so they're not equal. The second you have the separation in testosterone, estrogen levels, height, mentality, anything that is not the same renders the thing unequal. Understand? Nowhere in our teachings did we ever, give me chapter and verse. Chapter and verse. Nowhere in our teachings did we teach that men and women are equal. That is a European invented construct that you got caught up into. And so thus, when you're looking for the female scribe, because of the psyops in your mind that men and women are equal, you're looking to the equivalent of what the male scribe was. It's a simple hypnotic gesture in your brain. You don't know that you're doing it. You're saying, male scribe, we got to be women, got to be equal. So therefore, there got to be women scribes doing the same thing because Kemet was an equal opportunist. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't at all. Neptet and Aset are not equal to Asar, and Asar is not equal to Neith. Sheshet is not equal to Ra, and Ra is not equal to Sekhmet. No. Each thing was appreciated for what it uniquely is. And that's how you worship something, by appreciating its uniqueness, not its equality. You don't worship that which is equal. You're sending reverence out to something that has a unique quality that you appreciate. It's something completely unique. And each individual is a unique individual. And each thing they represent, Ra is not equal to Ptah. And Ptah is not equal to Osar. And Asar is not equal to Heru. They did individual things, and nowhere in Kemet are they equal. That is a European construct because they had no original value system when it came to sex, gender. They had nothing in ancient times. As a matter of fact, it was very abusive in ancient times towards women. That leaked out into today. So women, European women, had to create women's rights. We had no women's rights in Kemet. The Aztecs had no women's rights. The ancient Hindus had no women's rights, men's rights. We understood that Shiva is not the same as Brahma. They're not equal. So when you're looking for a scribe, you're looking for the women to be equal to what the men's responsibility of the scribe was when it came to what Tehuti actually was, because you were never told what type of scribe Sheshet was. You're never told. And that's why today, more than likely, is the first time you're hearing she was the scribe and she was the representative of the stretching of the cord, which Tehuti wasn't. So if Tehuti wasn't over the stretching of the cord, but Sheshet was, are they both equal? Or do they have different responsibilities? Find out for the first time here, the Tuti Podclass, while your current Kemetic teacher is caught up and European concept of what the ancients actually taught. Let's go into what they actually taught. Here it is, everybody. So we're looking for the scribe that is equal to what the male scribe was, scribe was, and that is where you get lost in within the European battle of the sexes power struggle, and the power of the female in Ma'at actually disappears because you're looking for her power to be equal to the male's power. And so the actual power of the female uniquely in Ma'at, her individual unique power disappears as you're simultaneously looking for her to be equal to the male scribe. Yet, this is the stretching of the cord. Hatshepsut 1465 BCE, in front of Sheshet, performing the ceremony for the red chapel of the temple of Karnak. The four corners of the building were presumably established during the ritual. So this is the stretching of the cord that we see the ancients drew themselves. That is not Tehuti. That is Sheshet in that ritual. What type of scribe is this? You still see something in her hand, but what is happening here? Is this a writing scribe of the laws of Ma'at or something different? Remember, everybody, when we go back to her name, or the word of the Cyprus polyphor on top of her head, and we see the word shesh, we see a cord here or a rope. Do you see that? This cord or rope doesn't have to be in the word. You see? This is shesh by itself right here. Here's a shesh. This is shesh right here too. But this one has a cord or a rope in it. So this word is shesh, and so is this one. But one has a cord and a rope, and this one doesn't. Do you see the difference? One scribe doesn't have the cord or the rope inside the name. Another scribal name has the cord of the rope in it. This one doesn't. This one has the cord and the rope, and it has the spiral rope right there. But this one doesn't. And unless you see the difference, you will never understand how this particular scribe associates with a cord or a rope. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here it is, the stretching of the cord or the rope ceremony with Hatshepsut, the female, and Sheshet, the female NETERT, with the stretching of the cord ceremony in 1465 BC, in front of what today they're calling the chapel, the red chapel of the temple of Karnak. And it dealt with the building using a cord. So when Pythagoras saw this and he went and studied, he saw the followers of Ma'at use the rope and a mathematical cord to improve the stability of the Aku walls, or what they're calling the pyramid, the Aku walls and the temple walls. They used a rope with 12 knots. And I explained before in the judgment class of the significance of judgment, how judgment dealt with measurement and the measure in which you're judged by, and how the ruler that judges you, associated with the ruler of today, which is a king or a female ruler, but is also that which measures something which has 12 inches, called a foot, when every foot on the planet isn't 12 inches. So why is a foot called 12 inches, but some people's feet are 8 inches? Why the number 12? Go to my judgment class for that. If you don't know where that is, they'll put the link in the room. You get the answer for that. But also to add on to SHARIKA'S 12, because SHARIKA'S also the same one who asked me about the judgment and the 12, I'm going to give her a little bit extra on the 12, tying into the judgment and the female scribe and the 12 and how they both meshed in with each other, because they were evenly spaced, which resulted in the famous 3-4-5 triangle forming a 90-degree angle. It's called the 3-4-5 triangle. Now today of Pythagoras, it was a 3-4-5 triangle of Sheshet and the stretching of the cord ceremony, which is a 3-4-5 triangle with the 12 knots formed the 90-degree angle, which you see right here, ba-boom, right here. That is the ancient Egyptian square tool, which is the 5 on the top, 3, 4, 5, 4 at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, subtracting the one that has the actual angle in it. And that forms a 90-degree right there, which creates the hypotenuse, which I discussed last week. So guess what shape this was in when you take the number 12 and put it in a 90-degree angle at the 3-4 ending with the sacred 5, which is the 5 fingers of the Ka, which is the word Ka means ascension, to ascend, which is symbolized by 5 fingers in an open palm. Remember the word palm and remember the open fingers of 5. We're going to get into what the palm and the open fingers of 5, which represents ascension or the rebuilding of the body. The rebuilding of the body because of the story of Aset and Netet having to rebuild the body of man or rebuild the body of Asar. Why? So that he could ascend or resurrect. Because the temple is a temple in man. Guess what it forms? Here it is right here, everybody. Here's the 12 knots, the so-called 3-4-5 triangle of Pythagoras forming the 90-degree and the hypotenuse right there. What is that for? The stretching of the cord ceremony, which Pythagoras saw that it was used to strengthen the temple. But when you take that same image of the 3-4-5 triangle and the hypotenuse, what do you get? You get the symbol of the word Ka, which is the word for ascension, which is because one side is actually sloping. So you see Asar Min, who is the god of ascension because he's the god of resurrection. Ascension is resurrection or re-erection. And that's why you see him leaning up, ascending with his penis, resurrecting or erecting, because he is the god of resurrection and ascension, from which they get Jesus from. This is Asar Min. This is Asar. This right here, notice this is a long slope here. Long. This is shorter. That is the exact same if you put it in the 90-degree with the 3-4-5 that Pythagoras saw in Kemet, which was associated with the stretching of the rope of Shesh. That type of scribe. It represents the Ka, because the ancient temples and the Aku were all based on the resurrection of man. That was the purpose of the temple and the studies, was to resurrect, was to become a shoe, or light as a feather. Shoe. Not the S-H-O-E, not the size 12 shoe, not that. S-H-U, the shoe, which was the word for the feather that was weighed against or weighed with the heart, that represented that which made a bird able to fly. Light as a feather because it represented the Bak bird, the golden falcon, which was the Ba that flew out of the body once the body was deceased. And thus you have the ascension symbol, and over here you have the ascension symbol, and it shows Asar, Kem Wusser, the black Asar, directly on top of it. Thus, Sheshet did not represent the normal scribe that we are thinking today. This Shesh was representing a physical cord used to build a temple and a symbolic cord for the immortal resurrection of the Ka, the female scribe of the measurement, the measurer, which is Mat, the measurer of your deeds to build your body's temple. Thus, you can put the temple and the temple side by side within each other imbued, and that's why this is the wooden door of Hesare, superimposed position of the resurrection of the head meets the spine of Osar, both temple of man, physical temple, Ka's temple overlapped, the temple of man, scribed by Sheshet, and therefore when you put the temple intermesh with the temple, you get the 18 measurement of a man's body, or what today is called the canon of man, and that's the 18 grids of man, and you put it right there on top of the aku, the pyramid, and right there in the navel, in which is needed to be cut for you to be reborn or disconnected from the mother. That at number 11, which I broke that down, is the entrance, the pyramid's entrance. And right here at 18, that is where the head is. So you can put the temple over the temple, because the temple physically was made by the stretching of the cord ceremony physically. And we're going to find out that the other temple, in order to resurrect, uses the cord on the other side to resurrect that temple, the temple of man. That type of scribe. The physical measurer to scribe the temple was the cubit. So in order to scribe the temple, the physical measurer was actually what's called the cubit. That's what was used to measure the ancient temples. Here are the cubits right here. And remember, I said the 5 fingers that are in the open palms, because the cubit was measured by something called palms. See? Not the fingers, that's the 5, because when you open the palm, you get 5 fingers, and on each side you have 2 hands with open palms. And what is that? What is that? So the cubit was the palm, 6 palms, 7 palms, and when you take the palm and put the 5 fingers on it like this, and you hold it like that, that is the Ka symbol, which, look it up in a dictionary. Ka means to resurrect or ascend, to be lofty, to ascend, because that is what the Ka does, because the Ka is the bioenergetic template, and the bioenergetic template echoes the pure energetic projectable double, and that pure energetic projectable double, that is the Ba. So the Ba begins to resurrect. And that's why you see the Ka's hands up like that. And go look up Ka, it means to ascend. And go look up Ka, that's in the shape of the hypotenuse triangle, spelled with R letter Q, because they didn't have a Q in Kemet. R letter Q, and it's the same hypotenuse triangle. And what does it mean? To ascend, to be lofty, to raise up. This Ka, to raise up, resurrect. The Ka that's a half of a triangle, to raise up, to be lofty. The exact same definition, because they represented the same thing, because the Ka of Osar resurrects after he's shown laying down like this on the other Ka. And the measurement of the temple of man in the physical form is done with the 6 palms and the 7 palms, 2 different cubits. And then you use the cord to do the measurement. And you open the fingers on top of the palm and you get the Ka symbol. 5 and 5, 10, which I did a whole class on that. Go back to that. I forgot what that class even called. I thought so many classes. I don't even remember that. I think it's called K 2019. The 5 and 5 and the 10. That is what the ancients are showing. The explanation you're getting from your teacher is not coming from any references that matches the ancient story. It has to be all one theme. There's no marijuana in this. Marijuana nothing to do with this yet or ever. But everything seems to be matching with the whole resurrection story. And Shesh, this type, has the rope. Ask your Kemetic teacher. Just go ask him right now and send me the link. Ask your Kemetic teacher, how come this Shesh here is just the papyrus plant? This Shesh here is the writing one. This one has the writing one, but there's a rope there. What's the rope there for, sir? Kemetic priest, scribe, man, Hetepu Pata. Oh. What's the rope? Why is there a rope in scribes use ropes? They're skipping? What's the scribe use a rope for? The scribes had pens. Why is there a rope there? The rope doesn't have to be in the symbol. Because this type of scribe, the other scribe that they don't talk about, the female Shesh is the scribe of the rope, the stretching of the cord to build the temple, and it's going to be the stretching of the cord which builds the man to ascend through that cord. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are back. We've been away for thousands of years, and we are back. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Let's get this record straight. Let's clear up the name of the NETERU. Here it is right here, everybody. Here it is. The cubit 6 palm. Remember the palm? Here it is. How is it measured? The same 18. What's that? 1 to 18. There's the 18. Where have we seen that before? What's that 18 measurement? What is that 18 measurement? Oh, could it be the measurement of man that's divided into 18 right there? There's the 18, all the way from the foot all the way up to the top of the man, which matches the temple, is 18. Measurement of the physical temple and measurement of the etheric, or the man that is resurrected, the man and the woman that is resurrected, is marked by 18. The first cubit, oh, look at that the measurement is done by using the stretching of the cord, 18. A couple weeks ago I already covered the 24, but there's another one called the royal cubit. Wait, there's two cubits. Why is one 6 palm and why is one 7 palm? We're already 55 minutes in. Does it feel like 55 minutes? You'll notice that there are 2 different cubits the scribes would use to build. Why is that, Tehuti? Because boom, only those 2 exact numbers, one having 12 plus 12, which is 24 digits, will create a hypotenuse of 36.88 that will create a perfect 90-degree triangle that will represent the ascension of the Ka, which is the step pyramid of your resurrection to your rebuilt, reborn double body. So only if you take the 24 cubit and the 28 cubit, then you create that same Ka, which has the hypotenuse of 36.88, and that is the only thing that creates that symbol of the resurrection that Asar is actually laying on. That Ka, built by that type of scribe. Wait, wow, Tehuti. So are you saying that the story of Asar with Aset and NETERT having Asar's back and recollecting, rebuilding his body, temple, imbued the power of Sheshet? My Kemetic teacher never told me that. I am not saying that. The NETERU did over 4,000 years ago in the pyramid text. Did they tell you this? The building of the temple of man, using the rope, the stretching of the rope, is going to completely tie in with the building of the temple of the resurrected man's body, of Asar resurrecting, which was done by Aset and NETERT. And what if I told you Aset and NETERT said that they're using the power of Sheshet for that rebuilding? My Kemetic teacher never told me Sheshet has nothing to do with Osiris. No. That's another kind of scribe. What if that scribe, or that cord scribe, had to do with the resurrection of man, and the first resurrected story was the story of Aset and NETERT resurrecting Asar? So thus we would have to find somewhere in the Kemetic papyrus, or the pyramid text, or the coffin text, from the writings of the people themselves, that would associate Aset, NETERT, and Asar with using the power of Sheshet. If what Tehuti is saying is right, that Sheshet is actually the power behind Aset and NETERT resurrecting Asar, and the female, millions of females across Kemet, using that representation of womanhood, which is resurrecting the physical body and resurrecting the male, that they were imbuing the power of Sheshet, and Aset and NETERT were imbuing Sheshet's power. Before Asar got killed, Sheshet was already the symbol of that, and thus NETERT and Aset were an embodiment of a Sheshet, and they didn't write anything. We don't have NETERT writing anything. Wait a minute. If the women in Kemet were the embodiment of a Sheshet, then that would mean we find female scribes, right? Because Sheshet was the goddess of writing. So when you embody her energy, you should be writing. Not that type of scribe. The stretching of the cord type of scribe. That type of builder. That type of writer. Is it in the writings of the ancients? If your teacher taught you that Aset or NETERT or both were imbuing the power of Sheshet to resurrect and rebuild Osiris's body, press a 9 and put the timestamp, page number that they taught that YouTube channel, so we can see that they're actually teaching you the truth. Or are they just using Kemetic information to argue and debate, to build up ego, but not to actually go into what the people said themselves and what the symbolism meant themselves. Sheshet is that type of scribe. The building of the cord of resurrection type. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Let's see what the ancients said themselves. Try to win a debate against the ancients. When you're arguing, win a debate against the ancient people arguing about their culture. I am not saying that. So wait, Tehuti, are you saying that the story of Asar and Aset and NETERT having Asar's back, recollecting and rebuilding his body temple, imbuement of with the imbued power of Sheshet? My Kemetic teacher never taught me that. I am not saying that the NETERT did over 4,000 years ago in the pyramid text. Uh-oh, what's this? Pyramid text encouraging the spirit to enter the Aket. Uh-oh, what's the Aket? What's the Aket? That's that triangle-shaped building. You know, the temple of man, and the spirit enters it because being resurrected. Recitation, ho, Osar, Teti, stand up. As soon as it begins, we're into resurrection. You see that, everybody? Stand up, resurrect. Heru has come. He will take account of you from the NETERU. Heru has loved you, provided you. Heru has painted his eye on you. Heru has painted your eye that you may see with it. The NETER have tied on your face, for they have desired you. Aset, Nebtet have made you sound. How? Aset has collected. You heard of Aset Nebtet collecting the limbs, right? Does Sheshet have anything to do with that? Let's see what the ancients said. Aset has collected all your limbs for you in her identity of Sheshet, Lady of the Builders, and has made them sound for you. Let me repeat. Nebtet has collected all of your limbs for you in this resurrection in her identity of Sheshet, Lady of the Builders, and has made them sound for you. Sheshet, the Lady of the Builders. Building what? The temple. Well, what type of temple is being built here? Is Neptes the builder of some type of physical temple? Or is she collecting the limbs to rebuild the body of Asar in the story? So Lady of the Builders, which was Sheshet, Nebtet was imbuing her power, not to build a Kemetic temple that people could walk into, but to rebuild her husband's temple, which was his body, so that he could resurrect. Sheshet was a NETERT scribe of the stretching of the cord to rebuild and have a foundation for the temples on the physical, for the physical builders. And as we see right here, this builder, Nebtet, who's piecing together Asar's body, is building not a temple with bricks, but the temple of man that would align perfectly, according to the human canon of Kemet, with the Aku. Because how does it start? Stand up, the spirit entering into the Aku. Because if you take the spirit body of man, the resurrected body canon, and put it in the Aku, you see the perfect alignment into the 18 grids, resurrecting. Tehuti, you made it all up. Maybe I did. I made it all up. 36,000 years ago. We made it up, man. So, this building is clearly associating Sheshet, who is the builder using the cord to build the temple, with a woman who is rebuilding and gathering the parts of a man, not a physical temple, who is dead, because the first part says stand up, Osar, because he's being resurrected by Nebtet, who is imbuing her identity as Sheshet, the Lady of the Builders of the deceased and resurrection, and the physical builder of that temple. Both temples, but you would never know that if you're running around looking for female scribes. What did they write? They write the laws of Ma'at. The men write the laws of Ma'at. Got to be the women writing it. Remember, the battle of the sexes. The women are equal to. I can't find a female writing the laws of Ma'at. because once you understand, according to the many classes I gave, the power of the real power of the female energy, the resurrecting rebirth energy, then you will understand that Sekhmet, Sekhet, Aset, Nebtet, and Sheshet, and all the females, Mut, Ma'at, all fell into that rebirthing aspect, the feminine aspect of rebirthing in eternal life. Not writing a book, but building a temple. I think the question is already answered, but you know, it's an hour and 5 minutes. We're in Tehuti overdrive. So wait, there's more. Let me know when the other channels want me on. Let me know when they want the House of a 10 on. Because when this comes on, game over. Game over. Game over. Because you other people really don't care about, about this as a life imbuement style of what it actually is. It's just used to study for a debate topic. Once that debate topic is over, you're going back to eating Dunkin' Donuts and watching the Knicks game. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. I'm so glad I was raised amongst animals. Here we go. So look, it starts off, stand up. This is about Osiris's resurrection. Isis and Nephthys have made you. They're making you sound. Nebtet collected your limbs for you in her identity of Sheshet, the lady of the builders, and has made them sound for you. You have been given your mother Nut. This is all about female resurrection capabilities. Your mother Nut in her identity of the burial place. What's the burial place? The Aku, the resurrected place. That represents the burial place because the real burial place was 94 feet below it. She has collected you in her identity of the burial chamber. Uh-oh. What is this? There's an identity of a chamber? We're going to find out about that chamber. And you have been elevated to her in her identity of the tomb's superstructure. Do you see the association with the building of the tomb, the temple, the Aku, with the building of the resurrection of man, and elevation, resurrection, and Ho Tehuti, stand up, because you're being rebuilt with the power of a Sheshet working through Nebtet? That type of scribe. Huh? When you echo, the Ka is still a generative source. So as you echo out of your body, your Ka is still the generative source. It's still generating. So thus, it's always depicted, or it is depicted like this. The body stays there, then there's an echo of that, an echo. That's why it's called the pure energetic projectable double. And the bioenergetic template. The template is always generating the projectable doubles, because it's light and shiny like a connective string. Modern day new age people call it what? They call it the silver cord. That's what the modern day people call it. As you resurrect out of your body, there has to be an energy force that connects all the bodies to each other. And because it's light, they associate it with silver, and it's called the silver cord in the metaphysical studies. Go look it up. Silver cord. Silver cord representing a connectivity, because if there's a cut energy between these bodies, then one will have to die. It has to be a source generator, and then it's generating all these bodies. They all have to be connected to the source. So thus there is an invisible type of string, symbolic string or connection. That's why when you look up the word knitting coming from the word niyat, it means to put forces together. Look up the word knitting. You think knitting means to just string some thread. It means combining forces, because the forces have to be knitted or connected together, because they can't be cut off. That's why you can always come back to your body. Modern day people call it the silver cord, the cord needed for that type of resurrection or coming out of the body. So people, as are the female scribes, so the female scribes, were people like the female scribes like Sheshet, there does not seem to be found many. So were there people like the female scribes of Sheshet? that they think are writers, that is that they seem to be found many or any, as the men are depicted. That is because you're looking for the wrong shesh. You were only told of the literal writer by your teachers, not the writer/builder of the temple representing the immortal hypotenuse rope expansion. Thus, Sheshet did not represent the normal scribe that we are thinking today, but the light within the pure energetic projectable double that stretches out to create the full temple of man and female, full of knowledge, which is called the Ku, that expands like a rope, like a lock of hair expanding. Guess what the hidden meaning of Sheshet is that your teacher will never tell you? I will take you to the history of Ra and Aset, the writings of the ancients themselves. History of Ra and Aset. I am colder than water, hotter than fire. Look at that. My limbs all are full of sweat. I just finished telling you that the light body that's expanding out of man and woman as you're having an out-of-body experience, or as you're leaving your body, the light body is literally composed of what would look like light to us. They call it a silver cord because it's giving off light. It's the light, pure energetic body. The word shesh and sheshet, which represents the cord, the word sheshet itself also means fire, light, found right within Ra and Aset. Sheshet. How come this one doesn't mean the scribe, the writer, the writing on the papyri? That's because the papyrus was on fire. Yo, you wrote some hot bars. No. I wasn't talking about hot bars, hot rhymes, hot lines. You made it a hot line. I made it a hot song. No. This is talking about the word sheshet also symbolizes the fire within that when it's stretched out is the etheric cord that is used for the building of the temple of man. That sheshet. That type of scribe. So when you look up shesh, look at that. Lock of hair. You see that? Shesh. Now it's also associated with something that's a string or a lock of hair. That shesh. This one is not writing nothing anymore, is it? This is a lock of hair. But it's also to shine, to give off light. Uh-oh. Shesh is to shine, to give off light. Because it's conscious light. That's why this shesh means knowledge, a learned person. Giving out light. Give out light or give off light, but like a lock of hair. Sheshet, fire. Boom. Sheshet, fire, light. Lock of hair. Like a cord, knowledge, conscious light. Said right within the affirmation. I'm going to be back in just one moment. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Hold on a second. I'm back. Okay. All right. Oh, let's fix that. There we go. That type of scribe, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Let's go back. I know your Kemetic teacher is teaching you all of this. That's why this is not unique. You get this information everywhere. Support everybody. If this is the first time you're hearing this information, support what you're getting here first, because your teacher is too lazy to research to know all of this information, because he actually doesn't represent the NETERU. He doesn't even believe the NETERU are real. So here it is right here. Conscious light. To walk out of the body, to expand On the cord, Sheshet was the word seta or seti or setut. Here is the first word in history for an out of body. It is the setut. May he grant the view of the disc or the ATTON and the sight of the Yah without ceasing every day and coming forth of my Ba. So the Ba is now coming forth out of the body. And what does it do when it comes out of the body? It's setuts. Setuts, to walk about every place. So the process is called setut, coming out of the body, which is the movement. So as the Ba comes forth out of the body, now it's setuts. It walks about every place. Guess what setut or seta also means? Uh-oh. Thread, string, cord, hair, again, just like Shesh. The process of walking out of the body in the Purim Haru is a word that means to walk out or to move out of the body, and it's also a word that means the cord and the string, the lock of hair, the exact same definition of shesh. That type of scribe. Seta, seta. Thread, string, cord. Where have we seen that before? Oh, shesh. Oh, let me shrink this down, sorry. Let me shrink that down. Let me shrink this whole thing down so we can get, there's the cord. Oh, I can't find it now. This is really, okay. We'll get to it. We'll get to that. Let me expand this back. All right. So shesh and seta, which is the string, the cord, which is a symbol that's on the shesh word, hair, string, which I showed earlier. I can't seem to find it now as I'm scrolling around, but the same shesh, the same thread, string, cord, and we have a lock of hair, same thing, is right here in the word set or seti, setut, which is just the feminine, setut, which is to walk out of the body, because of course the process of walking out of the body let me shrink this down. The process of leaving the body or walking out of the body is done by the silver cord or a connectivity. The cord only represents the connectivity of all the body as it expands, as your body relaxes, and then your ka moves out as the ba, and you start to expand. But they're all connected back to the physical body, thus the symbolic cord. So that's the word for walking out of the body. It's also the same word for cord, and it's also the same word for echoing. Echoing because each body is an echo of the other. So when you look at this word setet, it's a string in the cord, and it's also to walk out, and it's also the word echoing out or to make a copy of something, setut. Boom, thus the stretching of the cord by Sheshet. Here's another example of it. This is Tehuti Mos III and Sheshet. Stretch the cord for the temple, because Sheshet was a NETERT of the stretching of the cord. Here is an image of the rope stretchers, rope stretchers of the Jur, Cirker, Eseneb. So it's the Jed, Cirke, Ra, Seneb, which were the measurers and surveyors. And you know the word survey means mot. They were the surveyors and measurers. You see this verse right here where it talks about the statut, walking out, which is the same word that means cord or string. You see how it begins? May he grant view. That's the word ma'at. Ma'at is the word for a surveyor or a viewer or examiner, associated with the walking out, the statut. Because the ma'at, when you have that sight, when you leave the body, that's when you truly have the true sight of ma'at, and you can see that which is negative from positive, because you're seeing things in their light frequency. You're seeing the truth of a thing as portrayed, same thing portrayed in the Matrix movie when Neo lost his eyes. He could see everything for what it really was because he saw the light. That is the true ma'ah, when you see good from evil. Just like Tehuti. That's why Tehuti is associated with the moon god, because he's the reflection of that which gives you sight. He's the lesser light. That which gives you sight is the sun. Yah, or Tehuti, is the reflection of that, and thus he's the moon. He's the eye of the night. Ra is the eye of the day, the big ball of light that you see in the day that gives you the ability to see. How can you see our ma'ah at night? The original light, before we had electricity, before we had torches, was the moon. Both of them gave you the ability to survey. That type of scribe. So we're here now with the surveyors, the measurers, the surveyors with the cord of the SHARIKA'S Seneb. Here they are. There they are with the cord in their hand. They're using it to survey, which is ma'ah, and it's also used to build the temple. There they are right there. Wow, Tehuti. This is deep. But I brought this to my Kemetic conscious teacher. Wow, Tehuti, this is deep. But I brought this to my Kemetic teacher, my conscious teacher, and he said, Tehuti put all this together. Scribes were the writers of the papyrus and had nothing to do with ropes. Tehuti just put all that together. There's no correlation. Tehuti's response is, okay, wonderful. What image? What is the image that I exactly showed? What was the image? This one right here? With the measurers with the rope? What is it called? The rope stretchers? Carrying out a crop survey under the supervision of the scribe. The scribe was the leader of the of the stretchers of the rope. That's who Dejir SHARIKA'S Seneb is. That was the scribe. That's who they were under. The scribe was there, who was the overseer, the ma'ah of the stretchers of the rope. From the scribe's tomb, dated 1400, 1390, the tomb of Mena. So it's a tomb of Mena, and they are the stretchers of the rope, overseen by the scribe. My teacher never taught me that scribes had anything to do with ropes. That's why you're here. Because we see right there in the word, Shesh, the scribe, has the rope right there. We see Sheshet is the scribe of the stretcher of the rope. Here we see the stretchers of the rope. The overseer of that was the scribe. Scribes and ropes. Because everything in the laws of Ma'at in the Nile Valley culture was an entendre. Double entendre, triple entendre, microcosm of something else. That's why I started the Tehuti Podclass by saying there was no career or job that you had in ancient times that was not directly intertwined with your spiritual lifestyle. So as you're stretching the rope, because that is your job, you're at work building the temple, surveying the crops, stretching the rope, you're thinking of Sheshet, the NETERT of the stretcher of the rope, being led by the scribe as the overseer, because Sheshet is the goddess over the scribes of the rope, the stretching of the rope. Thus, you're automatically thinking about NETERT, who is imbuing Sheshet as the lady of the builders. As you're building the physical temple, you're also now thinking of Asar's body, which is your body being rebuilt, because everybody's golden comet was to resurrect in the afterlife as Asar did. So that's your job, and how you made money and income was completely intertwined with your spiritual practice as you're being led by the scribe who writes the Purim Haru, who's also the treasurer. So he's the financial treasurer. He's also the writer of your Purim Haru. He's the writer of the stories. You're under the goddess, the NETERT, who is the stretcher, that type of scribe, because you understand the bioenergetic template and the pure energetic projectable double and the etheric cord or the silver string stretching out to create your body as you resurrect. Ho, Osiris, stand up, while NETERT rebuilds your body using the power of Sheshet. It's all intertwined. The reason why there's no debate for this, there's no conversation for this, is because your current teacher doesn't care anything about this. So thus, they'll watch this video and disagree as I'm going along. And I say, stop. Stop right now, sir. Just stop. Show me any teaching you had on Sheshet and the stretching of the rope before February 17th, 2024. Before Tehuti did a podcast on Scribe and the stretching of the rope and Sheshet. Show me your belief system on that you were teaching your students. Since you vehemently disagree with Tehuti, they're making a pseudo, he making it up. It's not that. Describe it. Now Sheshet, that's not that. What was your teaching on Sheshet and the stretching of the rope ceremony and Aset imbuing Sheshet's power to rebuild Asar before Tehuti taught on it? For you to have a disagreement and to be against it, you must stand on a structure already. You must already have a teaching that you stand on and you abide by. And that's when you hear someone teaching the opposite of that. Now you have a rebuttal against that because you already have a teaching on that. Or did you have absolutely no teaching on this? Because you're just debating the debate that I'd argue and I debunk and I strike your channel. I don't like you and your mama did this and I'm going to get your mama. And you're doing all, wasting your time and energy on that. Don't care anything about what the ancient write. You're looking for somebody to debate. So now Tehuti is teaching on something you've never, ever taught on before. But because you want to argue, let me argue with that. Tehuti's making that up. That's not what Sheshet represents. She had nothing to do with the rope. Scribe had nothing to do with the rope. I had no teaching on scribes and rope before this. I just know scribe had nothing to do with rope. I didn't know anything about the pyramid text and NETERT imbuing Sheshet's power. I'm just against what Tehuti's saying because I'm used to arguing, debunk, argue. I'm just for disunity and chaos. But you had no teaching about Sheshet, sir. Where is your care for the women and the people to understand what this female scribe was before Tehuti existed? Where was your teaching to the women about Sheshet, the female scribe, and why she was the stretching of the rope, NETERT, and why the word scribe has a rope in it, and why NETERT is using Sheshet to rebuild Asar, and why there's 18 on the cubits and 18 to rebuild the man imbued with the temple? How come you don't teach about this, sir? Because the Hebrews are wrong and the Christians are wrong and the Jesus was stolen and this was stolen and the Hebrews are wrong and the Bible contradiction and all this goes on, and I have actually no teaching because all I know is that the Hebrews are wrong and the Bible contradicts and the Hebrews are wrong and the Egyptians were black, and guess what? The Egyptians were black, and you'll never guess what else. The Egyptians were black and the Hebrews were wrong and the Christians are wrong and Horus was stolen, and I have no teachings because the Egyptians were black and Egyptians were black and the Egyptians were black and the Hebrews are wrong and the Hebrews are wrong, and I don't know nothing about Sheshet. Because I actually don't care about Sheshet, because I just want to argue for YouTube views. Well, it's a little different over here. It's a little different over here. Because over here, ladies and gentlemen, at the House of ATTON, the last representatives of the NETERU who actually care about our ancestors' teachings from the words of them, not to argue and debate, is where you'll get this. Because your teacher doesn't care nothing about Sheshet. And that's why you can't find a YouTube video of him breaking down Sheshet or her breaking down Sheshet from the writings and the papyrus and the language of the Kemetians themselves, because they care about marijuana. They're posted about the marijuana. Smoke up, man. You better Sheshet that amount. That's the break. The whole breakdown of Sheshet, she smoke weed. That's my breakdown. Because you don't care. Because you are coming into this just like the European did. Budge is awesome. He didn't care nothing about the Kemetians. Budge is awesome. He didn't care nothing about following Ma'at. Budge is awesome. He didn't care nothing about following Ma'at. And all of your teachers are an echo of Peachtree, Budge, and white Egyptologists who are great at the history, great at who conquered who, great at who the Nubians are, great at the who is black, great at this, but don't care anything about the actual teachings. Because all your teachers were atheists. Every Kemetic teacher that you can name, their teacher was an atheist. And that's why you're not going to get this anywhere else. Let's go, everybody. Let's break this down. Let's go. Let's break it down and build it up. Man, they're not teaching you this, huh? Because they don't care. We just don't like the Tehuti's teaching this, so we're going to go against it. There it is, everybody. The stretching of the cord, Sheshet. You see that? There's your scribe, the overseer of the stretchers of the cord. Uh-oh. The cord of Sheshet expands and stretches out past the peripheral of the body as the light spinal cord when the body is relaxed, that is aligned with the 7 lights that people call the chakras. That's what they're calling it today, which I revealed for the first time in post-slavery history were called the meh, which guess what that means? Measurements in the NETERT. The same light that you're calling chakra is the same word that deals with, that means a measurement. Something that's done by what? The cubit ruler. Lights along the dejet, the spine pesjet, light spine as seen in the Per Emharu, the first carryable writings of immortality in history. Remember, scribe, the scribe measured with cubits. Guess what they translated the word for the 7 chakras to? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What does it say here? Hawk of gold. That's the ba leaving the body. Come forth from the Sahut. The Sahut is the egg, which is the same word for the mummy. May I fly, may I alight, because you're leaving out of your body like a hawk of 7 meh cubits. Huh? What the scribe used to measure? What? The 6 palms and the 7 palms, the cubits to form the hypotenuse? That's the same name as the 7 things that are along your back. As you rise out of your body, there's 7 measured things on your back, and they're actually being called cubits. And they're along your pesjet, which means light spine. His 2 wings, being of mother of emerald, the south, may I come forth in the sectet boat. They translate the lights on the back of the body because the back of the spine is called the light spine, the pesjet. That's the word for light and spine. Is also called the cubits. The same thing the scribes use for measurement. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. And make note, when they depict the 7 lights along the spine called the chakras today, what plant do they subconsciously associate it with? Uh-oh. When they show you when they show you modern day images of the 7 chakras, why do they surround the image by a lotus? Uh-oh. The opening of the 7 chakras depicted today with the Kemetic 7-petaled Sheshet. What do you mean, Tehuti? Shall I count them? 1, 2. The ones in the back are echoes, by the way. That's why they're lighter. Here's the light ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Each of them has an echo. There's one here too. That's 7. One going along the spine. 7-petaled lotus with the echoes associated with the 7 lights on the spine, just like the Perm Haru said. Sheshet with the 7, with the papyrus of 7-petaled shesh plant over her head. It's not marijuana, boy. It's not marijuana, no. Guess what the interdimensional realm or the chamber. Remember earlier here? Hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Wait a minute, everybody. What did the writings say over here? Remember the writing, shrink this down. Remember the writings over here? Where is it? Over here, it mentioned NETERT imbuing an identity of Sheshet to do the building. And down at the bottom it says, in her identity of the burial chamber. Her identity of the burial chamber. There's an identity of a chamber. You have been elevated, resurrected to her in her identity of the tomb superstructure. So there's a chamber being associated with Sheshet in this whole resurrection. Uh-oh. Guess what the interdimensional realm or chamber is called that you are in when all of this happens, this resurrection? Guess what it's called, everybody? Uh-oh. Let's go to page 153 of the Purim Haru. Ani, may I rise, that's you resurrecting, even I, there's the Ka, resurrecting, even I, in the Sheshet chamber. Uh-oh. There's the Sheshet chamber right there. The chamber, the realm that you are in, this thing here is a house symbol. It means a realm or a domain. That energy or that realm that you're in as you're rising is called Sheshet. It's called Sheshetet or Sheshetet. The same thing. There's the rope, by the way. Like a hawk of gold coming from the Sahut egg, may I fly, may I alight. And that was in the beginning of what I read earlier with the 7 cubits of 7 at her back, at your back. The realm that you're in is called the Sheshet. The Sheshetet, or the Sheshet. The realm is actually the Seshet. Sesh and Shesh are the same word. That is the realm, the resurrection, rebirth, energy as you're resurrecting out of the egg. Sheshet is also the birth goddess. That type of writer, that type of builder, that type of scribe. How many are on the back? They're called the Sephek, 7 along the back. Being as an emerald, may I come forth in this Sektet boat. Boom, the realm dimension of Sheshet or Shesheted, spelled with the symbol of the cord or the rope with Sephek, 7 cubits or measurements, palms, along the spine coming out of the body of the light spine. 7 is Sephek. Aksafek. 7 is Sephek, which is also the word for relax. Huh? It's the word for relax. Is this the medication and the meditation they're talking about? No. The meditation is the Sephek. When you're relaxed, that's the first thing they tell you to do. And the real meditation is actually the same word for the light energy that comes out of the body in the 7. It's called Sephek. And it's a word that means 7 right there. And it's a word that means to relax because your inner body is now unbinded. Uh-oh. Unbinded. Loosen, unbind. The cord. Is that the same cord in the word Sheshet? Tehuti made it up. Tehuti wrote the dictionary too. He did it. So when you're relaxed, that's Shesh. That's Sephek. When you're relaxed is when the 7 lights now leave the peripheral of the body. Because Sephek means 7, and it also means relax. To untie. Untie what? It shows a cord. So if a cord is in a loop and you untie it, are you now stretching it? Tehuti made it up. I made it up 36,000 years ago. It was me. I'm guilty. I did it. The same cord that's in Shesh, that Sheshet is the goddess of, is the same word that follows after the Sheshet chamber, that are the 7 lights on the light spine, that resurrect out of the body in the Sheshet chamber, the Sefek, the 7, which means to relax. Because when you're in a meditative state or in an out-of-body state, when do most people have out-of-bodies? Is it when you're at work, typing at the typewriter going crazy, typing at the computer going crazy? Is it when you're driving the cab or driving the Uber? Is that when you have out-of-bodies? Or are most out-of-bodies not when you're laying down relaxed during bedtime? When you're the most relaxed, when you go from beta wave to alpha to delta to theta wave, when you're relaxed, that's when the 7 now leave the peripheral in the out-of-body experience. The Sefek, which means relax, which also means to untie a cord, unbind. In other words, stretching it out from its tied up, tightened anxiety state to a relaxed state. Now the cord can stretch. Now the bioenergetic templates can echo the pure energetic projectable double, and they can echo, and now the cord can stretch or expand in your out-of-body or your resurrection. Is that what your teacher's teaching you while he's debating with Hebrews? Do you see it now? In the Sheshet chamber. That type of scribe. People don't know what to debate with these teachings. They never heard it before. Yet it's been around for over 6,000 years. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's get back into it. Sefek, relax. To untie. Untie what? The cord. Here's the cord. You untie that. And now you're relaxed. In the Sheshet chamber, with the 7 lights on your back, the 7 cubits measurement on your light spine. Now you're relaxed. Now you can leave and fly out like the Bach bird. Sefek 7. Hey, guess what Sheshet's other name was? Did anybody tell you? Did your teacher tell you that Sheshet had another name? Sheshet, because they only tell you Sheshet because Shesh must be writing on the papyrus, writing the laws of Ma'at. No, that's Tehuti's job. And the males that follow the male Tehuti. Sheshet has Tehuti's back, as Asarna said, had Nepti's back, because Sheshet is the resurrector, rebuilder of man. But did Sheshet have another name? I don't know. I'm going to make up another name. Since Tehuti is making it all up, I'm going to make up another name for Sheshet. Right now, let me make up another name right in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out. Sheshet Sefek? Huh? In the chapter of the sniffing of the air and gaining power over the water, which is in the underworld, my mouth and my nostrils are open. Now you're resurrecting in the Tatu, same word as the jet. And I have my place in Inu, wherein is my house, it was built for me by the goddess Sefek Abut, Shesheta, and the NETERT Kanum set it up for me upon his walls. Shesheta, the name is Sefek too. The 7, to untie the rope and stretch it out. That's her name, Sefek. The same word for 7. The lights that are on the back that untie or stretch out when you're relaxed. That's also her name. That type of scribe. My favorite teachers are such and such, such and such, and such and such, and such and such, and such and such, and Tehuti. I don't want to be that. I'm not any of that. Stop, please. I'm not the best. I'm not any of those things. This is the only place this is happening. In order to be the best of something, there has to be others doing this. This is the only place that this is happening. This is it. Because it's the only place you can send in these questions. What are we at? 1 hour and 44 minutes. I can't. I look forward to seeing the donations and support after this. An hour and 44 minutes. Does it feel like that, everybody? Let's go. Let's close this up. This isn't. Whoa! They gave me a lot for this one. Why did you give me so much? Sheshet's other name is the same as the word for relax and untying the cord, which is the same as the 7, which is the same as the description in the Sheshet chamber as you're leaving the body, with the 7 measurements along the light spine. That type of scribe. Uh-oh. Sefket Abut, goddess of letters, writings, numbers, consort of Tehuti. There's the rope. And how many leaves are there coming off of her Sheshet plant? I don't know, man. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boom. Her name was the light chamber from which you have the out of body through the cord as it stretches out along the 7 lights on the spine when you are in a relaxed state. That type of scribe with the 7 leaves of the Cyperus polyfer plant, representing her name because her name is also 7 and her name is also Shesh. So how would the NETERU, how would the ancient people make a symbol that represented both of her names? Could it be a word that is the Shesh, the Kemetic dwarf papyrus, which is Shesh, that has 7 leaves, which is also Sefek, because both of those are her names? Or is it the marijuana that you smoke up, man? It's the marijuana, because the medication and the meditation and the smoke and the matter. That's what it is? Or is it both of her names combined in one symbol? Because the Cyperus polyfer plant has more than 7 leaves on it. But if you're going to draw a symbol that is this dwarf, the Cyperus polyfer plant, that also represents the 7. The plant itself is called Shesh. The rope is the expansion. So you're going to draw a Cyperus polyfer plant with 7 things to count on it, because both of them are the same name for the same NETERT. That type of scribe. You can look at for scribe. Women and men equal. Aye. Man. Oh. This is fun being in the world of the Matrix, where there's nothing else, there's nothing else in this lane. Just the Matrix and the answers. Boom. Her name was the light chamber from which you have the out of body through the cord as it stretches out along the 7 lights on the spine when you are in a relaxed state. That type of scribe. Huh? Because the goal of us was immortality, rebuilding the immortal body by shedding the old self through Pekka M. Ku to be Renpet, renewed as an immortal light, being called a Ku, as seen here in the Per M. Haru. I am Seta, dweller of the limits of the earth. I lay down, I am born, I renew myself, becoming young again every day. It represents a consistent rebirth. If you're young again or reborn every day, thus you are immortal. That is called the Renpit, the Remp. Becoming the Remp, young, reborn, in the Sheshet realm. Wow, Tehuti, my Kemetic priest, Africana teacher, conscious teacher, just told me that she was the female of writing, like the scribes are right on the papyrus. He has never told me all of this. He or she can't, because they are disguised atheists, holding unks. They do not actually believe in the teachings of the immortal body. Thus, they're not allowed to teach this. They can't teach it. And that is why they never teach it from chapter and verse of the ancient writings. Let me ask the class. Let me see how popular Sheshet is. How many people here have seen the image of Sheshet writing on papyrus before? Let me ask the class this. Let me ask the class, how many people have seen Sheshet, the image of Sheshet writing on papyrus? Isn't that the main image of her? Press a 9 when you see Sheshet. Press a 9 if you've seen Sheshet with a pen writing on papyrus. That is literally her image, right? Press a 9, everybody. Press a 9. Has anybody here seen Sheshet before? Was she writing or was she dancing? What was Sheshet doing in the image that you saw? What's she doing in the image that you saw? Let's get to it, everybody. Uh-oh. Let's get to it, everybody. I think I may have some lag. I'm not seeing the answers, but here we go. Have you? There's the image of Sheshet right there. There's the most popular image of Sheshet right there. You notice the top is cut off in the image? This is the image that's circulating, everybody, but the top is cut off. Doesn't that look like something I showed you earlier? Uh-oh. The female scribe of writing, right? Let me break the matrix for everyone on Sheshet. For the first time here at the Tehuti Podclass, February 17th, 2024. It is now 6:49 p.m. Pacific time. Let me show you the full image. That's the full image on papyrus. What is that she's writing on? What's this? Is she writing? What's going on here? Is that what the papyrus looks like? What is this? Boom. She's not writing on papyrus here in the popular image of Sheshet. She's counting on a rempi, the symbol for immortality and rebirth. Once you are within the Sheshet realm, when the Sefek 7 chakras leave the body, expanding along the light cord as you rempet, which is born again, reborn, becoming young consistently. I am Seta, dweller of the limits of the earth. I lie down. I am born. I renew myself. I become young. Renpi. Renpi. May I rise in the Sheshet chamber, like the hawk of gold coming from the egg. May I fly. May I alight, like the hawk of cubits 7 on his back, his 2 wings being of the emerald. There's the image right there, everybody. But the popular image, they rarely show you the top of it. Carved on the back of the throne of the seated statue of Ramesses II in 1279 to 1213 BC in the Luxor Temple. That's the image. But they rarely show you the top of it. In this dual realm of bilocation, there is no physical sun that is used to calculate the time. Thus, you are starting over, or you are reborn. And your new years or time of rebirth are calculated now, having nothing to do with how many years you lived on the physical earth, because now you're born in a realm of light, as the Perm Haru describes, as the double realm of fire or light realm of quantumized photonic realm called the Great Double, Pa or Pa realm, where a new measurement, what's called the app, computing takes place. All of this is in the chapter of memory of your sound frequency recorded by the followers of Ma'at over 3,150 years ago. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here it is, all right here. The chapter of Saku, memory. Remember, his name in the NETERT may be given to me, my REM, my sound frequency. They calling it a name. And the Pa or Pa. The Pa or Pa. The great double house, because it is a double echo of this realm here. May I remember my name in the house of light, the Nesir, of the house of fire. Remember, Sheshet means fire, and that house or that realm of fire, and the night of computing, that's calculating, counting, called the Eep, also another word for judgment. In the Renpet, they're calling years, telling the number of the what? Abbot, the abbot. Does that look familiar? Abbot and Abut, Abbot, the other name for Sheshet, another word for the months or the counting of time, the Abbot, Sefek Abbot, right here, the months. I am with the divine being as I sit on the side in the east. Uh-oh. Remember, I said I would get back to Sheshet, Tehuti, and Tehuti's echoed image of each other earlier in class. Remember I said that? Let's go back. Here they are, masterfully echoed, representing each other. And they're in front of that same symbol again on Ramesses' temple. But Tehuti's there now. As you see Sheshet and Tehuti perfectly mirroring each other here on the temple of Rames. Thus, yes, if you look closely at both, they have a marker or pointer to what's called the ramp. Look close. That's the ramp right there. See that at the bottom? See that symbol right there? That's the ramp symbol that they're counting and calculating on. They echo each other as a mirrored image of both calculating your new time, ramp, rebirth, in the NETERT, the realm of the pure energetic projectable double. The Shen is one of the symbols of immortality. Here is the Shen of Ramesses. See that? That's the Shen. Guess what it is? The Shen? Shenti. A circle. Endless time, eternity. Tie up. To hold together. Like a rope. Uh-oh. The Shen itself, which represents eternity, there's your rope symbol again. To tie up like a rope. The symbol of eternity. The cord. Boom. It is a cord, rope, loop of immortality, the same as Sheshet. If I take you back to the Ramesses carving of Sheshet and Tehuti again, she's not writing a papyri like what your teacher told you. Like what your teacher told you. Look at what she is carving on. Or what she is on. She's on the... Let me give you a better image. Here it is. The Rempet. Do you see that? She's there holding the Rempet. And what's she carving on? The Shen. So is Tehuti. Putting your name in the symbol of immortality that represents what would happen to you in the afterlife. Not that you would live immortal physically, but this is the afterlife. Immortality. The Shen. Which is the tying of a rope. Her and Tehuti echo each other as they write that. Uh-oh. Boom. Sheshet is carving the Ren inside the rope Shen of immortality. Yes, that type of scribe. Oh my. I taught and showed in the class that the color of consciousness... You know what? Hold on. Hold on, everybody. I'm going to take a break right now. It's been almost two hours, man. I'm going to take I have to take a break right now. I don't know. Whenever SHARIKA'S sends in a question, put your phone on hold or mute, whatever you have to do. You know it's going to be an hour and a half answer. We're at 2 hours now. In Tehuti overdrive of 2 hours. I'm gonna put the link in the room. I got to take a break. I need to drink some water, refresh myself. Throw some water on my face. 2 hours to correct what all of your Kemetic teachers taught you. They have no teaching on this whatsoever. None. But will disagree with everything Tehuti taught. Instead of saying, wow, I never knew all of this. I never looked at the Sheshet that deep and see all these symbols and Renpet and what is the Sheshet. I never looked into all this. That's awesome. Thank you, Tehuti. No, I don't. I disagree. I disagree with you. I did not disagree. I have no teachings on Sheshet. I just disagree with you. Worry about the Egyptians being black. Worry about arguing with the Hebrews and stay right there in that lane. Don't worry about this realm right here. I'm gonna take a break right there. There is Anu and Antu. How you doing?
Doing beautiful, Saba. Tua very much for that breakdown so far. Oh, that's gonna help me with my out of body so much, and these breakdowns always give me another netter to make an altar for. This is an absolutely beautiful, quantumly entangled breakdown, like a very Nefer resurrecting spider web that is trapping me.
Oh my goodness, man. Glad you enjoyed it, Anu, and still have more, because this is what happens when you send in $72 answer a question. It just motivates me to tell you it all. I appreciate the support. I'm not done yet either. Wait till we get to the end of this class. When you see who is worshiping Sheshet today. How you doing over there, my man? Primordial Thought. I had to run over to 363 and grab a little bit of Phil Belt, Ashar, little Muta, combine it all, get the answer for Sheshet.
Saba, that was phenomenal. It seemed like you was about to run into part 2. It definitely seemed like that, because I know when you break down a question, you break it down completely and the build up, right? So to you, Great Saba, because that was phenomenal. I'm still curious on how old, I mean, I don't, not age wise, but how far does Sheshet go? Because is she around the time of the NETERU? Like, because they're speaking of her, and if Tehuti's behind, I mean, I have to rewatch this for sure. But one of the key breakdowns that I love, I mean, it may be so simple, but to me, it has a foundation to it. You mentioned the fact that in the beginning of it, like the beginning of the breakdown, you were like, you said, and I'm just paraphrasing, you were more so like, you know, like we've been given religion, we've been lazy in the research. And to me, right there that was just monumental, because then ever since you said that, to me, it was the buildup before the Tehuti overdrive. Like, because once you say that, it's like, hey, everybody's speaking of this, the marijuana leaf, all of these things. And you're like, yo, we've been given religion and it's made us lazy in research. So here it is. And I thought that was phenomenal.
Thank you, my brother. I'm glad you appreciate that. Scribe, how's your class on Sunday, man? Is it still how you doing, Scribe?
I'm doing excellent. Yeah, it's definitely assisting my class for sure. Yeah, it's beautiful. I love that, you know, the whole teaching of the rope, because when we first had our one-on-one on the Ankh, and you know, taught me how it was, I seen how just sacred and important the knot and the rope is, and there's certain images I see with when you see them. It's just so beautiful. So it makes so much sense to me. And then when you show the pulling of the rope, it just reminds me of the when you see on the walls and the teachings of the Amduat and the pulling of that rope. There was just a lot happening. The festival is stretching the cord. I love it. To our great Saba for this. I'm looking forward to how you conclude it, and also confirming some things that I researched and found, and you know, started presenting in my Scribe class, and you're just taking it way more expansive. But when I seen and noticed that they were holding that staff and learning what that staff is, and associating it with time, yeah, no one ever teaches on that at all. So to a great Saba for being who you are and giving this very illustrious class.
Thank you, Scribe. I gotta step away right now. Shout out, much love. Menti, I see you. Menkor, I see you. I'm gonna step back. I'm gonna let you all build on what you heard of the class so far. I had to step away. I had to step away half an hour ago. What I actually did for you all real quickly, that was part one, and I'm giving you part one and part two. It's a two-part class. I ended the answer an hour ago. I just want everybody to know the answer to the question was an hour ago, everything after an hour ago was actually part 2 because I was like, let me just give them all of it. I have multiple bags of compartmentalized information, and I just decided to give all of it in this one. That's why it's 2 hours. This is one of the longest answers. But peace and love. I'm gonna step away. Shout out to you, Menti. Minkara, I'll be right back. I gotta step away. You guys build on what you heard so far. Everybody who's heard so far, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I should serve burgers. I don't know what to do. But support. If you've ever tipped your waiter before, you could put tip Sheshet. Wait till we get to the end of this class when I show you who is worshiping Sheshet today. I'll be back. Everybody support, please. Peace.
Peace. Enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you. Tua.
Naniak. Yeah, that was great. When Saba was breaking it down and he brought it back to the chord, I was like, okay, here, we're back at the chord again. The silver chord again. He had touched on this in a couple of classes, and I believe that he broke it down thoroughly in one of the Meta classes. And I grabbed my Purim Haru and I turned to that page, and this whole page is on out of body. So it's the chord tying everything back together again. It's really beautiful the way our ancestors put their practice into writing. It's poetry.
Yeah, this is you know what? Like, what is there to say after this? I feel like Saba went really deep with this, and the main thing that's coming to my mind is like, and you know, because a lot of us came out of Christianity, I did. I don't want to speak for anyone else, but this is like really humbling because I think we got way more than what we bargained for. Like, this was like a very, I feel like I'm kind of comparing it to holiness, because I think he gave us more than what the question was. So Hinu to Sharika for this question, because I wear locks and I never heard the term sesh before. And so Saba touched on like a lock of hair, like a chord knowledge of conscious light. That's like really beautiful. And so I feel like a lot of Rastas should probably convert, because Saba definitely, I mean, with people's belief of marijuana being the sacred herb, and I feel like he definitely within the lane that I think Rastas and Jamaicans should definitely take heed to. And you know, it's just beautiful. He touched on Ma'abi and the surveyor. That was really powerful. That was beautiful. The Abet being monks. I did not know that. That was beautiful. Of course, the Cypress Kemetic dwarf papyrus. Like I didn't know any of that. And so he is teaching at a very high level. And so I remember this question about Sheshet coming up before, and Saba was like, there isn't a lot on Sheshet. There's not a lot of information. Well, we just got a lot of information. So whatever, I don't know, was he like holding this, or he didn't know it, but now he know it? I can't say. I'm not gonna speak to Saba, but we in a whole different chamber, right? Because he's not even done yet. He's not even, wait, there's not a lot about Sheshet. Saba, you said that. I heard you say that, and you not done yet, and we going on, how long are we going on? So I think Saba taking this opportunity with this question and going way beyond, it's like all you can do is sit at his feet and say, you know, holy, 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 and just give praise, because it is definitely not normal what he just did. So Hinu to you, Saba. Kes, you are definitely more than I ever expected as far as the teacher. So thank you for breaking these matrices, because we think we know stuff, but we actually don't. So Hinu to you.
Minty Hotep, was you going to speak? Heard you come off mute.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna build on what Brother Manku said with Saba. You know, I think he already has all of this information. He's just waiting for somebody to ask. I was just building on to what the brother was saying.
Oh, okay. Yes, and you know, he also, because he's a Saba, you know, he also says he's always learning as well, and you know where he has to go to get this information. And you hear him say it all the time too in the podcast. He'll be like, at 4 a.m. I didn't have this answer, and he'll come and show. He says that all the time, and that's the beautiful thing that Saba's teaching us. You know what to do and how to ask the question, the right type of questions to ask, and then how to get the information. And it really shows, and I learned this very early on listening to Saba, is that how everyone thinks today is just a very boxed in concept of something. Like it has to be this or either this. And it was never like that. And Kemet, there's so many different ways to explain one thing, and it was all built on these concepts and teachings that tied into the afterlife, just being a reflection here in this life. So we have to really expand our thought process and consciousness to be able to understand that, you know, like he's showing, you know, the scribe isn't just about writing, and you know, that's how people will connect it to, but that's just not true, you know. And it's a beautiful thing, and the way Saba is teaching this, you know, the stretching of the cord, and how deep that goes, and what that really means, and how many just beautiful sacred words there are that connect to cord, and even in the glyphs, in the tying of the knot. It's the Ankh, right? And it's the S bolt, it's the door bolt, and all of what that teaching is. And you know, it's that we see so many ropes. You see it tied around all the NETERTs and the head. It's just so powerful, and just to be able to connect that and teach outer body with that, you know, to teach about the NETERT with that, and now it just becomes the chakra spine and the serpent going up the spine, and you know, it's what Saba's doing is absolutely expanding our ability to think outside of what this matrix has directed us, and compressed our thoughts and how to look at something. So it's a beautiful thing, you know. And then of course it means fire too, because you know, it's just a fire realm. And so you know, relearning and realizing that it's, you know, the light fire, the realm, the pa'or, and how, you know, the biblical teachings take and turn fire just into a hellish place. But I completely understand why they've done what they've done, you know, and why they've programmed this the way that they have. And it's completely evil. The more we learn about, you know, the beautiful and powerful, empowering, self-conscious memory, ability to have consciousness outside of the body, and to be able to take that away, man, it's
robbing you of your life force.
Say again?
It's robbing you of your life force. They're literally trying to block that consciousness off.
Yes. You know, and so this is why the gratitude, well, one of the reasons why the gratitude is so high, because to have this and to be able to know this consciously before transitioning into that realm, and to have, you know, and to be around different brothers and sisters who are also in that consciousness, to be able to assist in that process. And we can really, we have the absolute ability to assist each other beyond this physical realm for those who may not know that information, because this is all light, energetic consciousness and frequency, you know, so it's so powerful. So Hinu to the great Saba Tehuti for that. The Sheshet chamber, there's another one of those words where he's defining, right? Because in the Purim Haru, this is just translated as the word that it actually is. You know, it doesn't say, you know, it's not a translation for that word in the Purim Haru. So now he's given us another translation, just like he did the Cha-Cha chiefs and teaching about the judges. And now all this is going back into what the chamber is of the Sheshet. So very powerful, very beautiful. Hinu to the great Saba. And I love when this happens with the pod classes. And what magic is this? What they say?
Oh, hey, Peace, I'm back. I was asking my NETERT in the background. I was asking her because I'm honestly confused. I was asking, people say their favorite is they say like Tehuti, and they name these other people. And I was asking her, I was like, are there like secret classes that other people are doing like this that I don't know about? Because if I say my favorite magicians are David Blaine and Michael Jordan, it's like Michael Jordan doesn't do magic, right? I'm actually becoming confused because sometimes I look over these pod classes, and when I look at the answers and I say, I don't remember sometimes when I give these answers, and I honestly go to the other people's channels to see them answering questions, and I don't see this. So I'm trying to think, there must be some hidden classes where they're breaking on Sheshet and the Houston UFO and time speeding up. Maybe there's some other classes that I'm not getting. I told my NETERT just now, I said, I'm a little confused because and they'll debate this. They'll come on and debate this and say I'm making up and I'm wrong. But that means that that's somewhere they've taught about this, right? They must have a teaching on Sheshet in order to say that all this is wrong. Are they just evil? I don't know. But I'm gonna continue, everybody. Maybe one day I'll find out there's some secret classes of these other people breaking all this down, and that's what people are getting out there and comparing this to. But as far as I know, ladies and gentlemen, this is the only place that you can come and ask these questions and not get laughed off the stage, and get these type of answers. And I appreciate the support. If there's other classes like this going on out there, if people could just put the link in, so I want to join in. I want to know that there's others doing this. If there's not, then I don't know if people are trolling. I'm not sure what people are doing. My favorite are Tehuti, SHARIKA'S, and Jabari, and I'm like, the favorite of what? And I'm looking them up too. I'm typing in, I'm like, SHARIKA'S answering, Rana Farmoon answering questions on the ITI, and I don't get it. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think the majority of the public is hypnotized. So to you for breaking these logical fallacies, because people are lazy and they're hypnotized, so they just go with the easiest thing for them.
Yeah, it must be, because it must be this answer that I gave must be equal to somebody saying Sheshet is the goddess of writing, and she's the wife of Tehuti. Because that's literally what I've heard. All the other names that I've mentioned, that's their answer. I don't know if anybody has heard any deeper answer, but then people say my favorite are Tehuti. That person that said that in 30 seconds, and I'm wondering maybe there's some other secret, maybe there's some hidden classes. I'm not sure, but all those when I ponder on it, because I don't like to think that people are evilly trolling me. I like to think of the good of people first. I know we're all reptilians, but I like to think of the good of people, and I'm wondering if people are actually saying those things to troll, or do they actually think that what they're getting here at the Podclass is equal to somebody saying Sheshet is the god of writing. The Ma'at feather is it's a feather of an ostrich, and that's it. Compared to the Ma'at feather answer that was given here. So I appreciate all of you, and I actually give all of you praise. Everybody in this panel right here, I give praise in the morning and to my NETERT, and mention all of you as people that are actually letting me know that this is different. Because I was surrounded by those other kind of people, that's why I actually went into seclusion. Because I was teaching like this, maybe not as advanced in as long as the answer, but I've been teaching like this since about 94. And so people were saying, yeah, the best, you and Polite are the best. And I'm like, and I'm searching. I'm like really searching. And I'm like, I don't see any answer. Am I being trolled? And I packed up. I honestly packed up. I packed up. The best breakdown on the Perm Haru is you and Bobby Hemmett. And I'm with Bobby Hemmett in his living room, and I'm like, really? Where's Bobby Hemmett's breakdown on the Perm Haru? Breaking on the NETERU, maybe. And I'm like, it must be troll. Let me get out of this world. And I just went back to being with my animals. That's why I disappeared for so many years, because I thought that there was nobody that wanted it like this, and that even though I would give all of this, it would be equated to all those other people. So I just said to myself, let them have all those other people then, because then they don't need this. If all of this is equal to that other people, then you all can just have the other people, and I could just go fishing and be with my turtles. But then I went back and said, you know what? They're trolling, and that's actually what made me come back, because I figured that people were actually maybe they were saying that to get rid of me so the other people could shine. And it must have been another agenda, because I actually said they can't actually believe that. They can't believe that it's the same thing. And then so thank you all for letting me know that this is actually different. I didn't know. I'm actually the evils and sicknesses that people have, I only know how the matrix works. I didn't interact with a lot of people on a personal level to see a lot of the evils and different sicknesses. I just know the answer for the matrix, and then outside of here, I'm just really with my animals. But now that I'm interacting, I'm very, very thankful for you all to let me know that this is actually appreciated, because I've had some of these answers since '96, and I thought that honestly they weren't wanted. I thought everybody just wanted to argue. So thank you all. I really truly appreciate. I thought that everybody hated the NETERU. Honestly, I thought that it was that the NETERU were hated, and so they're making them myths because they don't want to deal with it. And Sheshet is the goddess of marijuana, and I didn't know what was going on. I honestly didn't know what was going on, because, like I said, I went from a youth. I was always around animals, and I was in school for a couple of years. I was going to burn down the school. I never left grade 9, and immediately out of school, I went and joined an organization. I was separated from people, and then I missed a lot of the interaction to see the deviousness. I was actually shocked when I saw some of this. So I just to not put it in my brain and corrupt myself, I actually withdrew. That's what actually made me withdraw. It's another part of my story. That's what made me withdraw, because I was actually really confused. You all have broken my confusion. When I went on Killer Priest and started teaching, I was so surprised that Killer Priest and everybody liked it. I was surprised. And thank you all. So I want to thank all of you, Henu, to all of you for letting me know that people want to hear about the NETERU. I thought they were just hated or something. So thank you.
Can I say something, Saba?
Save us.
Thank you, Minty. Yes, yes, thank you, Minty. Yes, Primordial.
Saba, Ani stated something earlier. He quoted from you saying that at times you didn't even have the answer until like 4 a.m. And I remember, like, you say things like that. And number one, just that in itself is hard to fathom, right? Because there's a lot of answers that you, like you stated, you've had since the 90s. And then when you say that you don't have something and you didn't have the answer until such and such time, to me, that shows evident in what you are living, what you are saying is truth, because everything you break down is in detailed. It's not an opinion base. It's what the ancestor says, and it's in detail. So just the very evident that what you're saying when you say, I don't have an answer, and then you go into your ritual and then say, hey, guess what? Here's the answer. That to me is mind-blowing enough, because you didn't have the answer. So that's just being honest. It's just saying, hey, I know I don't know it all, but I know where to get it. And where I get it is the proof. And that's everything, Saba. that's everything.
Thank you very much. And I'll say this, that I'm not too emotional with people's little problems and getting my heart broken, nothing like that. But only when someone dies, and when I'm answering a Podclass question, and when I'm training are the only 3 times that I actually feel like crying. So that's why the emotion that I have and with all of this is different from it's a lot different from how I hear people talking, because when I'm putting together the Podclass answer, I have the same emotion as if someone died. So it's the only time when I have to like stop tears. But when someone passes that's close to me, I'm destroyed inside, because I know a lot about the possibilities of what could happen. But only when I'm writing the Podclass answers do I feel that same feeling, and it's the feeling of that without this answer, there's a hopelessness. Because as I'm putting together the answer, I think of, if I don't answer this, let me scan YouTube, because maybe it'd be easier if I find the other person who has the answer, and I can just give you the link. I can just say, hey, Sheshet, you know what? Let me just skip this one. I'm going to skip this one, take a break, answer another question, and let me just give the link, because such and such Imhotep, Black, whatever their name is, they answer this, and I can say, you know what? I'm honest. This person already answered this question. Go over there. And as I'm searching and I can't find it, I find this, like, as I'm answering and searching at the same time, I'm looking for people. As I'm answering you all's questions, I'm looking for others who are answering it. And as I'm not finding it, and as mine is building up, it's this feeling of crying. I don't know how to explain it other than that. It's a feeling of crying, and that's what actually creates this the potency of why it's so detailed. Because as I'm putting it together, I'm also getting angry. Because as I'm putting it together and as I'm not finding others answering it, I'm thinking that means they don't care about these questions or this information, And then when I look back at all the information I have on the answer, I say to myself, how can I have all this information on this answer and I can't find another someone else with even 5 minutes of an answer? And all this information is there. And then when I realized that, yo, they don't even believe in the NETERU at all, then I feel this I answer questions sometimes while I'm working out. That's what I have to say. While I'm working out, and that testosterone rage that I feel as I'm working out is also as I'm putting a cloth wiping the computer, because the sweat as I'm working out is falling on the computer as I'm answering the question, because it's a complete rage and love at the same time that I honestly feel that everyone is using Egypt, or Kemet and Ma'at, as a as either a scam or a fashion, and they don't actually care about the people that died thousands of years ago that wrote all of these things. They don't actually care about imbuing it to their surrounding loved ones. And then what hurt me the most is when my surrounding loved ones, I don't have any family into this. I don't have any family students. There's no one in my blood. There's maybe one, maybe Zakisha, maybe one, but there's no one in my blood who's a dedicated student. And so that's the feeling I get as I'm putting together these answers. That's why there's a part 1, part 2. There's a part 2 to almost every question you all have asked me. There's a part 2, part 3, and I have to stop myself because I also feel like vomiting. It's hard to explain it, but it's a vomiting feeling that I feel as I'm putting together more. And I'm searching on I have a toggle. I'm answering, and I have another YouTube, Google, and I'm looking for everybody else talking about it. And all I'm seeing them doing is debating Hebrews and talking about the Egyptians are black. And I feel vomit. So I make a part 2 and a part 3 and a part 4, and that's all my answers. All my debates are Podclass classes. Before I had the Podclass, that's my secret. How I was beating everybody in debate. I was just teaching a class out of my rage and anger, and nobody taught about it. I'm like, they don't believe the NETERU are real? Oh, okay, you don't believe the NETERU are real? All right, here we go. I'm gonna kill. Who's your best? That's your best. I'm gonna kill that person with a smile and calm, and I'm gonna kill him in front of everybody, to the point that everybody will have to deny that we even debated. And that's exactly what happened. Now they're actually denying that we actually debated, and that's exactly what I wanted. I want everybody in the world to see how someone can attempt to do the Mandela effect, because they truly hate the NETERU so much that not only do they not talk about them, not teach that they're real, but even if they have a debate on it and they lose, they will rewrite it out of history that the debate even took place. That's the hatred for the NETERU that the people have. And that's the anger and the vomit that makes me answer these questions so rapidly. So with that, everybody, it's getting late, but I just wanted to share that little bit with everybody. We're going to get into the, wait till we get into the depression one. I hope I have time. I hope I have time for that. But everybody, we're going to get into finishing this. I hope everybody, when you see the end of this, please support everybody. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you like this answer, and I'm going to get into more of it right now. So family, I'm going to ask you to jump in the room. I'm not even going to do donations right now. I'm going to finish this up, and then we're going to do donations, because I have to get this out right now. So all y'all jump in the room. Peace and love, and we'll get back to talking after I answer. All right, peace and love, everybody. Shout out to everybody who represents and wants this truth. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Let's get into the rest of this. If you all hear me right now, press a 9. If you all hear me, we're gonna get into this. Very nefer. That's what this is called, the nefer. Very nefer. Let's get into it, and let's be the voice for the ancestors that passed, that everybody hates and is ashamed of. You all can hear me? Press a 9. Let's get into it. Press a 9. Press a 9 if you can hear me. I see the 9s. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into the finishing of this answer right here. And here we go. Are you ready? Boom. Here we are. and let's get back into it. I taught and whoa, we're at 2 hours. I'm going to press continue with the timer. Resume. Here we go. We're at 1 hour and 57 minutes. I taught and showed in the class that the color of consciousness merging transfer in the quantum realm is blue, and is typo, not in, is blue, and was rediscovered by the University of California when they saw the blue light merging the two individuals through a Kirlian field light photography video. Typo, Kirlian field light photography video. This blue was the realm of rebirth, again, reborn from the egg and the afterlife as a baby. And guess what the name of the nest is that you're reborn in? So we're going to get into this right here. Here it is, chapter, sorry, we're going to get into, if you have Budge, it's page 95. Okay, here it is right here. I smell the air. This is what I read earlier about smelling the air. I smell the air. I am Uwacha. Eve, I go around behind the egg. I have destroyed the moment at the moment of the great strength. I have destroyed the moment of the great strength. It's really Baka. That's another class though. I Baka the moment of the great strength of Set. Hail the world. Hail the world with Chefa food, dweller in the blue. You see that right there, right there? When you're in that realm, it's called the dweller in the blue, the Kesba, the dweller in the blue. Watch ye over him in the Sheshet nest, the babe that comes forth to you. The dweller in the blue in the Sheshet, or the SESHAT, same word, Sheshet nest. In that realm, the chamber of Sheshet, in that resurrection realm, that type of scribe that she is, that type of counter of the Renpu, because the Renpa is to be young over and over again, which is the immortal realm. You're in the realm of the blue, and that is the nest called the Seshet, and there you are, a babe being born again, associated with Sheshet or Seshet again. Boom. The realm of the blue, the rebirth into consciousness area is called Seshet or Sheshet. Medinet Habu, Luxor, Egypt, Dejamet Mortuary, Temple of King Ramesses III, 1185 to 1078 BC. Notice she is in blue, specifically her Nemez and Nefer collar, like the blue collar I'm wearing right now, which represents the transference of consciousness information. Today they call data. So the transference of information today is called data. Information was transferred through the blue, which I've showed several times at the University of California. When the two beings were emerged and interconnected, when they touched hands, the bridge of light that formed across their fingers was actually a dark blue. And that was the bridge that connected, because that's the transference of love consciousness or information, is when things turn blue in that relaxed state. And thus the crossover that crosses the two individuals is a blue light. And that's where you interconnect. And that realm that you're in, the Sheshet, is called in the blue. I did a whole class on blue, I think, last week. So today it's called data. It's the transference of consciousness. So here you will see her Nemez, which is the expansion of consciousness. And the collar, the Nefer, is also the expansion of consciousness, which I did a whole class on. The Nefer collar, which is the expansion of Ptah and the expansion of Mut. This is the expansion of consciousness, and that's why you'll see blue in these particular areas on her body, which is in the collar and the head, which is consciousness transference. The color of consciousness transference, which actually has been proved scientifically as blue. Oh, did I tell you there is a new social history company that collects data, information, consciousness, data, information on people worldwide? It's a company today. Guess what it's called? Are you ready? Sheshet, Global History Data Bank. Welcome to Sheshet, Global History Data Bank, the most current and comprehensive body of knowledge about human history, collects what is currently known about social and political organization of human societies over time, offers the means to study the past through well-established scientific techniques, founded in 2011 and striving ever since. The Sheshet Project, the Sheshet Global History Data Bank, is an umbrella organization for several research projects that examine different themes of facets of human life. Each project is led by a member of the Sheshet team. Collaboration with the group consultants and contributing experts. Themes include evolution of social complexity in early civilizations, the evolution of social complexity in early civilization, creation of pro-sociality. In other words, how, why large groups of unrelated individuals come together and cooperate for a common goal, the role ritual and religion in social cohesion, coming together, cooperate, cohesion, the thing that brings things together, the blue light that they found in the University of California. When two things come together and transfer data and information and connect, the light turns blue in between the individuals. So here we are with Project Sheshet. And what do? They study early civilizations and how individuals come together and cooperate for common goals, the role of ritual and religion in social cohesion. It's the cutting edge of digital technology. Boom. And for the atheists and others who may make you feel uncomfortable, and for the atheists and others who may make you feel uncomfortable for worshiping our ancestors, the NETERU, the people who say, you all at the House of ATTON are pseudo, all spooked out. And they say, we the atheists, we only go by college university professors and PhD. That's what we go for, by the atheists. You all are spooked out with this Sheshet stuff. We only go by college university professors and PhDs. Well, let me take you to the Cornell University to see what the PhDs, have to say. Here we are in Cornell University with the PhDs. What do they have to say? Cornell University, computer science, computation and language. What's this? Sheshet. A tool for managing a tool for managing and verifying annotation campaigns of audio data. All about data. We introduced Sheshet, a new simple and open source software to efficiently manage annotations of speech corpora. The Sheshet software allows users to easily customize and manage annotations of large audio corpora while ensuring compliance with the formatting and naming of conventions and annotations. In addition, it includes procedures for checking the content of annotations following specific rules that can be implemented in personal parsers. Finally, we propose a double annotation mode for which Sheshet computes automatically an association inter-annotator agreement with the measure taking into account categorization of segmentation discrepancies. The PhDs at Cornell University. Sheshet, a tool for managing annotation campaigns for audio data. Sheshet, Global History Data Bank, for gathering information on the cohesion of ancient civilizations, religions, and the common goal of social cohesion and cooperations and how people come together. Cornell University, so this is a separate thing. Sheshet, tool for managing data and information. Sheshet, boom, yes, the data information, aka consciousness, research organizations, your PhDs, and your top universities worship the NETERU. The goal of the Matrix is just to steer you away from the NETERU while they give homage to the NETERT of consciousness data right in front of you, Sheshet. Hotep, I'm done, matrix broken. For those who appreciated that more than the waiter that you've tipped, please send your Cash App support tip called Sheshet to PayPal at RAQUEL, Cash App, TT Amun, Hotep, I am done. Shout out to Cornell University. All right, now I'm going to put the link in the room. Shout out to the PhDs. Shout out to the PhDs. Shout out to the PhDs at Cornell University. Shout out to the Sheshet Data Bank, collecting information data on the cohesion and coming together of people and how it worked in ancient society. Shout out to them empowering Sheshet while we empower the Knicks game. Shout out to the PhD worshippers of Sheshet. Peace.
What's up, Mary, Saba, Tua, for everything that you're doing. All of it is so nefer, and everything about the Podclass helps me so much. It helps me advance in so many ways, and it's all so life-changing. Tua, so much for all the time that you take to put in these these classes and these breakdowns and build-ups. It really helps me a lot. Tua, so much.
Nini Uk. Nini Uk.
To all so much, Sabatuti, for your dedication and love for our people, and for continuously sticking to wanting to teach people and coming back and teaching all of us. To all for having the strength to beat all of the Odin worshiper trolls, and to come here and show us the truth. And I understand a little bit the frustration, because you are really the only hope we have, and if it wasn't for you, everything it'd be done, it'd be over with, there'd be nothing, there'd be none of this, there'd be no future. You are the sole fighter for the NETER in this realm. You're so powerful that other Isfetian beings literally have to incarnate into other people to try to stop you, and you destroy them no matter what. So Tua, very, very much, I love you very, very much, Tua, for your dedication so much.
I love you, Saba.
Tua to you, love you both too. Tua to you, appreciate you both. I'm gonna look in the chat and see who appreciated that. Throw a fire sign or whatnot in the chat, and now I'm gonna go to the Gmail and see how many people that was. So 2 hours and 10 minutes for that answer. How you doing, Menti?
I'm doing great. I mean, Tua, for this make plain explanation or making it plain, yeah, they really worship the NETERU. So obvious.
Cornell University represents Sheshet now for data, for information, consciousness. Two companies, a company and a university, dedicating their names to Sheshet.
Collecting data, collecting consciousness, yeah.
And the sisters today know about Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion.
Say again about what did you?
The sisters today know about Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah.
Cornell University. Cornell University knows about Sheshet. That's why it's so powerful that you teach us this, Saba, because if it wasn't for you, people would just keep believing in Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion and all those people, while the enemy literally takes what made us us and uses it against us. Without you, we would have no idea. So I'm very, very thankful, Tua, very much. Thank you, Tua, to you, and watch out for the trolls, because the people that are black atheists and pretending all of that and saying we only go by the professionals and the experts and the PhDs don't believe in them. That is a distraction. The PhDs are like, what? What? This is called Sheshet. What did you say? You know, Sheshet, the ancient goddess of Egypt. That's what we're in Cornell University. We're calling this data research. This is called. We're going to name it, not after a Greek goddess, not after anybody today, not after Donald Trump's wife. We're going to name it after Sheshet. While you all argue in the black community over all the NETERU, you all argue, we're going to name our thing this. Our whole company is going to be called Sheshet, about the cohesion of ancient religions and societies and how they work together and come together. And we're going to do that to represent Sheshet. While you all argue with Tehuti about the NETERU real, we'll just have these multi-million-dollar programs named after the NETERU. So we're gonna do some what's up, Scribe, peace, Scribe, Sheshet, the Cornell. Did you hear that before?
Peace, Hotep. Yeah, I went to look at that software, and yeah, I'm gonna learn to utilize it, because it's amazing, because they're absolutely it's beautiful, because like how you teach, you know, with all the pseudo lovers, whatever they call themselves, you know, acting as if the scientists, the ones who are putting together these coding software, aren't aware of the consciousness of the NETERU, and implying it, and in the actual website to start to get that software, the logo is the Scribe palette. That's the logo.
Yes, let's go.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And they call us Egyptomaniacs, and they're rocking the Scribe palette. Cornell University, the PhDs, the experts of the experts of the experts. They have the Scribe palette, while you have on a Knicks hat on, insulting your brother that's trying to represent the NETERU. But if your child had the opportunity to go to Cornell University on a sponsorship, you'd be on your knees like Django, and you'd be on your knees like Sambo. So here we go. All right, we're gonna go into the donations here. How you doing there, Primordial? Sheshet?
I appreciate you, Saba. I like that what you do exposes those who hide what they believe and what they don't believe. It exposes it, right? Even if they try to hide it, when you break down and they try to rebuttal you, or they try to come back and say you are this and it's pseudo, it actually exposes their stance and the teachings that they're trying to teach, right? So I feel like that's phenomenal. You are using the ma'at to just examine them, and you definitely separate yourself. So I appreciate that, Saba. I appreciate your resilience in saying, like, I don't care what any of y'all do. This is the direction, and you stand to that. And I give honor and praise to that, Saba, that you're able to stand on your Ma'at foundation and say no. So, new to you, Saba.
Thank you, brother. We're gonna get into the donations now, and we're gonna shout out to Caleb. See you, Caleb. Peace and love to you. We're gonna get into these donations, and then talk a little bit and get into the next question. But we're gonna get into this. What we're gonna get into now is the donations for the tips for this question here. I want to see, for those of you again who appreciated this answer, it's Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. You just send a tip or a support to those two. It's scrolling at the bottom, and just put Sheshet. If you've ever spent $10 on Doritos, if you've ever spent $10 in your life on bubble gum, If you ever spend $10 in your life on cigarettes or whatever you support this, because this is a phenomenon. Here we go for this first donation, first support for this answer. Tip from Netzer Uncotep. Give a hand clap, $10. Tip for this answer. Give a hand clap. Shout out. Netzer Uncotep L. Shout out to that. Tip right there, that support right there. And I think the next one here is of course. Okay, Anu and Antu, they hold on a second, let me save this. Hold on. Tip Sheshet. The next is Anu and Ampu. Shout out to did anything else show on the screen other than that $10? Did something else pop on the screen or no?
No. Just the support.
Okay, good. Shout out to Anu and Antu. Oh, okay, thank you. Shout out to Anu and Antu. I think they I don't know when they write these tips, but sometimes I'll see Anu and Antu's tip sometimes before I teach the class, and I'm like, they must have just a tip bucket budget, and they just, whatever the topic is, they're gonna write a tip. And before I teach it, the tip can be given like the day of, like at 8 in the morning. So I don't know when these tips are, but the time that the tip is given, when I look at the time, doesn't match to after I taught the answer. So shout out to Anu and Antu for giving tips for an answer that I haven't given yet. So here's one right here. This one is Anu and Antu. A tip for the Sheshet. It says Sheshet breakdown and build up to a Hotep Marie, and there's a black heart, some other little thing, and they found a hypotenuse triangle. I don't know where emoji is that. They found the hypotenuse gold triangle. What's that second symbol there, Antu?
That's the DNA.
The DNA. They found the hypotenuse triangle. Thank you. What's that, Antu? You said something else?
No.
Okay. $33. Give them some big noise, please. Shout out to Anu and Antu for the tip. We're gonna read a couple more tips that have come in, and I'm gonna go down to oh look, Caleb. Wait. Caleb, is that it? Caleb, what does it say? Tool for your light in life. Okay. We're going to go Caleb right here. Caleb right here. $25. Nothing's on the screen, right? No. Hold on. Wait a minute. Shout out to Caleb. Shout out to Lisa too. Lisa, I see Lisa on here, and it's my first time seeing her actually in the chat. So shout out to Lisa, who I see in the chat. She's been around ever since the Killer Priest days. $25 from Caleb. It says Nefer Baba Saba. Tehuti, Tua for your light and life. Give them some big noise, please. Give them a clap, please. Excellent. How you doing, Caleb? Real quick, did you like that the Sheshet breakdown? Did you ever got that before?
I have not received that breakdown and build up before. I actually tuned into the podcast a little late because I was getting back from my parents' house. I was trying to do an oil change. Didn't work out so well, but I'm gonna get back to that. But I got back around when you were describing SESHAT being the scribe, and not only like the writing scribe, but being like the fire and the light. That's when I tuned in, and you were going off and all those synchronicities. I was just blown away right away as soon as I tuned in. It was amazing.
Okay. All right. We got Okay, we got another tip here. Shesh tip. Shesh tip. And this is from what's Scribe doing back there? I don't see Scribe. What's he up to back there? He's doing something. He's doing something. Okay. Shout out to Primordial Thought here. Tip for Sheshet. Give him some noise. Round tip. Round fist, black heart, and a sun. Shout out to Primordial Thought 9. Let me refresh the page. Ox effect, of course. Ox effect for this Sheshet. What's this? Uh-oh. Well, that's the end of the class. Oh, okay.
There is no spoon.
What's Scribe doing back there? He's doing something. Okay. Tip from 5 Ox effect, of course, because it's Ox effect. I just gave you new jewels on your name, right? Ox effect tip. Shesh. Ox effect has a whole new breakdown in his name now. The 7. Okay, beautiful. Did I show the Ox effect tip on the screen yet?
No.
No? Okay, let me thank you. Shout out to Ox effect, give him some noise. I'll give him a hand clap here. $10 Ox effect, Sheshet, build up. Henu Saba Tehuti. Okay, now I'm gonna scroll down. Dr. LaRoche. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. I hope Dr. LaRoche, if you're listening, I hope you heard my my comment on the question that you sent in. I spoke a bit on that, and that question is unanswerable in the public. If you want to change it to another question, that's fine too. Shout out to you. And Daniel LaRoche, MD, has given support, and it is give Daniel LaRoche, MD, some noise. Give him some noise. $20. Keep teaching, brother. And he's with 2 exclamation marks. He's screaming, "Keep teaching, brother!" Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Now I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. I don't see any more tips for this, so I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. I see you, Lisa. I see you, Jario. I see I got to go down to the bottom to get to the beginning. Some of the beginning. I'm going to do a couple more of the beginning tips, and I'll get into the next answer. Oh, my. What's this? Minty Hotep. Oh, that's for... Oh, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay. Angelo, no. Who's this? This is okay. Jalen Brown. Oh, this is earlier. This is not. I'll give him a shot anyways. Jalen Brown. Must have purchased the book. Let's see a book purchase. Looks like a book purchase. Shout out to Jalen Brown. Purchasing a book. That must be stepping out the matrix. Jalen Brown, shout out to you purchasing a book. Wonderful. Scribe, go ahead if you can put that book on the screen. If you have the put the book on the screen while I give the next donation. The book that Jalen Brown purchased. Shout out to Jalen Brown. Shout out to from what number is this? 8 from 17. Is There's a book on the screen. Yes, it is. There it is, Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can purchase that. You can email me, Scribe, put on my email, and then you can put the House of Attend website in the link, whichever one you prefer. You can email me directly, and you will get the. You can email the email, and then and you can inquire about the PDF book. There's that one in Melanin Dark Consciousness, and then Scribe. You can also put the link in the room to the website. You can get it right off the website as well. Okay, shout out to the next support coming in is Mike 400. I want to talk to you in moments, real quickly. Mike 400, you have a question here. It says, "Are Black people Israelites?" Now, I can. I'm not sure if you're just looking for a couple-minute answer. As you can see with the donation, I greatly appreciate it. $5, appreciate that. I can answer very quickly. But if you want even a half of the type of answers that I give, some more detail, you can send another extra on top of it. Or if you have the another tip you gave for Are We Aboriginals for another question, I don't want to answer these questions just talking for 4 minutes. So I appreciate that. And if you want a real thorough, deeper answer, then you can send an extra tip, or you can say, take my other question, put it to this one. That would be at least $10, and I'm sure someone else would send something on top of that, and I could get into more elaborate breakdown than if I just answer this question with the $5 tip and just I can answer it within a few minutes. But I want to put a little more into it. But I appreciate your great support. Something for you to think about for the future, or and for this question here. Appreciate you. Just tell me if you want a quicker answer. That's fine too. I have no problem with giving a quick answer and just talking from my top of my head. I can just talk. If you want a more elaborate answer, just give a little bit more support. I'm not even sure if he's in the room, but if he's in the room, shout out to Mike 400 if you're listening. Mike 400 if you're listening. Next donation is from the same brother, Mike 400, and that's why I said these questions can get these can be at least semi-elaborate. I want to get semi-elaborate. I can't really be motivated to get too semi-elaborate for $5, but I do really appreciate that you are supporting. And I want to give a higher quality answer than just $5. The next donation is from the exact same brother. Shout out to you, Mike 400. And the next question is, are Black people Aboriginal Indians? You can take this and put it toward the Israelite one, and I'll give a little bit more elaboration. I'm sure somebody will probably donate on top, and I can actually give a nice Tehuti answer. This one too, are Black people Indians? I'll go for the first question first. More likely than are Black people Aboriginal Indians, but whatever you'd like to do, Mike. Which appreciate the support. Thank you. I just don't want to give you $5 answers, but I will if you want. Not a problem. I will. It's up to the students. It's up to you. It's up to you. But shout out to Michael Dumas for that. Michael Ferg 400. I think that's what it says. Ferg 400. Shout out to you. And let's get into the next one. I'll do a couple more, and then we'll get into the next question. Shout out to the great supporters. Oh my gosh, let me take this off. Let me take this screen off. Shout out to, I want to give is Bella in the room? I want to give a special shout out to Bella. I'm not going to show this. Some of these I don't show. It's between me and the students, and I keep them in. Some of these I keep anonymous, but I want to say shout out to Bella for she gave an enormous donation for Tehuti, Nana, and Titi, and it was an incredible donation that she gave, support. So peace and love and shout out to you. I'm going to keep that anonymous for right now. I may show it later, maybe, but for right now I'm going to keep that anonymous. But I just wanted to say shout out to you for that. And another one that I think you gave that's up, scrolled up. So shout out to you if you're listening. Peace and love to you. The donation was incredible. Shout out to Scribe. Scribe, are you listening?
Yes, I'm here.
Shout out to Scribe and Sharika. I'm going to turn this camera around to see if it shows this. So if you look behind me, I'm going to work on this tonight or tomorrow. If you look behind me, see this black thing here? This is a humongous screen that curves around me. It's this big screen that's in front of me that I can't use right now because I can't seem to turn it on. I can't seem to get it on. But
Woo!
Sharika said that thank you, Minty. Minty's awesome. Thank you. Sharika said that she didn't want to see. In a couple podcasts, you'll notice that I complain about my eyes. My eyes. I was actually considering like not doing the podcast for a long period of time until my eyes heal. Sharika got wind. My eyes were not doing too well, and she got together with Scribe. Scribe, were you a part of putting in for this screen, or were you just a sender?
Yes, I did put in with it, but Sharika definitely did a large majority of it. So she definitely was the initiator and the majority part playing in getting that. I did put in for it, but she put in the most of it.
Okay. Shout out to Sharika. Thank you. That's how beautiful my students are. It came within a day. And that's how loyal my students are because it's for you all. It's like I'm not saying donate so I can buy the new Rolex. You know, it's not my all these things that if you look in my people who've been to my living quarters know how I live, and every direction that you look in has something to do with what I teach. There's no balling out. There's no I don't have any Picasso paintings for $8,000. I don't have any kind of, what do people buy? I don't even know. Whatever people buy, the Gucci watch or some kind of thing. I don't know because, like I said, I don't know what all the trends are. Ugg boots. Do they wear Ugg boots? I'm not sure whatever it is that people are getting. I don't have any of that. Everything, every corner of where I live, if I look that way, there's the eye of Uwajit right there. If I look over there right now, there's a Kepara beetle. If I point over there right now, there's an NETERU lizard from Kemet. If I look up right there, there's another Podclass hat that I'm going to wear for a particular question that somebody asked me. When I point over here, there's Minty Hotep's gift with the House of ATTON. When I point over there, there's another Uwajit. When I look at my pillowcase is NETERT. My sheets are NETERT. When I point down there, there's the Kopesh sword. When I point over there, there's the Tehuti Podclass plaque gift that was given. When I point over there, there's a hat with NETERT on it. When I point over there, there's Antu's gift with a portrait. There's the hieroglyphic dictionaries. I have nothing. And if I just go like this and you say stop, and I stop, it's pointing to something that has my life. All this is my life. I have no my pleasure is just this and being surrounded by animals. So Tua to Sharika, appreciate you for that support, and Annie for that support. I literally have nothing of worldly pleasure. Around me, my worldly pleasure is my animals and my bed sheets that are in NETERT. That's my balling out, they call it, or whatever. I'm not sure what. That's what I ball out with NETERT pillowcases. So, all right, we're gonna get into the next donation here is from I'm gonna so first I'm gonna save this. Nana.
Hey, great.
Yes.
What about you have any House of ATTON pillowcases?
That's coming up. Huge Bella. That's coming up. Oh, wow. That's coming up. Absolutely. ATTON pillowcase. We're gonna see. I guess that's how I deck out my MTV cribs or whatever. I deck out with the Perm Haru under my pillowcase. That's me. That's me decked out. When I wake up in the morning, me and the NETERT, we take out the Perm Haru from the pillowcase, turn to page 1, read it, hands up, do the prayer, and so I have a laminated Perm Haru. I'm balling. It's laminated with tape you can buy from the dollar store. You tape it, you cut it, and I laminate it so that it will survive sweat and water. So I'm balling out. All right, let me go to the next. Let me go to the next one here. Angela Gates, shout out to Angela Gates for her support. She actually got me a gift in October. somebody scammed me. She got me a gift card in October, and somebody hacked it and spent it in Maryland. I don't know, man. It's an evil world. It's an evil world. Here we go. So shout out to Angela Gates, who got me a gift card for the House of ATTON. And before I got a chance to figure out how to use it, someone hacked into it and spent it in a club called Hardy's, and they bought beer at Hardy's clubs in Maryland. Shout out to you if you got drunk and enjoyed yourself. I don't know how you did that, but they took a gift card and spent it in Maryland, and I don't think me or Angela live in Maryland, but $25. She said she's just gonna give it to me. So shout out to her. Give her some noise for that, please. Shout out to Hardy's. I'm like, who's in Maryland? I don't know. That was strange. But that's my life. Strange, bunch of strangeness. Shout out to and then now we're gonna do 2 more. Then I'm gonna get into the next question, and that is who's this? Oh, I'm going backwards. Shout out to the next supporter is who's this? Jalen Brown again. Oh, Jalen Brown. Oh, so he definitely bought both books because one book is 10, one book is 15. So we're gonna give him a round of applause because that's over $20. So we're gonna give a shout out to Jalen Brown. Shout out to Jalen Brown. Give him a clap for that. $10 and $15, $25 for the books. Give him some hand claps. Yeah, for Jalen Brown. Appreciate you. Let me go back to that and copy that properly. Where'd it go? Here we go. Yep. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. And we'll save that under Jalen Brown. Book support. Number 2. Save. It's going to say already exists. Yes, I want to copy over it. Shout out to Jalen Brown. And let me go and see. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Anu and Antu with the workout eating schedule. Oh, I'm not gonna show that either, but I'll show this. I will show this. What is this here? Oh, Anu and Antu are so appreciative. I didn't even know this fully, what this was here. I assume, but now I'm reading the whole thing. So I had a conversation with Anu and Antu about vitamins and some other thing. I think vitamins, and I gave them some advice on the vitamins to take. I think just Antu, some advice, and I didn't expect support for it, but just like Primordial Thought and even Scribe Annie had a meeting with me and gave me support for that. So shout out to this conversation that I had about vitamins and they gave $33 for vitamin conversation with Antu to Hotep Marie. Give some big noise for this, please. Shout out to that support right there, and they greatly appreciate my time. That was just a Facebook chat. That wasn't even a what do they call that thing? FaceTime. That wasn't even FaceTime. That was texting. Shout out for the appreciation. Appreciate you. Okay, we're gonna do 2 more, and then I'm gonna.
Where'd he go? There you go.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
I'm back. I was kicked off for just a minute, and I am back. Okay. Bella says, Hotep Mary to you, Nefer 1 at Nefer Keperet. Shout out to Nefer Keperet. She's in here. Peace to you if you're still in here. I didn't see you. Shout out to you. Nefer Keperet. Shout out to Robert Williams. Robert Williams is the one that got me the sword. Shout out to Robert Williams. Shout out to you. Okay, next donation is Anu and Antu. Is it? Wait. Oh, man. I'm going to get to that one again shortly. I'm going to get to this one shortly again. Discord username. What just happened? Undo. 1 second. What just happened? Oh, yeah, I do want to delete that. Delete this. We'll get to Anu and Antu shortly. Karnak Armana, we'll delete that. Nito Campbell. Shout out to Nito Campbell. I'll do this one, and then I'm going to get into the next question, the Tehuti Podclass, and we'll go from there. Okay, here we go. Nito Campbell gets a clap for being Mr. Consistent, always supporting. Every day, every podcast. When he misses one, he puts the date. Oh, he did it with this one too. Wow. He puts the date of the one that he missed and catches up. And that's very honorable. Shout out to Nito Campbell, just to make sure that him and Owen Hythe do that too. This one says it says February 10th, 2024. That's for the last podcast. Give him a clap, please. Give him a clap. Give him a clap. Give him a clap. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Somebody's asking Minty if she has a blue pyramid in the corner.
Maybe.
That looks beautiful. I'm just going to take a second here. Hold on. What is that in the corner? That looks like a spirit. Looks like a cow. What is this? It doesn't look like it's part of this world. Shout out to Minty Hotep, the creator, making different things and
altars on altars on altars. It's a pyramid altar.
on top of the cat scratcher.
Yeah, on top of the cat house. Yeah.
What is that? Is that the thing the cats claw like a carpet? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's a cat tree. That's what it's called.
A cat tree. Okay. Shout out to the cat.
She wrecked my chair. So I got her the tree, and now she's a little bit here, a little bit over there.
That is awesome, and you can't even get mad at her.
Nope.
No, okay. That's all she knows. That's what they need. They like did you ever get them that they like this kind of grass? I had a cat and they like to nibble on grass outside. So I had there's this artificial, there's one you can buy. Did they ever like that?
Yeah, they like catnip. I gave it to Nefer when I got her fixed. I just
Okay.
garnished her food with it, like I was garnishing with parsley or something. She liked it. They both like it.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna go to oh my gosh, Bella. Wait. Hold on, Bella. Wait a minute. Is this another one? Or did I wait. No. What am I seeing here? Bella, is this another one? I can't read this one either. I can't. Hold on. Shout out to Bella. I don't know what's happening over there. Is this another one? I can't read that one either. I'm going to read Lisa's right now. I'll read the second one. I'll read the third one a little later on after this next question. Shout out to Lisa, Queen Lisa. And then I'm going to get into the next question. I can't read that one. Oh, my goodness. Bella, I don't know what is going on. Wow, Bella, what's happening? Okay, shout out to Queen Lisa, Bella, Anu, Antu, all the great Ox Effect. I didn't even read his either yet. I'm going to read his after this one. Shout out to Ox Effect. Shout out to everybody. Primordial Thought, Mincy, all the great supporters. This is the only place this is happening on YouTube. This is it. Here's the last one I'm going to read. Then I'm going to let you all talk for a minute. Let me get to the next question. And this one's from Lisa. Lisa, give her some clap. Thank you for everything you do. Oh, Sasha and Lisa. Yes, Sasha Wallace. That's right, Sasha. His name is Sash when I see it, but it's like it's Sasha. Sasha and Lisa, give them some noise. The dynamic couple, give them some noise, please. Give them some noise, please. Sasha and Lisa. Peace and love to you. Wonderful. Okay, everybody. I got there's some big donations I'm gonna read off later on in the end. We'll get to that. Let me save this one, and then I'm going to get to the next question. The Tehuti Podclass, Sasha and Lisa. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm going to take a break for just a minute. Throw some water on my face, or just refresh myself and regenerate. And I'll be right back. In a moment, you all build for a moment, and I'll be right back to answer this question. I'll be right back. Let me go to crypto.
Enjoy your break, Saba. Shout out to all the new people joining us. Shout out to our Discord community growing.
The good brother Menku alwais looks like he's ready to just spit a hymn.
No, I'm just multitasking. Yes, I'm always multitasking. I think I'm more action than I am talk. But I did want to say one beautiful thing I really loved about Saba's breakdown. There's so much to love. I like when he shared the picture of the Met and the 7 chakras, and then he connected it with the 7 petals. And I know we all have seen that picture a million times. And so it's when Saba teaches, he's teaching you things that you have no idea about, but he's also teaching you on things that you've seen a million times and helping you to realize you didn't actually see it. Like you saw it, but you didn't see it the way that he sees it. And when he teaches, it's amazing at how many angles he's coming from, and you're relearning something that you were miseducated on. So I just wanted to highlight that thing, because I never was really like into yoga, but we know yoga is like this international thing, right? And we know that people talk about the chakras, but the way that he showed with the petals, and then it had the petals behind it, but then when he counted out the 7 petals, it was like you are something else, Saba. It's so glorious to, you know, witness what he does, right? Because it's so unique, and it's so, when he's breaking the matrix and teaching, I mean, like, if you think about everything that he covered, it was like way beyond Sheshet. So I wanted to share that because that was beautiful, because you know, I understand yoga, right? And I understand the benefit of it. And I've seen that picture so many times. But when Saba teaches it, it turns into a whole different thing. So Hinu to Saba for that powerful breakdown.
Yeah, I thought it was great that this whole lesson came back to the silver cord and the out of bodies. And that bioenergetic double that we all have. And then with the cord, it's symbolic for just tying it all back together and connecting us the way that we are all connected.
I really love this breakdown because I love how he connects it, like you're saying, like to the resurrecting and the rebirth, the female energy and the rebirthing into the eternal life. That really helps me learn more about the female energy, more about myself, and becoming a NETERT. It's very beautiful. And one thing that he said that I didn't know of before was the Aset and NETERT embodying Sheshet by rebuilding a SAR. That was really, really powerful. I did not know that before. The Tehuti for that.
Yeah, it's beautiful to learn these new meta-netter terms too, because the Kesba is blue and Nekin was the babe. And so, and then I'm repeating myself, but the Abet is month. Just little jewels like that, just increasing our vocabulary in the meta-netter is like extremely valuable. So like, you know, you could just be, you know, in a conversation and you bust those words out, and you know, people they won't know what to do with you, right? And I still remember, I'll never forget, I don't know why, but I love every time I see lapis lazuli and I think Kesbet. So I'm, you know, little by little, you know, he is just increasing our vocabulary and understanding of how amazing the NETERU were, how beautiful and how much they appreciated language. And I'm repeating myself again, but one of my first one-on-ones with Saba, he was very implicit by sharing with me that the followers of Ma'at were so imbued and connected with nature that they couldn't even speak or write without including everything that's in the multiverse. So I just love the language becomes more and more beautiful the more we get into it. So once you just know, once he gets into the Heru, it's like it's getting super real, because it's just more evidence to everything that he's sharing. And then it's too powerful that he shows the appropriation of the culture and how people are trying to claim what's ours. And that's why it's so important that we reclaim our history and our spiritual identity. Because if not, You have these people naming companies after the NETERTs, and they don't care, they don't love our ancestors. So it's very important that they get called out for the appropriation of our culture and the continued theft of our history.
And, just to build on what Manku Ross said about the vocabulary, is that like whenever SABA Tehuti gives us those breakdowns or build-ups of the NETERT and the Param-Haru, whenever I'm reading daily iterations, nightly or in the morning, I just like get caught up in the NETERT. I'm like, oh, I remember like that symbol or the hieroglyph has so much more meaning to it now, and I get caught up in that, and I was like, oh, I gotta continue doing my adoration. So it's just little gems each and every day I get reminded of from Tehuti's breakdowns.
Okay, well, how am I stuck? Wait a minute. Okay, everyone. You know what? Since there's some really big donations, and I told everybody that I would, if I saw some donations for the Sheshet, the Viper, I would bring it out. I didn't see any for that, but the donations were so big that I've decided to oh, come here. I've decided to bring Sheshet to show real quick in the Podclass. This is PAPYRIA. Sheshet, I'm gonna go Scribe. Could you put me on big screen? This is my Papyrus Viper, and this is Sheshet here. Let's see, where are you? There you are. And this is Sheshet, my Papyrus Viper, and there she is. Let me come up. Oh, where are you going? You're zooming. Hold on. You want to go down to the ground? There we go. Uh-oh, she kicked my screen off. Hold on a second, everybody. I can't see you anymore. 1 second. She kicked the screen off. What is happening? She kicked the screen off. Here we go. Okay, I'm back. All right, here we go. And here she is. I'll show you to her really quickly, then put her back. This is the Papyrus Viper here. And there she is. She is the color of the papyrus. And she is Sheshet. There she is right there. She's the papyrus, my Papyrus Viper. Her name is PAPYRIA. And Sheshet, the camera was higher than I thought, and she started kicking down the screen. I'll put it way up there. There she is right there. And there is Sheshet, the PAPYRIA Viper right there. So she's a special breed morph to make that particular color, and her name is PAPYRIA. And this is actually the one I got from the individual who got bit by the one I gave him, and so he was afraid of all vipers, and he had to have this extremely rare viper that I had wanted. So we worked out something, and this viper was when he had it, it would strike at him through the glass. He couldn't walk by the tank. When he walked by the tank, the viper would strike. This one here would strike at him from the actual glass, through the glass, trying to bust through the glass to get to him. And that is her right there. She's not okay. All right. So that is PAPYRIA Sheshet. Where you going, man? Going off. You want to rap? Okay. And that is her right there. She is a caramel Atrox, and this particular the regular version of this particular viper is the one responsible for most of the viper bites that take place across America. This particular one that I'm holding right here. Most of the viper bites that ever take place all across America is this exact one that I'm holding right here. And these ones are so they're so angry they bite through the screen at their owners. So, all right, Sheshet, we're gonna put you back, and I'll be back, everybody. I don't know if I could do that because she's like trying to get to the ground, and yeah, she's trying to She wants to get to the ground. She's like, get me to the ground, man. I need a rat. Okay, so I'll be back. Everybody, let put her back.
Wow, she was really beautiful.
Two out to Saba for taking her out. I can't even. He has to be so like, his mind state is so pure and he's so calm to be able to do that, because like, wow, I can't even imagine holding that in my hands.
Yeah, a regular person could not handle those animals.
Yeah. Henu to Saba Tehuti for that.
Henu Saba Tehuti, exactly. How's it going, Primordial?
Thinking about getting one of those.
Hey, like I say, Saba be holding snakes and vipers like they're cats. It's so easy for him. I think that's just amazing. Beautiful viper number one. That was definitely phenomenal. Anything. I mean, you know, Saba always says like, you know, oh, I'm gonna bring out this deadly thing, and it's like, man, Saba, like, it's not like you holding garden snakes and little snakes that are harmless. Like everything that he has is definitely what people would call deadly to them, and they're still dead. They're still deadly creatures that has an amazing striking ability, but he's clearly surpassed the norm. So Henu to you, Saba. Your environment, your perspective, your world is just it looks like you make it look easy. Let's just put it that
way. Yes, thank you. That was so she was I saw her available from a particular collector of these rare species. And when I contacted the collector, I'm able to get these rare things because I breed all different species of animals. So when people find out what I have, they want the babies, and the babies of the animals that I have are worth a lot. So they may say, well, I will take 4 of your babies for this particular snake. I'll take such and such, and we do trades. Breed this for me, and I'll give you this for this animal. And so he had it, and then he decided not to give it up. He wanted to keep it, and then he contacted me back, and he said, "But I want one of your babies." And so he got a baby from me. That's the one that ended up biting him. He ended up in the hospital, and then from that point he became afraid of all venomous snakes. He wanted out of it. He wanted nothing to do with anything venomous. And this particular one that he had it tries to hit you through the glass. It doesn't wait for you to open the tank. Don't worry about it biting your hand when you open the tank. When you walk by, it gets into the position and hits its nose on the glass to try to get through the glass to inject you. And so when I went over to get that one from him, he jumped to the other side of the bed. I went into his bedroom. He's like, "Do your thing, man." He's like, "What?" He went to the other side of the bed. He's on the other side, and I just went in there. I had my gloves and such, but I went in there, grabbed it, picked it up. It's slithering around, and now I'm holding it, and that's the one that you couldn't even come near the tank. So she's PAPYRIA, and her husband is Papyrus, and the words are words that sound like I'm saying papyrus because of what she signifies to me, which is the Sheshet or the Shesh, but it's actually Pa, which is the origin of where you come from, the origin of things, and then Pi is a word that means also I am, and then Ria is Ray, which is light. So my snakes, both of them are called my origin, is that of light. That's actually what her name is. And so it's PAPYRIA, which is that which I am, or that which I am originated from, is light in the meta-neter. PAPYRIA and Re, and then there's PAPYRIA and Ras, which is my origin, is that which comes from the Upesh realm. And then the meta-neter full name is Shesh and Sheshet. So that's what I have around me. And shout out to you. All the donations were so high from the last one. Some of them I haven't read yet, and that's why I brought her out, even though no one gave a specific tip to see her specifically, but it was a lot of big ones that were given, so I brought her out to match the class. Thank you all.
Saba,
so here we go.
Saba, are you the Inky of the reptile community?
Who's that?
That's
Inky,
me,
the guy
are
inside.
you no, Inky from from the Anunnaki. Saba, you out there splicing reptiles and you're making you trading.
It is like that. I'm actually I actually produce things that are like hybridly. They do not look like how they look. I don't know if it's still alive. Scribe, did you? I don't know if it passed, but so Scribe got a pink and orange type of snake that's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be black and gray, and it came up. It's pink and orange. A special Okati amelanistic. So yeah, I do that. Actually, PAPYRIA and Papyrus, if they mate, they'll create another type of splice. And maybe that one will come out with man, if I could get one to come out with the Cypress polyfer image, that would be awesome. If I could get the Sheshet image of the 7-star with the 7 leaf, I'll let you all know if I could one to come out with that.
That plant looks like it's indigenous to California, because I think I've seen it everywhere.
Oh, if you see it, let me know. I know it's indigenous from in Africa, but if you see something like that, let me know. I've seen plants that look like that too. I don't know if it's that specific species, but I've seen that too. I've seen that type of I've seen that look of plant too. I didn't get close enough to examine what it was, but yeah, if you see one, let me know. Take a picture of it, send it here, because that would be amazing if that plant is over there and over here. Don't let the Aborigines find out we have America's Egypt. So we told you the Cypress, it's over here. That Sheshet was here. Sheshet was an Aztec. So all right, so what we're gonna do, everybody, we're gonna get to the next question. Oh, let me put the next question up, everybody. Here we go. The next question up, everyone, is coming from, who's it coming from? Coming from Raquel. Here's the next question right here. Coming from Raquel. And here it is. This is the one that a lot of people have been waiting for. And this one is it's about Python. I'm telling you, son, that it's about Python. It's a morph. I specialize in the morphs. Okay, let's see. Everyone is a snake professional. It's a ball python. You can catch those in the woods, sir. Okay, let's see. I want to know what woods are those. I want to get some for free. I need trades. I want to go and get a caramel Atrox in the woods. Okay, here we go. Here's the next one here. The next question here is it's loading stream, so give me some time, everybody. It's loading. It's not loading in proper order. It's supposed to be 17. Here it is, right here. I got it. Got you. Here it is. I wonder if it's loading in that order. That's odd. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here's the next question sent in by the sister RAQUEL, who actually came to the who actually was at the Pathways of the Awakening. Do you all remember RAQUEL? She was with Oxafek. Does anybody remember her? It was a young lady that was with Oxafek. She was at the Pathways of the Awakening. Does anybody remember her at all?
I do. She got a Upesh catcher.
Yes. So, oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Shout out to RAQUEL. I don't know if she's in the room. Oxafek, are you in the room? This is for her. I put this together special for her because she's someone special to Oxafek. And if you're a lady or anybody is special to you, then she's special to me. And Oxafek is an enormous, consistent supporter. So because of that, I'm going to answer this question in a special way. And let me see if I can find this question here to put on the screen. And it is, here we go. No, that's Sharika. Here we go right here. Oxafek. No, RAQUEL. Here it is right here, everybody. And it's going to go on the screen right now. I found it. Okay, there. And Chrome tab. Okay, give RAQUEL Bailey some noise. Here's the next question of the Tehuti Podclass for depression, anxiety. Is it spiritual or mental? Give her some noise, please. Give her some noise. Depression, anxiety. Is it spiritual or mental? I know a lot of people are interested in this answer, especially especially females. Let me ask everybody in the podcast right now: who do you find, in your experience, suffers or discusses depression more, men or women? What would you say, Minty? Who in your experience has discussed depression more, men or women, who you've come across in your life?
I would say it's equal, but everybody looks at women as being emotional, but I think men have a lot of suppressed emotions that they don't acknowledge, and that just turns into depression.
And you hear in your experience, as far as somebody using the word "I'm going through depression," you hear men and women saying that equally. I'm going through depression.
I hear women saying that more.
Okay. And how about you, Scribe? As far as the actual sentence, I'm going through a state of depression right now. Who do you hear that more from? Would you say men or women, or is it the same?
Yeah, I've definitely heard more women discuss that. I seen a comment Nook Poo put up earlier. He said it costs too much to be depressed. So yeah, it's definitely something that women discuss more, for sure. Yes.
Okay. How about you, Antu? Just in your life of coming across different people, who have you heard more talk about I'm in a depressed state? Would you say men or women, or is it both the same?
From my experiences, I would say both the same, but the females that used to tell me that would do it more jokingly, like they wouldn't really be depressed, they would say it. So
okay, so you've heard men and women say it equally. I'm going through depression.
Yeah,
the same amount of men and women. Okay. And Primordial Thought, how about you in your experience? Who have you heard I'm going through a depression, men or women?
Most definitely women. I do agree with Minty and Antu. Like, there are guys who are depressed, but mainly women. In my perspective and what I've seen, and even more so, it explains it even more when you broke down the female in past class that they are the absorber. They take on that energy, right? So it's easy if you're a creation that absorbs and take in. I can see them being more depressed because they can take something that may seem small to us and expand it, just like they do, the sperm, and turn it into a 7-pound baby, right? So,
Everybody's
it's my perspective.
Everybody's saying your Cash App primordial thought. He's in the middle of send your questions again.
It's all because of you, Baba. It's all because of you, Baba. It's all because of you.
He's breaking it down. The absorber, Cash App, primordial thought. Send your PayPal to him right now for that breakdown. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So you've heard women say it more. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yes, Mankura, how about you? Have you heard women or men say it more?
Definitely women, 100%, and definitely more people who are not melanated than melanated people talk about depression.
Okay. And how about you, Caleb? Men or women? Have you heard men or women talk about being in a state of depression more? Is it both equal, or is it men more, women more? What would you say?
I definitely would say women. But I have heard some men, like more recently. I mean, just especially like around me at like my workplace, I've heard it. But yeah, women, and like what Primordial Thought mentioned is that they take, let's just say it started in like high school. They'll take some comments or bullying that they've went through, and then if it like doesn't stop, it just forms into a big ball of emotion.
Okay, so we got most of the panel women more. Nightmare, in your experience of dealing with women and men, who have you seen and heard mention being in a state of depression more? Who would you say? What are you seeing in the world out there?
No, I was going to say it feels like a trick question in a way, because honestly, I never really heard anybody say those words, that I'm in a state of depression. I've heard people say I'm stressing, I'm stressed out, but as far as verbatim those words, I never really heard male or female really say that. It was always
heard anybody describe.
Yeah, it's always going through. What was your question?
Have you ever heard anybody saying that they're going through a depression, or anything with the word depression in it pertaining to themselves?
Not verbally, no, not like that, no.
Okay, they would say I'm stressed out. I'm like, or some other type of way of saying it. Okay,
right.
No problem. No problem. Okay, everybody. So basically, everybody on the panel, except for who said they heard it equal? Who said that?
The women, the females, they hear it equal.
No. Who said that they heard men and women say I'm in a state of depression equally? Somebody on the panel. Was it you, Caleb? Caleb, I think.
I say it was a combination of Minty, Antu, and I.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I hear it equally.
Minty, you said you heard women say it more. You said you see it equally, but as far as hearing it, you said you've heard women say it more. But there was one person that said they heard men and women say it equally. Was that you, Caleb?
Antu.
It was Antu. That's right. Antu did say here. So as far as hearing those terms, everybody said they've heard, even if they've seen men and women in a state of depression. That wasn't really the question, but who have they heard say that more? I'm in a state of depression, and everybody pretty much stated, except for Antu and Nightmare said he doesn't hear those kind of wordings. But basically, the 90% consensus is women more. And this question was actually asked by a woman, and I will say absolutely 100% in my experience, most definitely women have stated it, showed it more. As a matter of fact, even if men feel like that, a lot of men have to put up a tough face, tough, like kind of tough act. So you won't really hear the brothers say, "Oh man, I'm in a state of depression. Don't mind me." Even though you may hear it every once in a while, but other brothers would be looked at as kind of soft if one brother in the group started talking about, "No, man, I'm depressed. I don't want to hear it." No. But whereas women, when they say it, they say it more, and they actually get comforted more. When they actually say that, they actually have more of a dependable group amongst the other women to say, "I understand how you feel. I've been through that." And they actually starts conversations where if a man says he's in a state of depression, the brother's like, "Yo, get out of it, man. Snap out of it. What they're kind of like harder, whereas women would say, "Yeah, tell me about, I feel you. Tell me about your experience." "Oh yeah, I've been through that too." And it's like this support group. And we're gonna get into that right now, because is depression a spiritual thing or a mental thing? Is depression even a psyops? Is there even such a thing called depression? Where's there ancient people walking around in Kemet speaking about being depressed? Is there any recordings of writings of people in ancient Kemet going through the state of depression? Did that exist in ancient times? Is it a new psyops? Is it a psyops chemically designed? We're going to see if this thing is actually a chemical design. Is it a form of a weaponry? And is most of it actually made up in our head, waiting for our chemicals to change to feed what actually already exists in our head? And is it affecting the spirit, or is it affecting the mind? If it was a weapon, it would be one of the most powerful weapons on the planet Earth, because if you can send any group of people or person into a state of depression, you have completely conquered them. You've taken away their self-esteem, their ego is gone. Nobody is depressed and egotistic at the same time. You're depressed, your self-esteem is gone, your head is hanging low. And if you could put somebody in that state purposely, you can their sense of what is it called there? When you critical thinking. Your critical thinking is gone. When you're depressed, you're not in a state of high critical thinking. You're actually open to more sadness, and you could actually control someone completely if you could put somebody in a state of depression. If you could put a group of people in a state of depression, you can completely conquer them, because they're definitely not going to fight a war or fight back. When people are depressed, they're not good fighters. You don't find a lot of good depressed boxers in the ring boxing depressed. So we're going to find out if this is actually a weapon, if it's something under a state of control, and is it actually linked to racism? We'll find out right here in the Tehuti Podclass. Okay, everybody, are you ready? Let's get into it. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Minty, Primordial, Nightmare, everybody, Scribe, Antu, jump back in the room, and we're going to get right into this question to find out, what is this? What's actually happening? What's going on here? Let us find out. Welcome, everyone, to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into this question. Let me put the timer on. That last one was 2 hours and 10 minutes. Let's see what this next one is. Stop. Reset. Here we go, everyone. Let's get started. Is everybody pressing 9s if you can hear me? Press a 9 if you can hear me, please. My screen is my computer is a little bit lagged on my internet, so sometimes I don't see the 9s until way after you press them. So I may see them shortly. Press a 9 if you can hear me. I see the 9s coming in. Okay, I see the 9s coming in. The 9s are coming in. And now we're going to get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into this next question. Oh, something happened wrong. Let me try to fix that, everybody. I need to let me fix this. Let me see if it pops up now. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. It should. And it does. Okay, we fixed the issue. Slight technical problem, but no problem. We always solve the issue. And now we're going to get into this answer, everybody. Depression. Is it spiritual or mental? Is it a psyops? Is it purposeful? Is it controlled by anyone? Let us see here at the Tehuti Podclass. I see the 9s coming in. So here we go. Let me press start on the timer. And 1, 2. Sorry. 1, 2, and 3. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the NETERU, health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, out-of-body ancient sources, with ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, disguised in the form of quote-unquote black consciousness, and atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers. You have been made to feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions and laughed off of the stage for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform / class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live for you, is here at the Tehuti Podclass. And here's the question again to RAQUEL Bailey. For depression, anxiety, is it spiritual or mental? In answering this question, I will also simultaneously reveal the psyops of how atheism and the disconnect from ancient cultural spiritualism have taken over the minds of our people. You see, in this society, in this construct of the matrix, you can be called intelligent and it's not spiritual. As a matter of fact, the people that are spiritual are the ones that are being called unintelligent. There is a divide. The beautiful thing about this question is it leads us to some of the oldest words ever found on the planet, which happen to be these 2 exact words. Can you believe it? These 2 exact words are some of the oldest words ever found on the planet. And the word is spiritual and intelligence, which is mental. The psyops is that you can become intelligent without becoming more spiritual. When these 2 things are divided, but let me show you one of the oldest words on the planet, which happens to be intelligence, found in the area of Abti. Let's just say Abti. Abti. In Kemet, going back to 3400 BC. Here's the Par EE, Sekert, which is scorpion, Cirque, 3400 BC. Here's the word right here. In the tomb of Scorpion 1, tomb in Abti. Here's the tomb that it was found in, 3400 BC. And this is the word right here. So this is the word for mental or intelligence. You can actually find this in the Per Amharu of 1250 BCE. On page 15 of the Per Amharu, saith Osar Ani, hail exalted one who is adored, mighty of the Ba'u, the souls, Ba Ram, mighty of terror, causing fear of himself, and the Neter's diadem, the Ka'a, upon the throne mighty, he maketh the way for intelligence, for the soul of Asar. And if you look at the word intelligence, which is the mental, it is that same image right there. It is the word ku, and is the word for intelligence. For the soul of Asar Ani, I am provided nuk ku. So intelligence was actually something that we considered ourselves as. So we didn't just say in ancient times before the Matrix that you are intelligent, like as if it's something within you. You would literally say, I am intelligence. I am the mind. I am consciousness. It was called Nukku. which is I am intelligence. And there's the word intelligence again with that same bird. And it's one of the oldest words found on the planet. The word now for spirit, because we have the word for mental, which is intelligence, which is ku. Now the word for spirit, from which today we get the word spiritual from, was also found over 3,000 years ago amongst the writings of the followers of Ma'at. And guess what word it was? Guess where it was found? It was found in the exact same area. And see this word right here? This is the word from the Per Emheru. This is the same word right there, the ku, with the symbol of the sun right there. This is 1250 BC. And this is the same word that was found in that area. Here it is right here again, 3400 BC. There's the bird with the long beak and the circle right there. It was the ku. And now we go to page 78, plate 18, and it says that of Heker at the separation of the dead, at the judgment of good spirits. And now we look at the word for good spirits, and it's the same word. There it is right there, with the bird with the long beak called the Habu bird, or the Cam bird. And there's that little circle right there. It is the exact same word as the above. And there it is right there. Sometimes you'll see it with the sun symbol. Sometimes you'll see it with the Ka symbol, which is the sieve symbol, which is also the symbol for a strainer. And sometimes you'll see it for light. And it's the same word, ku. The exact same word for spirit is the exact same word for intelligence. Interesting, but it doesn't work like that in the Matrix. In the Matrix in English, the same word for spirit is not the same word for intelligence. Two different words. If they were, then that would mean the more spiritual you are is the more intelligent you are. And thus causing that divide from spirit, from intelligence. In this society, you can actually be called intelligent without being called spiritual. You can actually be an intelligent atheist. Whereas before the Matrix, it was impossible for you to be an intelligent atheist because the word for intelligence itself was the word for the spirit that dwelled inside of you, the ku. So you could never be an atheist and be intelligent. If you're an atheist, you would actually be considered unintelligent or unmental. So intelligence, mental, and spiritual were the exact same thing. Thus, they were the exact same word. And remember the question that was asked: is depression, anxiety, is it spiritual or mental? The only reason why this question can derive is because the Matrix exists. Somebody prior to the Matrix, in the original culture of the Nile Valley, this question could not even be formulated in a sentence because you'd literally be saying, depression, anxiety, is it ku or ku? Because the same word. So the person you're asking the question to would say, what are you speaking of? Because your intelligence is the development of your ku. But in an atheist society, they become two distinct separate words. Thus, we knew the more disconnected from your natural spiritual path equivocated to the more disconnected you were in your mental coherency. That would lead to mental illness, one of which would have been depression. So the more disconnected you were from your spiritual path would have been the more disconnected you were from your intelligence, and thus leading to mental illness. And of course, that would have led to a state of sadness because nobody wanted to be non-spiritual before the Matrix in the Nile Valley. The question as to whether something that is mental is also spiritual has been answered. But you know what? That's not enough for the Podclass. Here at the House of ATTON, it's time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go. Thus, we knew the more disconnected from the natural spiritual path equivocated to the more disconnected you were mentally in your mental coherency that would lead to mental illness, one of which would have been depression. which is actually considered in PubMed as a disease. The problem is with this, is that our enemy in the Matrix knows that exact same science. Thus, we live in a world that is designed to focus on that exact disconnect Psyops. So because you're in a world now where the authors of the Matrix know there was a complete non-separation of your mental and your spiritual, they knew to disconnect these things and design a society based on the teachings of disconnection of these two things that would naturally lead to mental illness and mentally lead to a state of depression or sadness, because for thousands of years, those two things were the same thing. So to disconnect them would be completely alien to our mind state, which would send our neurons in a state of confusion. And that is the exact focus of the Matrix. And that's why in the school system, they can't teach spirituality. But in the school system, you can be a highly intelligent person, but you can't teach spirituality. That existed in no culture. There was no culture pre-Matrix, pre-colonization, where in the school system, the spiritual aspects were not taught. Every doctor was a spiritual scribe in ancient times. The word doctor was the same word for teacher. The teacher was the doctor, and the doctor and the teacher were also the spiritual teachers. They were the exact same thing. So the more intelligent you were, was the more spiritual you were in ancient times. If they disconnect that, that is actually the formulation structure of the Matrix. Now, this was the ancient symbol for spiritual immortality after living a spiritual life of Ma'at. So the goal of everyone pre-Matrix, pre-colonization that followed Ma'at was to be as spiritual or as in tune with your Ku as possible. Thus, the more in tune with your Ku you were, the more wise and intelligent and mentally coherent you were. So the end goal had a symbol, and the end goal after living the life of Ma'at was this symbol right here. This was the symbol called the Shen. The European, who is naturally violent, when he saw this, he renamed this gun cartridge, something that shoots and kills somebody. A gun cartridge and a gun is that which takes your life. We would never have associated the symbol with death, but he called it a gun cartridge. This was the symbol for immortality, and it was called the Shen, the same word that I broke down in the class before on Sheshet. This is the Shen. This was also a loop. This was the rope, loop, which is symbolically imbued with the anatomical structure, with our anatomical structure, being that the ancient people had hair that curled and spiraled. We associated our hair, or that type of hair, which is curly, also with immortality, because, like I explained in the last class, we had a complete connection and association with every aspect of our life, from the spiritual to where we worked, the job, to how we looked, to even the shape of our hair. So thus, this is the symbol of immortality, and we associated it with the anatomical structure of what the people look like, which were the people of the curly hair. And guess what the ancient word was for hair? As seen in the oldest scroll of immortality, Per-Amharu, 1250 BC. Is the hair of Osiris. What is that word for the hair of Osiris? Shen. There's the loop again that I broke down in the last class. That is the loop and the end. That is the Shen. The Shen, which is the hair, because it loops, we called it the Shen, the same word that we call the symbol of immortality, which was the rope loop right there. This was called the Shen, and also this type of hair was called the Shen. Why? Because they both looped. And there it is right there. You can find that in the Per-Amharu, page 213 of the Waltz Budge translation of the Per-Amharu, is the hair of Osiris, Ani, triumphant. Nu is the face, which is Heru. Heru was the word for face, which was the great light of the sun, the great face, and the word for hair was the loop. Two different kinds of loops, two different kinds of hair, both which would curl, because there was different types of people in Kemet, all of which had curly hair. Some, which were the tight curls, and some which came down wavy and curled at the end. It shows both hairs, called the Shen. This loop and the one that falls down and loops at the end. Both loops called the Shen. Thus, an imbued combient mind state of being saturated within the thoughts of immortality, while simultaneously creating an empowered self-esteem of our beautiful hair, which means that even we took our anatomy and found shapes that was in our anatomy and associated that with immortality. So you couldn't even look at your hair or comb your hair without thinking of it associated with the same symbol of the goal that you were striving for, which was immortality, which was also the Shen. The same symbol for immortality is the exact same word for the hair of the people. That was called the Shen. So that built a great self-esteem for a group of people who look like this. This is why you will never see me getting to any debates about what race were the Egyptians. They were Chinese. How about that? There they are. There he is. That's Jet Li right there. That's Jackie Chan. Whatever you want to say they were, whatever you call them, they were this. Whatever you call this man, whatever you would call this man in the 1600s while Ku Klux Klan and slavery was taking place, whatever this man is called, this is what the Kemetians depicted themselves as, and this is what they look like. Not a problem. They imbued their look with the goal. So that's how in tune we were with immortality, that we even looked at the curl of our hair and associated it. That type of empowerment, there would be no place for a state of depression or sadness if you actually looked at your body parts and associated your body parts with the supreme neters themselves, and your hair with the immortal Shen, and your farming tool with the Ma'ah, and everything you did with the immortality goal. You'd be in such a state of understanding that you have the ability to live forever, that in Kemet, you don't have states of people in a state of depression. In a culture where there's 50 different types of religions, different types of looks, different types of people, different types of thoughts, pedophiles, Christian pastors, rapists, serial killers, horror movies, cartoons, talking dogs and Daffy Duck and all type of madness and school system and Ku Klux Klan and racism and all type of strange things, you're going to create a confused society, as opposed to a group of people that imbued even their physical look into immortality, their spiritual look into their consciousness, because the Ku spirit was the same as the mind. There was no separation. You couldn't speak about your mind without talking about immortality. Depression also derives from a lack of self-esteem. So, of course, the opposite of being extremely high esteem, depression would be the diametric opposite of that, which would be the lack of self-esteem. So understanding this and understanding our connection with our curly hair, and that's a typo, to our high self-esteem is the connection to the symbol of immortality. Of course, the first thing to do that affects our consciousness would be to get one to change the structure of their hair, taking away their self-esteem completely. So thus, when you take someone's self-esteem away, we're going to get to this image right here. So this is Kemset. This is getting Kemset, which is the wife, our Hemet, NETERT of Mentuhotep, getting her afro maintained by other sisters in the household. So this is her getting her Shen maintained. This was the ruler, Mentuhotep's quote-unquote wife, whose name literally means black, while maintaining her curly Shen hair. How does the matrix reverse this spiritual intelligence that's of self-esteem? Well, who would the black ruler of our day and time be? In other words, who was the so-called first black president? Obama. Well, here is his wife representing beauty in Black Hair magazine for the young melanated girls to see, in a magazine entitled Black Hair. Here's the black ruler of today, or the Obama today. Here's his wife. Do you see the difference in the concepts? So there's his wife. Here is Kemseti, the wife of Mentuhotep, getting her hair fixed, and here is the wife of the black ruler today that the young sisters and all the so-called black women can look up to and say, you know what? We got the first lady, the first black woman first lady. Her hair is an all type of straight, altered look that doesn't look anything like Kemset. But when she was born, all the way up to when she was 13 years old, I have old pictures of her. Her hair looks just like this. This Michelle Obama's hair looked just like this. But when she becomes quote unquote successful or gets money, then all of a sudden the hair changes. And as a matter of fact, this is Black Hair magazine. And if you look at all the images of the so-called black women on this magazine, not one of them have curly hair. Why would that be? Why does that exist? Why would this be called Black Hair and nobody on the magazine represents what black hair looks like? There has to be a psyops going on, because that is one of the things that identifies these women with self-esteem and identifies the so-called race of these women that separates them from other people on the planet was they had curly, tight curls or kinks in their hair. So to name a magazine after that specific anatomical attribute, which is your black hair, and to actually have every single picture in and on top of the magazine with straight hair, means that you've now associated black hair with straight hair, which is not what you were born with. Thus, every single woman on this cover has low self-esteem, which will slowly lead to states of depression. And just ask yourself, who has their hair permed or straightened more? Black men or black women? There's a specific psyops taking place that you can see right here, where you can have actually the diametric opposite of the meaning of black hair and have what black hair doesn't look like. And this is the representation of beauty. Thus, all these women are subconsciously depressed because they all dislike themselves, but they all think that that is black hair. Here's Kemseti again getting the afro maintained by the other sisters in the household. Now, self-hatred is the fastest route to depression. The true self, which is the ka or the ku or the spirit, thus what destroys it in turn would also destroy your mind. So the fastest route to depression is, of course, hating yourself, because everything else that you could be depressed about is external. Imagine being depressed because your car keeps breaking down, you're gonna lose your job, your lady leaves you, your man leaves you, your children, all type of things. All that is external. You lose you can't pay your electric bill. All that is external. The fastest route would be if you actually dislike yourself, because you can't actually escape yourself. So that means that nothing that happens around you would affect you in a positive light if you actually hate your own self. If you can't escape the hatred of your own self, then you'd be in a state of depression even if somebody gave you a Lamborghini. Somebody could give you a Lamborghini, but if you actually hate yourself, that Lamborghini doesn't bring you happiness. Somebody could take you on a fishing trip. That wouldn't bring you happiness if you hate yourself. So if the self-hatred, if the depression is actually within, because it's within something you can't escape, which is your own ka or your ku or your own self, then that will be the fastest route to depression. So that's the psyops of getting any group of people to go into a state of depression. The very first step would be to get particular groups of people to hate themselves. The meta word, to make a word an exact polar opposite, you add this little bird to it. This little bird is called an or bird. You add this little word to this little symbol to a bird, and it makes it opposite. Now remember, everybody, remember up here, let me shrink this down a little bit. Remember this symbol here, the Shen was a symbol of immortality right here. and we co-adapted the symbol, finding the structure within the hair, building up self-esteem, because now your hair is actually growing to you, representing immortality, which is your extreme goal. And it's a body part. It's a part of your body growing out of you. So every time you look at yourself, you can think of immortality. How would you reverse that? How would you reverse that in Kemet? How would that be reversed? Well, when you take a word and make it its opposite, you add this little bird to it right there. Guess what the meta word for depression is? Did anybody know? Let me come to the screen. Do you all know there actually is an ancient meta word for depression? Guess what it is? Does anybody know? What is the meta? What is the ancient word in the Nile Valley for depression? I want you to watch how this happens. How the ancient people actually thought. The word for eternal life is Shen. The word for the curl of the hair is Shen. The word for the rope curling that you put the king or ruler's name is for immortality is Shen. That is your ultimate goal. So what would be the opposite of that? What would be the opposite of that? To a person in the Nile Valley focused on immortality. Guess what the word is? That's the word is for depression in Medu-Neter. It is Shen with the little bird. Uh-oh. Do you see that, everybody? We knew that if you took the concept of immortality away from us, if you made it the opposite, because when you take that little bird and add it to the word, when you take these other symbols and add it to the same word, the ancient people were so deep that instead of creating another word to show you that the exact opposite, the exact meaning for being helpless, sick, and depressed would be the exact same word for immortality, the goal that you are seeking, that the ancient people took the exact same word, and instead of making a new word to be its opposite, you just add the symbol of the bird, which means the exact opposite of thoughts of spirituality and immortality. That's what's going to make you sick. That's what's going to make you feel helpless, and that's what's going to make you feel depressed. That's what's going to give you mental sickness and disgust, is the exact opposite of the exact same word, Shen, which is the exact same word for immortality. And the hair right here, Shen, and immortality. Take that word and reverse it, or what would be the opposite of being in a state of immortality, which is your spiritual path, would be the same word with the symbol of the little bird, making it its opposite. And thus, we knew that taking you away from your spirituality, the opposite of immortality, that's what's going to put you in a depressed state. This is the beauty of the ancient language compared to what we have today. This does not happen in the English language. So the word for mental depression, mental illness, depression, mental sickness has nothing to do with the words joy, happiness, immortality, life. Those sound like completely different words. Because you can actually be an atheist, be completely non-spiritual in this culture, and still be considered intelligent. And the happiest person on earth is the atheist. Scratch away the matrix, remove the matrix, and go back to the time of Ma'at, and you could not be an atheist and be considered mentally healthy. If you were the opposite of that which is striving for the Shen, you were considered a person with mental illness. If you were the opposite of that which was striving for the Shen, you'd be in a state of depression. You'd be in a state of mental sickness. That's how you know that the original societies and original cultures had a complete enmeshing of quote-unquote spirituality with happiness and imbuement of how they looked, with their work, with their writing, with everything they did, that for you to not seek immortality, you must be mentally ill. You're not seeking immortality? Are you okay? Are you depressed? Are you sick? You all right? You could walk up to 1 million people in America right now and say, do you believe in immortality? What are you talking about? You die when you die. One life to live. One life to live. I'm really happy, though. I got my Lamborghini. I got my 4-story house. I'm really happy, man. I got my women, got my men, got my jewelry. I'm happy. Immortality, what are you talking about? You're crazy. The pseudo, you're pseudo, which is the mythological pseudo. But I'm happy. Take away colonization and go back to the original language, and you couldn't be happy if you didn't believe in immortality. Because the word for depression was that which was the opposite of immortality. The same word for Shen. The word for Ku, which is the same word for being intelligent, mentally healthy, is the exact same word for your spirit. So thus, if you believed in one, you believed in all of it because it was all intermeshed. In this society, the Psyopses separate the words, separate the concept. You can still be intelligent and be an atheist. You can still be. In this society, you can still be. Intelligence has nothing to do with your acceptance of immortality. You can still be intelligent in this society. Show me that pre-colonization. Show me that. You couldn't, because it was a complete unification of understanding that immortality was a part of this life. And if you didn't believe in it, you were crazy. You were mentally. Are you okay, friend? Are you okay? You don't believe in immortality? Are you sick? Are you depressed? Millions of people in America don't believe in immortality, and they're considered some of the smartest people, intelligent on the planet. That is the Psyops. It doesn't work like that outside of the matrix. It only works like that within the matrix, within this English language and school system. Let us continue. Here we go. So Shen right there. Mental illness and disgust. Somebody may ask about this one. Hey, this one doesn't have the little bird. Send the question in. Here we go. That one has an eye and a little line underneath it. Yes, I know. So, boom, Shen, and its opposite, that which interferes with your spiritual path to immortality simultaneously, or results in you being depressed and mental illness. Thus, through subconscious mind control, making you hate yourself, that is a part of your anatomy. Your hair reverses its subconscious life imagery and thus results in self-hate and depression. Thus, the opposite of Shen is depression. The magic being worked on you spiritually and mentally is deeper than you even know it. Your biological imperative, which is your urge to survive, was directly connected with your work and career and your professionalism. Thus, the more professional you are, subconsciously associated with the more successful you are, and how better you are able to maintain your family, which is biological imperative, which comes with a particular look of this subconscious concept of success and security. Because the more successful you are, the more secure you feel, which is biological imperative. So if they can associate your look of success with the opposite of something that was considered successful and immortal to us, the Psyops thus begins and is embedded in the mind. Because remember, one of the main causes of depression is financial instability. That's what you hear people say, oh man, I'm not making any money. I can't pay my bills. My girl left me because I'm broke. I don't know what I'm going to do. That is one of the first things that leads to depression. Second facet is self-hatred, is when you think your security is falling apart around you and you feel hopelessness. That is depression, is a state of hopelessness. It's caused by financial insecurity, instability, and not knowing where your next meal or bills are going to come from. Let me show you how deep the matrix is. We're going to type in professional hairstyles for women. I did this once on the Killer Priest show. You type in professional hairstyles for women, not a problem. Look what you get. Professional hair. This is Google algorithms. Professional hairstyles for women, no problem. You get these women here. They look neat and organized. Okay, I can understand. Okay, there are professional women in the workplace that look like this. No problem. Professional hairstyles for women. I didn't type in any type of women, any specific look. I just put professional hairstyles women. So here it is. So women, you now know, Because professional, the more professional you are, the more successful you are. That's why when somebody asks you what you do, and you say, I work for McDonald's, you say, oh, you don't have a profession yet? What's your profession? I work at Mickey D's, I flip burgers. That's not a professional. Your profession is when you make more money. Because somebody with a profession makes more money than somebody working, throwing newspapers at a door, or working at Mickey D's, or working at the steakhouse, flipping burgers, or whatever that is. When you're a professional doctor, a professional dentist, a professional surgeon, whatever profession, that's the person that makes the more money. Thus, that's the person that's more financially secure. So profession is subconsciously associated with security. So there it is. No problem. Great. Let's type in unprofessional hairstyles for women. Are you ready? Unprofessional. So that must be, if you type in unprofessional hairstyles for women, maybe it's these two women here with the hair messed up. You don't want to walk into a workplace with your hair uncombed, looking nasty and looking unneat. So unprofessional should be the opposite of this. Whatever the opposite of this is, that's the unprofessional, and that means you're not going to get the job you want. You don't look professional enough. So maybe it's these two women that woke up in the morning, didn't comb their hair. Let's type it in, everybody. Professional women, unprofessional. That should be the same two women with their hair uncombed. Okay, here it is. Unprofessional hairstyles for women. What? Sisters with naturals. Wait, what? The hair looks very combed and neat. What's wrong? What's happening here? I put in unprofessional hairstyles women, and I'm getting black women with afros and curly hair. Is the hair uncombed or something? What's unprofessional? Wait a minute. Let me do that again. Maybe some mistake. Hold on. Professional hairstyles women. I'm getting women with their hair combed. The hair looks neat and combed and nice, right? No problem. When I put in unprofessional hairstyles for women, I'm getting women with their hair combed too. What's the difference? How come these ones are unprofessional and the other ones are professional? Both of their hair looks combed. Is there any difference? I don't know what the difference is. There has to be a difference between these women. This is what Google says, unprofessional hairstyles for women. So these women right here, they're professional. They feel confident. They're very confident. They're professional. They look nice. They're ready for work. They may be a dentist, a doctor, a nurse, or some other kind of profession. They're going to be successful. They're going to have biological imperative, be able to take care of their families. Everything's going to be nice and secure, you know, because if they lost their profession, they'd be unprofessional. So here are the women that are unprofessional. They also look neat and nice. Their hair look combed. What's the difference? Oh, wait. They're melanated. Oh, they have curly hair. So curly hair is automatically in the Google search system associated with not having the successful job, not having the security, because these are unprofessional women. If your hair is naturally curly, then you're not of any profession. You're unprofessional. But if your hair is straight, then you're professional. I didn't put professional. Maybe I put professional European women. Let me look. Maybe I put that. Yeah, did I put professional European women? No, it just says professional hairstyles. I didn't put any race. I didn't put a race here. So how come? Why does the race change? Why does the race change when I didn't search for any race, Google? I just searched for unprofessional and professional. These women look very professional. What's wrong with them? It's because their hair is curly. So automatically the matrix is designed to associate the shen or the curliness with being unprofessional, thus not being associated with having a successful job, thus insecurity. Boom. Black women with shen hair, unstraightened, not like Obama's wife, but the unstraightened one, the curly hair and his natural curls, that's unprofessional, thus immediately unassociated with success. Thus immediately unassociated with success, with biological imperative. The subliminal depression starts to set in even though these women have smiles in their faces. Subliminal depression sets in the course of being successful and professional, because in some workplaces, I have sisters right now, students and friends of mine right now that are not allowed to come into the workplace with afros. It's been on the news. I know people personally, they're told that they have to straighten their hair in order to continue working at this particular job. And when they're asked for an explanation, there actually is none. They say straighten your hair so you can work at this job. And I know a young lady who has to wear a wig of straight hair to work her job. And when she's done work, she takes the wig off and she goes back into this look. So when you think, when you are subconsciously raised up in a society where you think to be successful and professional has anything to do with your genetic makeup for the negative, subconsciously, slight depression is sinking in because you start to hate yourself. You start to associate yourself with, man, even if I change my clothes, I could buy a Gucci shirt, I could have $1 million, I could have a Lamborghini, I could have silk pants on from Versace, but yo, this hair keeps growing out of me. And they keep telling me this hair is unprofessional. I Google search for, because I want to go to this work job, so I want to know what are some professional hairstyles available. So I'm going to put in professional hairstyles, and I keep getting like European women. Okay, so what's unprofessional? Oh, those women look like me, but I can't change this look. I'm stuck. I can put on as many shirts as I want. So the look itself in the Google search and at work of having curly hair is now disassociated with security and professionality. Thus, suddenly, the matrix is setting in because the Psyops is even in the Google search. The Psyops is in the Google search itself. Even if a young lady wants to look for a professional hairstyle, a young lady that is melanated with curly hair is not going to get anybody that looks like her. The first images that pop up before you scroll down are those women, but the unprofessional one are these women right here. I don't see anything unprofessional about these women. If you all see anything unprofessional about these women, press a 6. I don't see anything. These women look very professional and beautiful to me, but of course that look is unprofessional, thus unbiological imperative, thus a state of panic and insecurity. Tehuti, this depression matrix, is it more focused on women also? Was it on the women? Was it a woman who asked the question? Is that a coincidence? That is because the matrix actually is designed to focus on an effect for women's depression at a higher extreme rate. Why? Control the woman, control the mother, and you control the nation. Control the woman's psyops, you control the mother. The woman's thoughts go into the baby before the father can even talk to the baby. The woman's DNA, psychological makeup, goes into the baby. The woman's food goes into the baby before the man can even see his child. 9 months, the baby's a part of her DNA, a part of her genetics. Control the woman, control the mother, control the nation. Let's go to the U.S. depression rate statistics to see if depression on a whole is at an all-time high recently. Let's see. We're going to go to Gallup News, U.S. depression. And it says depression rate. This is as of May 17th last year. U.S. depression rate reaches new heights by Dan Winters. There's a person curled up on the bed. Washington, D.C., the percentage of U.S. adults who report having been diagnosed with depression at some point in their lifetime has reached 29%, nearly 10% points higher than 2015. The percentage of Americans who currently have or are being treated for depression has also increased to 17.8%, up about 7 points over the same period. Both rates are the highest recorded by Gallup since it's begun measuring depression using the current form of data collection in 2015. The highest rates of depression are right now. This article was just last year, 2023. It's jumped up to 29%. 29% of the U.S. is suffering depression. Do you know how many millions of people that is? Hey, here's the graph right here. Rising trends of lifetime, current depression rates. Has a doctor or nurse ever told you that you have depression? Do you currently are you currently being treated for depression? Yes, lifetime depression. Here are the rates right here. Look at them going up and up and up and up every year till it reaches 29% higher and 17% higher, which is exactly what it says here. Percentage of Americans currently have been treated for depression has also increased. So we have two different percentages. One being diagnosed for depression, and one's being treated. Both have increased. And believe and understand that when you get treated for depression and you're given these lithiums and different, when you're giving lithium and other pills for depression, you actually become more depressed. You actually become addicted to some of the drugs and actually become more depressed when you can't get to them, and actually become hooked and connected to the drugs of depression, because a depressionless, healthy society makes for no professional doctors. Because remember, depression is logged by PubMed as a disease. Did you all know that? Did you all know depression has gone from a feeling you have inside to it's an actual disease? So cancer is a disease, and now so is depression. It's on PubMed as a disease. Happiness is not a disease. No emotion is a disease, but now depression is an actual disease because of what the word depression originally meant, was to be in an unrelaxed state of panic, a state of hopelessness, which to have you in a state of dis-ease. It means you don't feel things are easy, things are not smooth, things are not harmonious. And now the rates have skyrocketed and gone sky high. Let me see something here. Hold on. Oh, let me come back to the screen. I'm going to save what I was going to save for later. I was going to say something, but I think I'm going to save that. But depression is now actually a disease. Instead of an emotion, it's actually a disease, like cancer is. That is interesting. Okay, I'm going to say what I was going to say on the screen for later. It'll come back to me later. I'm going to save that for later. Let's get back to the actual screen here. Okay, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Well, before I go further, let me discuss with you the anatomical spiritual function of the female. This is what primordial thought was describing that I taught in an earlier class. Oh, let me close this right here. I was going to say something right here. That'll come back. That'll come back. A little extra bonus, but. Well, let me discuss with you the anatomical spiritual function of the female and what she's able to do. And she's able to expand energy. This is what primordial thought and Caleb was described that I taught in an earlier podcast. For those who missed that, I will explain shortly the summarized version of it again. Her body is the only thing in existence that's able to take the head of a 5.1 micrometer by 3.1 micrometer and tail at 50 micrometers long. A micrometer is 1/1000th of a millimeter. It is 0.001 millimeter, and this is called a zygote. So she can take something, in her body's designed to take something that is 0.001 millimeters, and she's able to place it inside of her body. You can't place that inside of if you place it inside of a man's body, nothing happens. You place it inside of a woman's body, and she converts it into a 7 to 8 pound baby. Looks like Muhammad Ali. A 7 to 8 pound is the cutest baby ever. 7 to 8 pound baby from something that is 0.01 millimeters, 1/1000th of a millimeter. It's 5.1 micrometers, and 3.1 micrometers is its tail. So 5.1 micrometers, and by 3.1 micrometers, and the tail of 50 micrometer long tail. So there it is right there. So from this little thing of 5.1 micrometers by 3.1 micrometers and a tail of 15 micrometers into the 7-pound baby. Only her body, something within her genetic makeup, is designed to convert and have this expand inside of her body. If you put this inside of a male's body, the male does not have the anatomy to cause this expansion. So her body is designed to do that. And also her mind is too. We're going to get into that. This is why in today's matrix world, you will notice that men say, man, my lady always takes the smallest thing and blows them up into a big argument. This is because as an absorption magnifier, she was designed to absorb her surroundings and also expand that energy. In ancient times, it was Ma'at that surrounded the female, thus she expanded the birthing energy and the healing life energy and magnified it. Unfortunately, today, she's surrounded by the matrix. What do you think she's unknowingly magnifying? Of course, negative energy. You will also note that as a manifestation of an absorber, what direction is a woman's reproduction organs going towards as opposed to a male? And I showed this in an earlier podcast. Because she's an absorber, her reproductive organs are going inwards and the man is the ejector. His reproductive organs are pushing outwards. Yes, his are external. The females are going inwards because she absorbs him. To absorb. The greatest aspect of a female was the manifestation of the feminine energy. We have many women saying, I will show you my powerful feminine energy, the feminine principle. Does anyone here know what feminine means? If you remember my last classes, you will know what it means. For the new people, some may know after coming to several Tehuti pod classes, the word feminine or female, what does it mean? It means to suck. In other words, to absorb something. Female to suck, or one who suckles. It deals with absorbing something and also giving off the energy to the baby. And it means to suck. Okay? Yes, it means to suck. That's what the word female literally means. Now transposition those words and tell us how it sounds. Walk up to a group of people and say, I'm going to show you my sucking powers. Brothers would love feminists at that point. But in reality, see what happens when you use the word and have no idea what it means. When the Freemasons created this language, they coded it with many ancient principles because they knew that the women were actually the absorbers. The female is the absorber, which leads to the reason of why women become so attached to their men or babies. If you ask anybody who's more attached, is a woman more attached to the man or is a man more attached to the woman? Is the woman more attached to the babies or is the father more attached to the babies? But you'll find the woman is actually anatomically more attached to the man and the baby and that which surrounds her, because she absorbs the male she is with and compounded with sperm's ability to change the woman's eating habits, behaviors, sleep patterns, emotional bond. I will cover that scientifically in a moment, but the sperm she's absorbing actually changed her eating habits and everything, and that's because of what takes place in the mind during the sexual encounter of the female, because that is when she's at her highest state of biological imperative. In women, a major activation of anxiety and alertness to even the point of unconsciousness. In women, the PAPYRIA aqueductile is activated. It's actually a pain suppressant. It contains oxytocin. Receptors connected to the orbital frontal cortex is activated by pleasant visual, tactile, and olfactory stimuli. Maternal connective qualities, why women latch on and are more emotionally connected. Oxytocin is what is injected to induce contractions during labor. So, why is biting and hair pulling becomes a pleasure and facial expressions in sex are actually similar. So the woman is actually designed to absorb and actually have a connective quality to the male and the baby through tactile and olfactory senses. So she is more cuddly, she is more grabby, she is more huggy, she is more observing, she wants to pull things into her, she is more empathic. That is her genetic makeup. That is her scientific genetic makeup. She's an empathic absorber, and she takes things, absorbs them, and magnifies them into something that is larger. In ancient times before the Matrix, that was a beautiful science of magic. Today, it is absolute chaos. So as we can see, the female orgasm compounded with tactile and olfactory stimuli activates her absorption connective qualities through oxytocin receptors, which makes the female anatomically an empathic. And with knowing all this, would actually mean that depression matrix would affect the women more and melanated people more in general. So with knowing all this, now you know that it would affect women more, but would affect also melanated people in general. Now you know, and let's take it even further. Well, let me take you back to the article. Here we are back in the article, and what it says, rates rising among women, young adults, Black and Hispanics. Rates among women, young adults, Black and Hispanics are rising faster. Rates of what? Depression. So they find rates of women, Blacks and Hispanics. Now, what takes place is that if they found that 36.7% women are raising in depression and Blacks and Hispanics are raising in depression, then what happens to women? They're double compounded. What happens if you're a woman and you're Black and Hispanic? So if women in general, depression is raising at 36.7%, and Blacks and Hispanics, melanated people's depression is raising, what happens if you're a woman and Black and Hispanic? Now it's doubly compounded because it's raising more in the women and your race compounded together. Do you see what happens? Why would that be? Because of what I've just explained. Why would the rate of Hispanics, Blacks, and women be raising faster? Because of what was just explained. And more that I'm going to explain or make plain even more. So if you're a woman and you're Black, or if you're a woman and you're Hispanic, which is the same thing, if you're a woman and you're melanated, the rates are going up in you twice because you're part of the two categories that it's going up in one body. So of course you're going to find depression rates in Black and Hispanic women going up higher, which they actually have scientifically documented and documented in the Gallup documentation statistics of depression. They've actually found that it's not just going up, it's going up amongst women more and a certain particular race more. Why doesn't it say Chinese? Chinese and Iranians. Where's the Chinese and Iranians in there? That's not in there? No Chinese and Iranians. Where's East Indian rates of what's happening? We're about to find out. It's all because of this Psyops that is focusing on those two people. Here we go, everybody. Rates among young women, young adults, Black and Hispanics raising faster. Over 1/3 of women, 36.7%, now report having been diagnosed with depression. Oh my goodness. So for those who said they've heard women say that they're depressed more, it is a scientific, statistically observed fact. Some points in their lifetime compared with 20.4% of men. So in the statistics, and these are just the ones that are reported. These are not even the ones that are not reported. So on the ones that are reported, 36.7 women compared to 20.4 men. So of course you're going to hear more women talk about the word depression than men. It's actually documented. And their rate has risen at nearly twice the rate since 2017. Age 18 to 29, 34.3, and 30 to 44, 34.9 have significantly greater depression diagnosis rates in their lifetime than those of the older than 44. Women, 23.8%, and adults aged 18 to 19, 24.6%, also have the highest rates of current depression or treatment for depression. These two groups, up to 6.2 and 11.6 percentage points respectively, as well as adults aged 30 to 44, have the fastest rising rates compared with 2017 estimates. Lifetime depression rates are also climbing fast among Black and Hispanic adults. Lifetime. What does it say? Lifetime depression rates are also climbing fast among Black and Hispanic adults and have now surpassed those of white respondents historically. Then it goes on. Boom. Women and melanated people in general are the highest target of quote unquote depression. Here's the depression rate chart up until 2023. And we look at the depression rate chart, diagnosed with depression in lifetime. We shrink it down. We see the age groups and look at the rate difference. So we see that women are the highest. And then when we go to the race ethnics, blacks, adults, and Hispanics are past double that of whites. Why would that be? So if you're a woman and you're going up at that high percentage and you're black and Hispanic as a woman, you're doubly compounded. Why is that happening? Blacks, Latinos, Hispanic, for the obvious reasons. The main people whose spiritual identity was robbed of them in the Americas. Thus, the highest mental affected program hopelessness, because those racial groups are the ones most spiritually disconnected, with no spiritual imagery on television. So that means, let me come to the screen a second. So when you go to other so-called racial groups, because they've invented all these racial groups, it's all created in your mind. But when you go to all these other racial groups, you'll find a lot of Indians are still Hindu. No problem. You'll find a lot of Indians still in the same garb as if they were still in India. When you go to the so-called Asian culture, which actually is the Indian culture, because India's in Asia, it's chaos. But when you think of Asian, all of a sudden you just think of Chinese, and India is a part of it. But anyways, so when you go to the Asian culture, you'll find a lot of Asians still within their practicing their martial arts, their Tai Chi. They still have Buddha. Most of them still speak their language. There's a Chinatown in almost every city, and when you go deep into the Chinatown, you don't understand a word they're saying. They still have their language. They still have their culture. When you go to their house, they still have their statues there. They're speaking their language. They're doing their martial arts, their Tai Chi. Still have representations of their culture. That's what you find. When you go to the Hispanic household, how many Hispanic people are still saying that they're Mayans, speaking the Nahuatl language and practicing the Mayan culture? Raise your hand if you have Spanish friends that when you go over to their household, Hispanic friends that are still practicing the Native American culture. Are they not mostly Catholics? How many so-called blacks, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, American Negro, whatever those words are, when you go over to their house, are they practicing any ancient African culture that existed before colonization? How many black people's house do you go to that are speaking full Yoruba, that are not the ones that moved over from Nigeria, but the American ones, the ones that are the product of slavery? How many are speaking full Medunet or full Yoruba, any ancient black culture, religion? They have their statues up, doing their rituals. How many do you go in and see that? So the people that have been stripped spiritually the most in the Americas, and the gender that has been attacked the most, the female, when it comes to her depression states, those are the ones whose rates of depression seem to be going up the highest. I have never went to a Mexican's house and they're talking about Quetzalcoatl. I've never been, and they got the Aztec up talking about the Quetzalcoatl and 1 in a million. How many Native American, how many natives like native Mexicans in America, because in Canada it's a different type of Native American, but how many of them are practicing? Full-fledged practicing. Their mother is garbed out, father is garbed out, speaking the Nahuatl language. They have Quetzalcoatl over here. They have all the ancient statues. They're doing the complete Aztec rituals, all the practices. How many Mexicans' houses do you go to? Please come back with a videotape and I'll put it on the podcast. How many of the millions and millions of Mexicans do you find that happening? How many of the millions and millions, not the ones who come to the podcast, not the ones who discover their culture. I'm talking about regular so-called African American people. How many of them are speaking full ancient? How many of them are speaking any ancient Zimbabwe? How many of them are calling themselves Khoisan, Bantu? How many of them are actually practicing? How many Dogon's houses you've been to? No. So it just so happens that the two people who have been completely spiritually disconnected from their culture happen to be the two races whose depression rate is going up. That sounds familiar. That sounds like the Cometian definition of depression, which would be the opposite of seeking immortality. It would be the Shen bird, the Shen with the little bird, which would be the opposite of seeking immortality, and that will put you in a more depressed state. It seems like the people that have had their culture and spirituality taken from them the harshest, the so-called Mexicans and the blacks, seem to be the ones skyrocketing higher in depression. Seems like the ancient Nile Valley people were right. When you take away the spirituality, you're going to rise in depression. So we said that 4,000 years ago, and here it is happening today. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Let us continue and see spiritual depression. Is it mental? Is it physical? We've gotten that answer. Let's see how deep this Psyops actually gets. Okay, so the disconnect with no spiritual imagery, television, movies. There's no movies, religions that look like you will not find a movie with a black pharaoh. You won't find any movie in Hollywood about the representatives of Quetzalcoatl or the Mayans. They have one called The Apocalypse. It was all about them killing each other. You will not find one Native American Mexican movie represented in Hollywood with the actual culture in its pure state that it's a positive movie. You will not find a Black Pharaoh movie. You will not find any ancient Dogon movie. You won't find us in those states in those movies, but you'll find Europeans in every single position that Europeans have ever been in. Whether it's slave master, whether it's the queen, whether it's Sir Lancelot, whether it's Superman, whether it's Spider-Man, whether it's the knight in shining armor, whether it's the gangs of New York, whether it's the great pirates of the sea, you will find Europeans in every single situation in a movie where the hero of the movie is every single culture possible. You will even find The Last Samurai is Tom Cruise. So here we go. So you will not find that in an ancient Mexican movie that portrays them in their native state, raising their family and culture with a native hero depicted, pre-colonial. And when it comes to Egyptian spirituality, well, that is obvious because, of course, the gods of Egypt are these guys. Here's the NETERU, right? Here's the gods of Egypt. Here's the mummy. This is the image that's placed inside of the black mind as soon as you're a child, because it goes all the way back to the 1900 movie. There it is, the Egyptian. That's early times. There's the Egyptian right there. This is the Egyptian. There's the mummy, and there's the gods. That's what's placed in the minds of the people, because it's all about reverse psyops. Growing up, all your parents saw this. This is the images of the black man that you would see on television. There's where Mickey Mouse came from. I could do another class on that. There's Mickey Mouse. That's where Mickey Mouse came from. If you ever wonder why Mickey Mouse looks like that, there's Mickey Mouse right there. There's the images that you get. And to this day, not one movie with an African-looking man as a pharaoh. When you close your eyes, you can't think of one African religion that your family is loyal to, thus creating spiritual depression, because subconsciously, no one that looks African or Aztec or Native is connected to divinity. If you are taught subliminally that nobody that looks like you is connected to divinity, then you only have carnal thoughts, or you think you're connected to the devil. So they purposely created a psyops where on television and movies, there's no ancient Native American, Native Aztec, Mexican man who's connected to divinity, ancient divinity, and there's no black man. Black man can be a drug dealer, he can be a pimp, he can be a football player, he can be a pastor, he can be a preacher, he can be a police officer, he can be law and order, he can be anything possible except for connected to ancient divinity with a successful ending. That creates the depression psyops. That's what's creating it. Yes, depression aimed at and affecting melanated people through psychological psyops, and they didn't end there. What is the chemical that makes people brown? and darkens their skin. That's a part of their identity. What's it called? Melanin, right? There's melanin right there. There's what they tell us is the name for the pigment that creates brown and black people. It says here, melanin. That's the chemical. Hey, wait, it says C. melono. What's that? What's melono? Melanistic, melanism, melanin. These two sisters right here. Here's some beautiful melanin right here. But when these two sisters look up, it says C. melano. What in the world is that? What happens when these ladies look up the word that describes the reason why their skin is so dark? Wait a minute, it says C. melanoma, said melanoma, melano. Let's go back to what the word there, melanano, said to see. What is that? Melano, melano. What are these different words here? Melanin. Let's go see that. Okay, I want to go see that. I want to go see that. Melano. It takes me to melancholy. What is that? What's melancholy? What is it? Does that say a mental disorder? wait a minute. There. Let's rewind. Let's rewind. So the chemical that's found inside of people, making them dark and brown, that they're supposed to be happy and proud of, because everybody's supposed to be happy and proud of how you look. That's how it was in ancient times. But it says C. melono. So these two women here, they want to go click on C. melono. When you go click on that, it takes you to this word. Melanin is the root of melancholy, which means a mental disorder. Sullenness, gloom, irritability, causeless, violent, anger, black bile, disposition, anger, annoyance, melancholy, sadness, literally black bile, black. Hey, there it is. Melanoma. That's what took us here in the first place. Melano took us here to melancholy. Melancholy, depression. The word melanin, when you click on its root and go to melana, it takes you to the word depression itself. Does that happen with any other people? You're told that you're that color because of melanin. When you click on the root of it, it immediately takes you to a mental disorder. And the word depression itself, melancholy, leading to desperation, and known to theologians under the name Achesia. Acedia was not uncommon. Wait a minute. Why is this word from melanin or melancholy associated with theologians? Those are religious people. Boom. The very word melanin itself, which gives you the identity of having brown skin, is also the word for depression. And to be mentally ill. Is there a Psyops going on? Man, I'm doomed. I have this brown skin, which melancholy means depression, sadness. No matter what I do with my natural hair, it's unprofessional look. I have nobody to look up to in the movies that represents any spiritual system that connects to divinity. My very skin is the same word for depression. Does that happen to any other race's attributes? Can you look up any other race's attributes and find that any of their attributes is also the same word for depression itself? Black bile? That's what I'm associated with? Welcome to the Psyops. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Question for the audience and the chat. What, and this I want to see what people say. This should be obvious. What is the most extreme case of depression? Depressed people, how do they end it all? How do they end the depression? What's the most extreme case that a person that is extremely depressed, how do they bring it all to an end? Type in the chat right now. How do they bring it all to an end? Somebody who's extremely depressed, they're at the rock bottom. How do they bring it all to an end? Type in the room. What is an action? What is the extreme action associated with depression? What is that action? Type it in the room. When they bring it all to an end, they're so depressed, it's time to end all this depression. What do they do? What do they do to bring it all to an end? They're rock bottom. They've had enough, this depression. What do they do? Type it in the room, everybody. Suicide, sadly. Murder. Murder. Suicide. Absolutely. Depression is associated with raising the rates of suicide. Most of the people that have suicide notes, it's not a happy note. Most of the people that leave suicide notes, the note is about their depression. Is that correct? Their notes that they leave is not about, man, I had the greatest life. I just wanted to end. I've had enough of this. I had my Lamborghini. I had all these women loving me. Everybody had the clothes, the jewelry. Everywhere I walked, people wanted to sign my arm. I had the greatest life. I was healthy. I was working out. I've had enough of this, man. It's time for me to kill myself. That's not how the suicide notes go, do they? The suicide notes are all about depression. Suicide is the end, apex of depression itself. It's the last act of reaching out. Because when you're in a depressed state, you feel like you're hopeless. Why would somebody that kill themselves leave a note? Because that's your last words to reach out to the people, to let them know about your depression, even after you're dead. I'm going to give them something to read about. So depression ends in its extremist state in suicide. So suicide and depression go hand in hand. How many completely happy people do you know kill themselves? I don't know of one. People kill themselves because they're depressed. That literally is the reason why I have had enough. I can't take it anymore. This life is horrible. My lady left me. Suicide is the manifestation of depression. Now that you understand that, let me show you the spiritual psyops. Here we go. You all got it right? Suicide. So what does the matrix psyops give you? For your spiritual replacement, because remember the question was, is depression spiritual or mental? Where they removed your spirituality from you and they given you this. Who is this? I don't know. Who is that man? Who is that? Spiritually programmed that a man that committed suicide is who you should strive to be. Because a suicidal European looking man, that's the closest to God. Your Aztec way, your ancient hoodoo, voodoo way, your ancient way of Africa, that is the heathenism, that is the pagan. You're the devil's child. That is paganistic, heathenistic. In order for you to be the closest to God, to be in the image and likeness of God, you should strive to be like a man who commits suicide. With this sad, does this man look happy or depressed? Is that the face of a happy man, ladies and gentlemen, or a depressed man? If you see somebody knock at your door and you open the door and saw this face, would you say, yo, you're having a great day, aren't you? Man, what happened, man? Did you win the lottery? This has to be the saddest. This is the poster child of depression. Here it is. Look up the word depression, and this word should be in this face should be in the dictionary. This is the face of depression itself. If this is not one of the saddest faces, just missing tears, get some tears. Go watch The Passion of Christ and see how depressed this man was. This is the manifestation of depression and suicide. That's who you should be like, a suicidal person. You only associate suicide with depression itself. That's it. So they give you a religion in place of your ancient Aztec, ancient culture, ancient melanated way, wherever part of Africa, Americas you're from, and they replace it with the suicidal man. That is the closest to God. All other ethnic men of the past in every culture, they were heathens. They were devil worshippers. A sad-looking image of a man who commits suicide is the hero of the world. Something that gradually begins to imbue inside of you, and you begin to relate to it. You subconsciously begin to imbue that a depressed, sad-looking man who commits suicide is the highest representation of divinity, while the way that you look is unprofessional. All of your gods are evil heathen gods. All of your shaman, all of your witch doctors, all of your high priests, those are devil worshippers. Those are idol worshippers. This man that commits suicide with this sad face, this is who you should imbue into your emotion. Thus, depression. Psyops continues. Because remember, you're melanated. You're melanated. You know, you have a mental disorder. You're melancholy. Psychological opposing dualities are used in the matrix in everyday language to actually cause an example of a person. So an example of this is called the diametric, it's called Orwellian diametric psyops. So in other words, you take something and make it like its opposite. And that imbuement actually makes you crazy. Oh, wait, crazy. What's the other word for crazy, everybody? What's the other word for, you know, they had a song about it. Ding, ding, in the membrane. Type it in the room. What's that word for when somebody is mentally disturbed? Ding, 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 in the membrane. Ding, ding, in the membrane. What's that word right there? Ding, ding, in the membrane. Type it in the room. What's that word I'm looking for? Starts with an I. So, ding, ding, in the membrane. What's that word when you're crazy, when you have a mental disorder into the extreme states? They don't just think of somebody who's a little bit disorderly. They don't call them this word. This word is for somebody extremely mentally disordered. What is that word, everybody? Ding, ding, in the membrane. What's that word? Type it in the room. Type it in the room while I take some water. What is that word when you're completely crazy? And I'm going to show you that your mind is in diametric opposites. What's that word, everybody? Oxafet, put it insane. There it is, Bella. CJ Curling, put insane. Harass, insane. Insane, insane in the membrane. Insane. This is why I tip love. Let me show you the matrix, everybody. Let me put it in the room. Insane. So you are to believe that this word, whereas insane, is when you're mentally disordered. What's the word that's the opposite of this? When you actually think properly. What's that word? When you think properly and clearly, and you have a clear mind and you're logical and you can figure things out, what is that word? It actually rhymes with this word. What is that word? When you're thinking properly. You say, oh, he has a blank mind. What's that word there? Fill in the blanks. What's that word? Sane? I'm confused. This is how the matrix works within you. What does the word in mean? You know, like you walk in a house and you say, I'm in a state of happiness. I'm going into my car. I'm going to take this food inside of me and digest. We're going to take a blood transfusion and take this blood and put it in some. What's the definition of the word in? I'm confused. What in means? What again? What does in mean? What does in mean? In means. What does in mean? I-N. Let me type in the room. What does I-N mean? I-N. I'm putting a battery in this mouse. What does that mean? What does in mean? In. Does that mean to be imbued, to enter something that is encompassed within? The word in. You say, I'm in a state of joy. That means something you're completely connected with or entering into. Into something. Okay, yeah. It has the word in it. So when you're thinking crazy thoughts, then you're insane? And when you're not crazy, then you're in a sane state of mind. Diametric opposites that are crazy that you have to digest within yourself that make absolutely no state. How could you be crazy and be insane? And when you're not crazy, you're insane. When you're crazy, you're insane. When you're not crazy, then you're in a sane state of mind. It's the same word, sane. One just has the word in it. Well, if I'm inside of that, doesn't that mean that everything is fine? How could I go in this beautiful, sane state, but now that I'm in it, now I'm crazy? So shouldn't it be out sane? But this is the matrix world that you're in. You've all used this word and you've never questioned it. Everybody on this chat has used the word sane and insane, I would think. And you never thought to yourself, why am I using this word? Wait a minute. How can I be insane? How can I'm calling this person insane? Isn't that a compliment? You're in, that's putting something in, and that's sanity. So you're good. You're good. To be out of sanity would be out sane, and that would mean you're crazy. Welcome to the Matrix. This is what's making people depressed and crazy. And I have 100 of these examples that are actually putting you in a state of mind where you have to think of things that you're using and saying that don't make sense to you in your mind, but you still have to communicate through this nonsensical framework. That is how you become out sane. Let's continue, everybody. Here we go. So it's insane. Okay. Proof right there that everyone in the room has been programmed in the matrix to use a word that doesn't make sense to you. It means its own opposite. What is the most popular term someone uses when they are depressed within? What do they say? They say, I'm having a nervous breakdown. This person broke my heart. I feel broken within. She's been broken in. And now she's insecure because she's broken. He's broken. I feel shattered within. Why does everyone across the world automatically go to these go-to terms to describe the feeling of depressed? What if these were not figures of speech? What if this is what was literally happening inside of you and your spirit Ka was speaking out? Tehuti, you're scaring me now. I know. Welcome to the Matrix. We use these terms every day. I feel shattered within. Man, he broke my heart. I'm all broken up. All these different words to describe breaking up internally are being broken. He's broken. He has no sense of security. He's insecure. He's broken. His heart has been shattered. He's broken. His self-esteem is broken. Why do we keep using that word in these terms? What if that was literally happening inside of you? Because of the reptilian brain in the back of the cortex, which is always seeking to protect the brain, causes you to literally secrete adrenocorticotropic, which puts the body in a state of panic when the cell feels threatened and insecure. The word secure means tightened together. That's thus the most insecure state that the mind and body could feel would be if you subconsciously feel like you're being torn apart internally because your cells and DNA feel such an attack. What if I told you that your actual DNA is being broken up into parts from within? What if these feelings that we're getting, that we're describing vocally, I feel torn apart, man. I feel broken up, man. I'm all shattered inside. Man, he broke my heart. She broke my heart, man. I'm broken. I have no security. What if that was literally happening inside of you? What if internally there was a psyops that was tearing apart your DNA from within? So, of course, if this was happening and your DNA was being ripped apart from within, subconsciously, you'd be in a state of sadness and it would escalate. As you take in something that's doing this to your DNA, then the sadness of the society and the depression would actually escalate as DNA is being torn up inside of you. Would that be strange? Tehuti, you're scaring me now. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Wait a minute. Depression is an emotion. Oh, wait a minute. Depression is a disease. Diseases are things that are happening physically inside. Cancer, all these different things are diseases. What if something physically was happening inside of you, causing a physical depression because your body no longer felt secure and it felt like it was subconsciously on the brink of being torn apart? What if that was a psyops? No way. Is that just mental? Let's find out, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's find out what's happening here. Let's see. Who knows? Well, I'm going to take you to News Medical Life Science, May 31st, 2023. That's just last year. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. May 31st, 2023. Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Something's wrong here. Something's not right. Something is wrong. I'm trying to find something here. Wait a minute here. Boom, boom, boom. Let me take the screen down a second here. Hold on a second. Boom. Where's the Gallup mag? Here it is. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Wait, what's this? What's this? U.S. depression rates reach new heights. What date is this? Hey, it's May. Hey, man. May 17th, 2023. Wait, the same month? Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. This is May 17th, 2023, the same month, the same year. U.S. depression rates reach a new high. Recorded in May 2023. Wait a minute here. Hold on a second, everybody. The next article I'm going to show you is in May 2023. What article is that, Tehuti? What are you about to show me here? We're going to go to May. A few weeks later, May 2023. What is this here? In May 2023. Wait a minute. News Medical Life Science. Chemical found in widely used sweetener breaks up DNA. A new study finds a chemical formed when we digest widely used sweetener is genotoxic, meaning it breaks up, shatters, breaks up DNA. The chemical is also found in trace amounts of sweetener itself, and the findings raise questions about how the sweetener may contribute to health problems. At issue is circulose, rarely used artificial sweetener. Previously worked by the same research team established that several fat-soluble compounds are produced in the gut after sucrose digestion. One of the compounds is sucrose 6-acetate. So boom, it seems like in May 2023, the same month that it's reported that the depression rates are going up, skyrocketed rates. The same month this article comes out, same year, that there's some type of sweetener that we're eating that's actually tearing apart our DNA and breaking it up. because your body is feeling an internal fight war within due to your DNA itself being broken apart, combined with the sweetener itself fluctuating your insulin hormones, thus results in depression that the doctors can't seem to find, thus adding another state of hopelessness, compounding the depression itself. Welcome to the Matrix. Welcome to the Matrix. And remember, this is taking place while your spiritual identity has been robbed, replaced with self-hate and a foreign matrix religion of the suicidal Jesus, put in its place, consistently telling all religions derived from people that look like you are pagan and heathen or of the devil. Thus the attack is harmonial, religious, and thus mental and spiritual. Let me introduce you to something, everybody. It's called chlormequat. 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 What is a chlormequat? Let me introduce you to chlormequat. Are you ready to meet Mr. Chlormequat? What is chlormequat? Is that a word that anybody's ever heard of before in the Podclass? Chlormequat. Let me introduce you to a brand new term, a brand new word for your vocabulary, chlormequat. What is chlormequat, Tehuti? What is that, man? You're making it up, Tehuti. You made it up. Chlormequat. Chlormequat chloride. Here it is. This is interesting. What is this, though? Okay. Some type of molecule. What is this thing? Chlormequat chloride. Okay. This is a hormone warping chemical. When this is found within the body, it's found to stunt, warp, and confuse hormones, which in turn again enter confusion, resulting in reduction of hormones and suppression. Hormonal suppression. So again, the question is asked, is depression mental or spiritual? Of which we know now that I've answered from the very beginning, it is both, because in ancient times, we knew the mental was the spiritual, was the same word for coup. As I showed in the beginning of the class. The same word for mental intelligence was the same word for spirits. We knew that. So thus, going against immortality was the exact same word for depression, which was Shen, was immortality, the goal that you were seeking. And the opposite of that, if that's taken away from you, that Shen with the bird, the negative, the little bird, is the word for depression itself. So we know that it's spiritual and mental, because spiritual and mental were the same thing to us for thousands of years. What if I were to tell you that all this time the architects of the Matrix themselves also knew that it was mental and spiritual? You know what? All this time I never showed you the definition in their language for the word depression. Let me show you. Depression, literal sense, act of pressing down, state of being pressed down, attested from 1650. There it is. Depression, depression, dejected, dejection, state, sadness. Hey, look at this. Sinking of the spirits. The same word that means a mental illness that's recorded in PubMed as a mental disease also means the sinking of spirits, because they always knew that the mental and the spirit was the same thing. Thus, if you attack the spiritual aspect of a group of people, they're going to do exactly what the Kemetins knew would happen. They would be in a state of mental illness. Press down, lower, hold fast. From press down, compress. To hold you down, to tie you down. Negative. Spiritual sinking. That's what's going down. When it says depress, to hold down, what's going down? That which is sinking, which is your spirit. But depression is a mental illness in PubMed, because they knew it was the same thing. And there it is again. Melancholy and melon, the same root of melanin, right in the definition of depression itself. They knew it. Boom. Right there in the definition, suppression, reduction, the clinical term in psychology. So it's a clinical term in psychology. You saw that, right? The clinical term in psychology, which is the study of the mental. So if it's a clinical term in psychology, it's the study of the mental. But yet the definition is the sinking of spirits. But it's a clinical term in psychology. You see right here? A clinical term in psychology. That's the studying of the mental. But in the same definition that they say it's a term of the studying of the mental, is in the same definition that says it's that which affects your spirits, because they knew that depression was spiritual and mental, because they were both the same thing. So the ancient Cometians knew it, and your dictionary knows it, and the psychologists know it. What's sinking? The spirit, right there in front of you all along, because biological imperative is directly connected to your hormones, such as your testosterone level, which actually provides the happy motivational feeling that comes from testosterone, feeling within your body, not only to reproduce, which is biological imperative, but to live. If anything attacks, thus of course, the lowering of testosterone is the opposite of someone depressed. When you lower testosterone, that's what actually causes depression as well. So the heightening of testosterone actually heightens happiness, and the lowering of testosterone is actually what causes depression. So the best opportunity to attack this, the first thing would be that which you eat in the morning. That's the first thing given to your children to attack their hormonal balance. This would be to add puberty blockers before your hormones even get a chance to fully develop into the testosterone or develop into man and womanhood. What if there was puberty blockers that alter the hormones, thus the depression starts from childhood, from the foods that you're eating? Could the Matrix be doing this? Tehuti, no way, you're making this up. News Post, New York Post, 80% of Americans test positive for chemical found in Cheerios, Quaker Oats, that may cause infertility, delayed puberty. When is this? February 2024. 4 out of 5 Americans are being exposed to a little known chemical found in popular oat-based foods, including Cheerios and Quaker Oats, that is linked to reduction of fertility and puberty stunting, altered fetal growth. It affects the baby in the womb, and delayed puberty. Oh, guess what they found in the Cheerios, everybody? Hey, they found something in the Cheerios that's causing this. They found something in the Cheerios that's causing this. What is this? 80%? What? Stunting puberty, it affects the fetus, everything that affects biological imperative. They found what's in the Cheerios. What did they find, Tehuti? What did they find in the Cheerios? What did they find? What did they? Oh, let's go to the same article, New York Post. The year after the depression announcement, the year after, here it is, 2024, February 24, 2024. What do they find in the Cheerios that's causing 80% of Americans to test positive for puberty stunt, infertility, and DNA warping and hormonal warping? What do they find in the Cheerios? What do they find, everybody? Environmental Working Group, EWG, published a study in the journal Exposure Scientific Environmental. The Environmental Working Group published a study in the Journal of Exposure Science and Environmental Epidemiology on Thursday and found staggering 80% of Americans tested positive for a harmful additive called, what is that? What's that word right there? Chlormecoat? Chlormecoat? Is that the same? Chlormecoat? Where did we hear that? Chlormecoat? That's what's in the Cheerios? Let me introduce you to chlormecoat. That's what's in the Cheerios. Welcome to the Matrix. 80% of Americans tested positive for chlormecoat. The highly toxic agricultural chemical is federally allowed to be used on oats and other grains imported in the U.S. According to the EWG, when applied to oat and grain crops, chlormecoat alters plant growth, preventing it from bending over and thus making it easier to harvest. 4 out of 5 Americans, roughly 80%, are being exposed to a little-known chemical called chlormecoat that is found in popular oat-based foods, including Cheerios, according to the Environmental Work Group. Boom. Purposely induced depression is the Matrix's greatest weapon in this mental and spiritual war that most of you do not even know you're in. You just call it mood swings. Hotep, I am done, everyone. For those who appreciate the answer and guidance and information more than the waiter that they tipped, send your tip and appreciation and support. You can call it Spirit Mental to PayPal at RockySV, Cash App TTM Moon. That answer was 1 hour and 45 minutes long. Hotep, I am done. That was for Oxafek, because I like that guy. I'm going to put the link in the room. Everybody jump in. I'm going to check the chat to see what y'all thought of the answer. I'm going to take a break, let the team come in, and I'm going to check the PayPals and the Cash Apps to see what people thought and appreciated with that information that was given. Welcome to chlormecoat. I just gave you about 6 different ways of the attack that eventually ends up in depression. It is spiritual. It is mental. It is racial. It is chemical. It is hormonal, all ending up in the same results. Your DNA and hormones being broken up within, your testosterone levels being altered, fetal structure alteration, mutation, your spirituality taken, all sadness given to you. You know, when you're in a sad state, you say, man, I got the blues. I got the blues. The very first name of the very first cultural invented emotional black music in the Americas. Rhythm and there's Primordial Thought. Peace, Primordial Thought. How you doing, good brother?
SABA, that was my favorite class. That was more important than my name. That was more important than my name breakdown. That was I will never use melanin again. I would never use melanated being again. It's they got us down to the very word of that. It means bile, and it's a negative word. It's crazy. So
attacks from all angles, of course, leading you in sadness. So you can sing your rhythm and blues, you know, R&B.
And when you said control, you control the women, you control the mother, you control the nation, and they mentally implant into the child way before the father gets to even say hello.
Welcome to the Matrix, Dr.
That's it. I'm just coming on to show support. I'm listening.
showing my face, but peace, God, peace, brother.
This is crazy, right?
Right, right, very much.
This is absolutely insane, outsane.
Yeah, insane. Yo, I'll just say this. Oh man, I spread the word. I'm spreading to every server or every guest that comes on. Oh, you should see my haircut.
What is that?
It's, you know what? I tell people, I saw it in my dream. I'm just cutting my hair just to be provocative. And when they ask me questions about it, I lead them to your channel.
Wow, very smart. I like that.
Right.
Very smart. Very smart.
Yeah. So that's all. I just came on just to show face and just to listen. So I'm here just listening, y'all. Peace to all y'all. I'm studying y'all, especially the Sunday night brothers. Or Sunday night. ATTON and Ox. I can't pronounce the name. I'm still bad. Primordial. So I'm always watching y'all. That's all.
Wonderful. Stay on for a bit. Wonderful. There's Oxafet. That's the brother whose lady asked the question. I'd love to see her come on. Look who comes on. Atef pops up right now. How you doing, Atef? You got that answer?
No chat, great brother. That was a phenomenal breakdown, great Saba. I'm with you, Primordial. I think that was my favorite class.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
It's getting better and better.
Oh my goodness. How you doing at 10 Tehuti? I'm gonna come off. I'm listening to you, but hold on. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing excellent. What I say in keep on moving. It's insanity. Stay in a state of sanity. Because with all of this, it makes perfect sense why everyone is has no grip of any type of foundational reality. You know, and the word games that are played that just completely dismantle the subconscious is so deep on every level. It takes a different level of focus to be able to start to work your way out of it, you know. And the more that you teach and show, you know, the different psyops that are taking place, and it just makes sense. When we look at the effects and what's happening, why it is the way that it is, and why we don't see more people, especially the darker women, gravitating to the teachings. It's very deep. So to our great Saba for presenting this class and in the way that you did, it's so important. It's so important, and it's so deep. It's so deep. So you know, we have to dig ourselves out of it, and you're leading the way with that, and we love and appreciate you, Saba, for that.
I'm at a loss for words. It's like it's a bunch. I want to say something, but I just don't know. I can't gather the words. So I'm like y'all too. Just I'm at the feet. You know, and I was hating earlier. I was hating on you earlier because I was like, I'm a server. Man, I worked a 12-hour shift today. And I had you in my ear. I had y'all in my ear, and then I was like, I gotta turn it off. But I'm with you. I'm with you. That's all.
How are you hating though? How is that hating? I didn't get it.
Well, I guess because, like I said, it's fat.
Right.
Right. Working with them. When you and like I said, I'm trying to get it out.
Stop dissing servers.
Yeah, right. Yeah, stop dissing servers.
because the thing I say, if you right, I get it now. I get it now.
You get it.
You appreciate this more than the waiter you tip.
Yeah, all right. But that's his fact. That was my ego, and I recognize it. So, but I love y'all, brothers, man. I'm gonna get off the line, man. But I'm always here for y'all. Peace.
Yes, yes. Peace, peace, peace. And there's a brother right there, Ox Effect. Ox Effect. How that answer helps help Raquel likes that. I'm trying to understand where the depression is coming from.
Oh yes, yes. I hope it helps her too. She was watching in the class, but I don't know if she's watching right now. But she's not with me right now. But that was a beautiful answer, and you shed so much light on basically this attack on our people, which from every single angle, and it starts within ourselves and first, and in our community first, and then that reflects on external, how everyone sees us and views us as a community. You know? So that was beautiful how you broke that down, and I completely loved it. And it's just wow, it's still hitting me. It's still hitting me. You know, I read an article on that chlorquat literally like yesterday. I talked to a coworker.
Really?
Yes, yes. So when I saw that, I was like, wow, this is very synchronistic, right? Everything. So it was amazing. Yeah. I told the coworker about the Quaker Oats and Cheerios, and he's like, "Oh, but I love cereal." And I'm like, "Wow, ignorance, man."
How about the two articles coming out in the same month? The Rise of Depression coming out the same month as the chemical, same month.
Yeah, that's amazing. Also, I also just watched one of the old NETERT classes, and you talked about the milk, how the milk has the hormones and homogenize, and Harass said in the comments about how the milk and the cereal is both attacking us, and that's what we eat for breakfast, you know, as a kid growing up. So that's another eye opener for me.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm sorry. Can I ask one last question before you continue? How's your hand? Okay. And with the snake bite and all that, what happened? How's that going?
The hand is about 99% healed, and it's there's some damage that is that it may be permanent, but it's very slight because the it's not cytotoxins, happily, not cytotoxins, but there are toxins that are digestive that may have destroyed certain things inside that will not be repaired. But it's 100% able to do this. I just feel a little discomfort right there, and it's absolutely fine. And actually, the hand that got bit, my development in the hand, as far as the shape of my muscular development, developed more after the bite for some interesting reason. I may take one to the other hand. I don't know. We'll see.
Hey, Saba, when you said how the rate increase in Blacks and Hispanics and how they were stripped from their spirituality, you hit hard when you said that, you know, oh, name me any like African culture like that you follow, you being that identity. I understand why you're using the term African, because that is the popular phrase being used. Yes. And then even when you mentioned the Hispanics, I was talking to my mate and I was saying like, man, it's crazy because we know people who are their parents speak full Spanish, but they know no Spanish. And then we know children whose parents know how to speak Spanish and English, and yet they can't speak the Spanish, but they understand a little bit of Spanish, and then their parents speak just full functional Spanish. So you can see the process. You can see the process of them being even stripped from everything, and both quote unquote races have been served Christianity and Catholicism.
Right.
That is crazy. That's crazy. This is why that was like this is my favorite class.
I'm glad you like it. When you ask them why would they speak what's the language of a Mexican person, and they say Spanish.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then you immediately say, what does Mexico have to do with Spain?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. What is the language of the Mexicans? How could that be Spanish? It doesn't make any sense. Language would have to be that which was developed in Mexico. So if you're only speaking Spanish, then that means you're speaking the language of the conquistador, and and you have no idea of what your original way was. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna let you all build for a moment. When I come back, we're gonna talk more, do donations. Everybody support. If that was your favorite answer. What happened, Nana? Okay. No Viper got you. You okay? No Vipers? You all right?
No.
Okay. When you
more than ow.
When somebody says "ow" in my household, we don't know what that could be a result of. Any ow, what happened? I got bit by the crocodile. Ow, what happened? I got bit by the viper. Ow, what happened? The anaconda's choking me. So when we hear ow is almost like 911 here. All right, so everybody who liked that answer, everybody who appreciated what they received, support. Put your tip. You can call it. I don't want to call the tip depression. I don't want you to call it depression. I want you to call it mental and spiritual. You can call it mental/spiritual. I'll know what it means. I don't want to give energy to the word depression. I want everybody to understand what the attacks of depression was. But when you give a tip for that, call it mental spiritual. Because if you understand, there's Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. That's actually scrolling at the bottom. If you put this class with the last class on Sheshet, and you put them together with the information in this class of the opposite of what depression was with the Shin, and put it with the knowledge of the Sheshet, the Sheshet answer has the solving of this class. The solving of the depression is in the Sheshet answer. Watch this one again, and then go back to the Sheshet and imbue yourself in that knowledge, and you'll see that is actually the solution to the depression in this one. I'll be back, everybody. Hotep, please support the Tehuti Podclass.
Hotep, peace and love, everybody. Yeah, we under attack from every angle, man. It's so sad because it's so important that we align ourselves with the Ma'at frequency. It's so very important because I'm with you, Primordial. This class was absolutely phenomenal. And Saba, you said we could put this class with the Sheshet class. This is so many of your teachings and classes are so connected. Like I could connect every single last one of them. I've been recently going back and listening to the old Killer Priest classes and just understanding where I'm at right now more, and understanding what's going on and what we're building and what you're doing. Just seeing that and watching it, even like with the reciprocity and the way that you built this, the podcast and everything, it's just beautiful, and it's great to be a part of. This frequency is it's I don't see no other way. I don't see no other. It's like once you know, you can't unknow. You know what I mean? It's like once you have the information, the correct information, then it's up to you to start making correct decisions and correct choices with it. So, being exposed to this frequency and getting this level of information is absolutely beautiful. People come up to me. It's the gentleman at my job now. He comes up to me with a notebook to ask some questions, and I send him to the podcast. So he's writing down things, and I'm telling him. And I work in a what they would call mental psych ward, like a mental health facility. So I'm around it, and that was one of the first things that I noticed quite early. The amount of young, quote unquote, black and brown people the amount of people, and then the age, how young they are, and then the amount of women. You know, it's very sad, man. You know, so of course I've been exposed to these teachings and to this truth for quite some time, for like 3 years now. So I do have a better understanding of where I'm at and what's actually going on. But it's really sad to look at our people and see so many people lost, and then to look around and see so many lies and see how we're under attack from every angle is really, really, really sad. So I've been on this. I've been on this gratitude, consciousness. I've been trying to. I ain't gonna say trying. I've been imbuing myself with the consciousness of the NETERT, just being grateful to be on this frequency, because the very people that stand next to you are not even. They don't even have no idea what's going on, and then to have a family. That is very, very, very important to me. It is very hard to find a balance, as I said. But we have to just understand that this is the consciousness that we need to be on, and we just need to continue to strive. Because for me, it's like we've been under attack for so long. It's like we don't even really understand what we're under attack from. And then you'll come on here and have this class, and then SABA, a teaching class, and show you a news article about Cheerios, you know, and a very recent article from this month, from this week. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, you can't make this up, man. It's not. It's just, you know, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful to have a teacher like this. So I implore everybody to support, you know, and man, it's just primordial. The class on stroke, hyperhidrosis, man, everything, bro. It's like everything is interconnected, bro. It's like they all connect, and they're all solution based, man. So I'm grateful. You know, I'm gonna stay on that frequency of my heart and continue to support the truth. People do what's important to them, so I support the truth, and I understand what's going on here. As much as I say I don't know what's going on, I don't understand the SHARIKA because it's all around me. But the things that I do understand, I do understand. And Hindu to the NETERT, Hindu to the NETERU, because they are really, really, really stripping us of our culture and who we are. So this is one of the things that I say to people, where I tell them, I ask people, I say, give me your definition of success without colonization. So, like, tell me, what do you think is success, or what is your definition? Because, you know, success to an earthworm is don't get ate by a bird today. So it's different for everybody. But I ask a lot of people to give me a definition of success without colonization, and they can't do it. They can't do it because the colonizer has become the standard. Colonization and SHARIKA has become the standard in this world. Everything is upside down. So, you know, it's just very important that we support SABA, and that we support the truth, that we support the NETERT. You know, support yourself. That's really what it's about. Is gaining knowledge of self, because this, at the end of the day, this is what SABA is teaching us: is immortality, and giving us knowledge of self, and giving us the power, teaching us the magic, and teaching what we need to know to navigate through this matrix and get out of this SHARIKA. So, you know, Hindu to the great SABA Tehuti Amahotep Ra, Hindu to the great General Hatima'at, Hindu to my brother Mentor Ra, Hindu to ATTON Tehuti, Hindu to you, great brother of Primordial Thought, Hindu to you, great brother Oxafek. It's good to see you up on the panel, great brother. It's always good to see you. I love that background too. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yes, I love to be here too. I just got to come on late because I'm at work earlier, so I could only make it to late. Jump on the screen late, but as Primordial would say, like part of the. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, good brother.
Okay. Yeah, the self-identity is so big, and that if we don't have an identity, then who do we know who we are and what we are? And that plays a part into the depression, because if you don't know who you are and what you're doing, you're walking around lost, and you don't know what's going on. You don't even know what's going on after life or what you're striving for other than this physical world. Then like, what is your place? So I can definitely see where the depression comes in without having a self-identity or having a spirituality a part of your life and imbuing that within your life. So that was one of my favorite parts where Saba taught about in the class about the self-identity, because there's no spirituality promoted besides this Christianity and the Catholicism, and that's not even our spirituality. Our original spirituality was given to us by the master, quote unquote, right? So this is a wonderful insight that Saba gave us on this, and it just makes me, it inspires me more to achieve my immortality, because the effects it'll have on me mentally, spiritually, physically. Already being into this knowledge for the few years that I have been, I've seen a transformation in my life and a difference in the way I think and view things. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm getting there, and it's step by step, baby steps, like they say. We're a baby in the knowledge. We continue to grow from the embryo, as Saba showed in the presentation. But yes, this is beautiful. I definitely enjoyed that. I'm gonna have to run it through again because so much information. I'm gonna go over it with my mate also as well, so we can have a conversation about it and see what she thinks about it, and relay that information out to Saba also. So yeah.
No, you hit that right on the money. That's that is what I love about this breakdown and this build-up is the fact that to me these are the hurdles that get in the way of us continue to be like concentrated on the teachings. Like there's so many different emotional ups and downs that you're like in the teachings, you're out of the teachings. You're in the teachings, you're out of the teachings. You're going, doing your day to day, and that has an effect on you too. And then you eat, that has an effect on you too. And then you try to dive into the teachings, and then you find yourself feeling that emotional unbalance as well. So it's like we've been stripped so much. So when Saba mentioned the whole like sweetener, how it's actually like that depression that one is feeling, it's actually, that's the feeling of your DNA literally stripping. That's an internal war. Like that's something that it's hard to realize you're in a war when it's happening beyond your eye, like your actual sight. That's very difficult. That's very difficult and challenging to see. So this is why this is my favorite class. Like this is my favorite class because when Tef mentioned he mentioned the hyperhidrosis class, and Saba broke down how that was all mental. Now I'm understanding more and more of the PAPYRIA, like to rid yourself of the negative thoughts, to all these things that they're doing. This is my favorite class, and I will listen to this probably 30 times, even when I'm working out tomorrow. Saba, like I'm just you have no idea. I know I dropped my phone on the little tray I got. I feel like you when you dropped the camera. You was dropping the camera on that class. I felt like that right now because I'm just so I'm so imbued to this breakdown, and this is just this was amazing. I hope people really soak this in, because this is something that you are in battle with, that you cannot see with the physical eye, and that is amazing to me. Saba, wow.
Okay. Yes. Wonderful. We're gonna go to the donations, and there are a few donations for this particular class, and Gabriel Lopez, you can email me. I think someone is. I'm gonna tell you something that's happened with someone sent a donation of support to me, and I think someone else got a hold of their Cash App and tried to do a refund, or there was some type of mistake. So Gabrielle is actually one of the first support donation that I'm gonna read, and then there's a refund thing, but I'm gonna get her to email me and tell me what that was about. But shout out to, this is the first I'm gonna read, is Gabriella, and I had somebody send a donation once, a support. It was a sister sent a support, and then her husband grabbed the Cash App and who's sending money to? And then reversed it back and pressed refund, and I said, "Is that what happened? Did your man find you doing this?" And she said, "Yeah, just ignore that." So I don't know what's happened. I've seen that a couple times. So let me give the first huge support donation came in from Gabriella for the depression support donation. Give some huge noise, and she gave a purple heart to match her purple. Her icon is actually purple. Interesting. Tip. I'm gonna call it Spirit Mind. If you want to call it depression, that's fine too. I just giving you another alternative if you don't want to call it that. But oh no, what's this? Oh, Spirit Mind. Okay, it's not letting me. I see. It's the computer world. Okay, here we go. Spirit Mind. Oh, Spirit. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Gabrielle Lopez. The first donation I am reading out, which is a support for this class right here. It hit her so hard. She sent $40 tip for the depression breakdown. Give some huge noise to Gabriela Lopez. Big noise, please. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez, $40 depression. It says, depression class, thank you for awakening us with a purple heart. I like that color heart. Thank you. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Appreciate the appreciation. And we have another one from oh wait, we had to go all the way back down to Oxeffect, actually. Hold on. Oh my goodness, we got Oxeffect coming in. This is for the Sheshet. This is a tip for the Sheshet breakdown, because this was for his lady there, and I told him I'm going to specially design something. Tip Sheshet. Tip Sheshet. And this is especially designed for did it change from Gabriella, or is it still Gabrielle? Did it just stay at Gabrielle Lopez on the screen?
Yes, it stayed the same.
Okay, interesting. Okay, let me see if I can change that. Okay, there we go. Shout out to Ox Effect, and I put this together This is something special, something that was extremely deep that I know would hit people, but something even a regular person could comprehend this class. This is something that is fully comprehensible to anybody, no matter what level you're on. I know the sister Raquel, she's on a new level, and it was very, very understandable and deep at the same time. And I purposely designed it like that for someone of her what I would think is her understanding, and because Oxafek, the brother Oxafek, needs. It'd be very good. It's very good when the sister or the partner that you have is 100% with what you're about. It creates you to be stronger. So I want to see that happen with Oxafek. So that's why I personally designed this class like this. So here is from Oxafek, who actually gave a huge extra donation on top of the tip, $52.25. As a palindrome, it says appreciation for depression answer, master teacher. Yes, for the depression breakdown, master teacher. Give him some big noise. Big.
Yes, to us.
Wonderful.
Appreciate the time and effort you put into that answer for me and for my mate. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely wonderful. Absolutely, my brother. I know how things are on everybody in the Podclass here that has a significant other on a beginning level. I've almost experienced every level that you could imagine. So I know what it's like to be Ani, to be primordial thought, to be Oxafek, to be a Tef. I've experienced all levels of raising and influencing the other side, who is not quite where you are, and it's very, very important. So I'm glad you appreciate it. I know how important it is. There's no need wasting time going from person to person, putting time into somebody, and then into the next start all over again, and all of that nonsense. I'm trying to save you some time, so I'm glad you appreciate it. Okay. Oh my goodness, Anu and Antu, you're coming up. Don't worry. Let me get through these. Here's a new person. I've never seen this person before, and they give a tip for the depression breakdown. It was helpful. And ladies and gentlemen, you can call it the depression breakdown if you want. That's actually good, because we're trying to break down depression. We're trying to destroy it. So called the depression breakdown, because we're definitely, this is something I want to leave as a breakdown. I don't want to build up depression. So depression breakdown is fine. Tip. Shout out to this new person here, Stefan, which is interesting because it's a similar name to the last person who donated, which is Oxafek. This is actually his older name, Stefan. Stefan and Steven's the same word, Stefan. So shout out to Stefan, $9.99 for depression breakdown. Give him a hand clap, please. Hand clapping it up. And clapping it up. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And thank you, Stefan. That's a new person in the chat that I haven't heard of before. Shout out to you. And Sarah Jean. Let's see if she's gonna. Yes, exactly. Sarah Jean should be some type of word artist. She is very, very, Haras is very creative with her words when she gives her donation. Almost everyone has some creative creative annotation to it. So this is of no exception. Tip depress, break, insane. Let's call these. Yes.
Harass did right when you went on break. She sent a message in the chat. She said, "Don't read my Cash App, Saba."
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay, nothing's on the screen, right?
No.
Okay. Okay. Shout out to Harass did and give her a hand clap. give her a hand clap. Oh, that's okay.
Hey, Sab, I
That's
like that
okay.
I like that she did that because I feel the same way. Like you don't have to read mine as well because I sent it on the first wow. Like the first wow to me on the breakdown, I was like, "Oh, this is tip already, easy." But I'm so used to saying build up that I'm like when you had already broke down like, "Hey, you guys call it something else." The tips was already sent, so you don't gotta read mine either. Just shouts out to you, so I appreciate you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna read yours, Harass, because it says Harass said because it had depression in it, but that's fine because I like what it said. It's creative, so I'm gonna I'm gonna go ahead and read it. It's okay if it has the word depression in it. We're actually gonna. This is the depression breakdown because we are breaking down. We want to destroy depression. When you know what it is and the attacks, you can break it down. I don't even want to build up depression. Let's break it down. So break down depression. I like it. Break down depression, but I'll just say I'm gonna reword the I'm gonna reword Harass's tip. I'm gonna reword it then. That was an insane breakdown. that's what I'll just say. It said that was an insane breakdown, which is very creative. I actually this actually happened in a dream of mine. This happened before. I foresaw this. Wait a minute. I saw this exact situation already. This is interesting. Okay, wonderful. Harassed for your culture. Wonderful. I need to go back into my I need to go back into my compartments and find out about this what just happened already. It's a deja vu, or I dreamt this already. This is interesting. All right. Shout out to Harass did for your culture. Harass did. This Harass did. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next. She said it's an insane breakdown. I like that. All right. The next support is okay, I need a translator for this. Here we got one came in from Sharika, an added tip on top of the humongous donation she gave for the actual question. And I need a tip in the room right now because we're gonna do you're gonna do a translation for me. Maybe Annie can translate this. Sheshet tip. Shout out to Sharika. Sharika for this this here. Go ahead and read that for me. Atef, could you read that for me, please?
You're on mute.
You read out loud. I think you're on mute. Maybe Annie can break this down. This is Sharika language. I think you're on mute.
Mic problems.
Okay, no problem. Atef, you having mic problems? Okay, no problem. Annie, can you read this? Oh, you got it? You got it? Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
I'm still catching up on the Sheshet answer. Why settle for being equal when are the greatest extra tua for continuation of 1 and or of 12 and netter level judgment, and Tim, easy to support when you see where are awesome. 72 plus 18 equals 93. Sharika
99.
99. Sharika.
With Sharika language, I love it. I love it. Thank you for reading that. That is Sharika, Nook Panook, and Beged Leisure definitely have their unique donation language, and I love all of their unique donation language. Okay, wonderful. We're gonna go to the next support. Okay. Okay, Gabrielle. Oh, Gabrielle said yes, it was an error, and she's thanking me for the spiritual class. And she said some other. She wants to guide her son and daughter into being free from the matrix. Okay, Gabriella, send me another message tomorrow about this, because it says I know I have to send for what I'm asking. Would this be in the NETERT classes or a private session? Send me a message again, please, tomorrow, Gabriella, and for more clarity on this, that your guidance for your son and daughter. Yeah, it would probably be I'd have to know, the level that they are, but we'll talk about it more. Send me a message tomorrow, and we'll go from there. Okay, Gabrielle, thank you for that. We're gonna I'm gonna friend request. So TT, go ahead and deny not friend request. Deny the refund. The refund was a mistake. It was a mistake. Okay. Shout out to Israel Hoyley. Israel Hoyley says, I was kind of hating. That is hilarious. Israel Hoyley deserves all the tips possible. Insane breakdown. He said the same thing. Wonderful. Let me go ahead and fix this here. Tip. I'm gonna call it insane breakdown. That's better. We're gonna call it if you're giving a tip for this, you can call it a depression breakdown or insane. I like that. Insane tip. Insane. Very nice. I like that. Okay, shout out to Israel Hoyley, who is also Dashe. This lighting is crazy. That's strange. Okay. Shout out to Dashe. Oh, what's this? Oh, wrong thing. Present. Then boom. And where is it? There it is. Shout out to Dashe, an extra tip for the insane breakdown. Give him a hand clap, please. This is a tip for the depression breakdown. Insane. Give him a hand clap, please. Shout out to who else is here? Oh, here we go. Shout out to Oxafek again. Oxafek gave another tip on top of the other one for the mental spiritual We'll call it the insane tip, I'll call it. But this is a mental spiritual tip. Shout out to you. Give a hand clap to the good brother who's on the screen with us, Oxafed. Did we lose somebody? Did we lose some people?
Primordial fell off, I think. But
okay. All right. Give him a hand clap. Oxafed, another tip on top of a tip. Give him some noise. Shout out and respect to all the great supporters. All the great supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to all of you. We're going to scroll down and start again from the bottom. And let's see who's here. Oh my goodness. 55. Okay. Anu and Antu, I'm saving your stuff for a little later. Okay. Primordial Thought. Is this the one where he said he gave a tip on the first wow? Is this it? Yep. Depression, build up, shaking my head too. This is great. This is great. Tip. Shout out to the good brother Primordial Thought, who said this is his favorite of all the pod classes. I just told my NETERT, I said I love it. I never know what pod class is going to hit anyone the most, and who would have known this would have been, of all the pod classes in years I've taught, that this would have been Primordial Thought's favorite. Give him some big noise at Tef or Annie, whoever has the sound system going. Give him some big noise, please. Effect, could you read that for me, please?
Primordial Thought 9, $20 for tip for depression buildup. SABA, shake my head too off. The Black Fist.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful. I thought I saw King Lamua in here somewhere. Let me scroll. Let me start back from the bottom. We're gonna start from the bottom and go up. I thought I saw. I'm gonna see it. I have to start over from the bottom, which it has us at the man, the father of fathers, probably my father, at Tef. Is it Tef Rem Kemahat? I think it is. It is. Yes, it is. Of course, it is.
Saba,
give some big noise.
Ask if you can resend the link. Put the link again in the chat.
Who said that?
Primordial Thought.
Oh, okay, sure, absolutely. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. I can't see what anybody's writing in the chat because my I have my my thing is shrunken down in my eyes. I can't see what people are saying. Only when I expand it back. But thank you for telling me that, because I wouldn't have seen that in the chat. I can't see what anyone's saying right now in the chat. Shout out to Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. $20.72. Give some big noise, please. Atef, what does that say there down there in the bottom in MetaNetter? I can't see.
It says Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
Oh, nice. Okay. Wonderful. Shout out to all the people in the chat. I see the chat moving and scrolling. I just can't large periods of the podcast I can't see what's being said, so shout out and peace and love to the chat, whatever positivity or whatever good things are being said. I can't see it, but I see the chat scrolling. Okay, peace to everyone. Here we go. Next up is Atef Remkem Ma'at again. Back to back with the classic donation. The donation that started it all. When the brother was, every podcast was this donation right here. This one right here. This is what I call the memories. I don't care how much Atef donates in the future or whatever happens, but I always want this 777 to be a part of a separate one. So shout out to 777, Atef Remkem Ma'at. Give him some noise. Okay, shout out to Atef Remkem Ma'at. And we keep going. Shout out to the beautiful supporters. You all are awesome. And TT, the Zelly one, if you could send that. I don't know if you sent that from the Born Again. If you could send that. I see his email, but I don't see the other thing. Shout out to Israel Hoyley again. Here he is again, coming again. Israel Hoyley, the best waiter I know, because he supports the Tehuti Podclass consistently. Right. Thank you. Another one? Okay, thank you. That's perfect. Thank you. Shout out to Israel Hoyley. Let me put his tip up on the screen. Give him some big noise. $25 tuition from Dashe. Israel Hoyley, give some big noise. Israel Hoyley, I would like one day to go to a restaurant and see you there, and I would like to tip you one day. I'd like to go to a restaurant, order something just to tip you. I probably won't eat it because I can't eat. Maybe on my cheat meal day, but I'll go there, order something, and just to tip you. One day. Where are you located? Transfer over here for one day. Work in California. I'll come to the restaurant you work at. All right. Link to the account. Let me erase that. Here is the beautiful, wonderful, awesome, fabulous Bella, who has. This is the one I will read. She has. She's not only given a tip; she's tipped the scale. She's tipped the scale. I can't even read all of her. I will read this one. Bella has tipped the scale today. Here it is. Shout out to Bella. This is just one of them. Give some big, biggity, big noise, Transformers and big noise and everything to Bella. $72. Tua Nefer SABA. Beautiful Bella. Whoa. Tua Nefer SABA. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shout out to Bella. Bella. I can't even read these other ones. I can't read them yet. Shout out to Chris Struckler. That's how you have to say it. You have to say it just like that. Struckler. Wait, Chris Struckler. Is there? Wait. What is this for? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Oh, this is a tip. Wonderful. Here we go. The press break. What's this on the screen? Okay, shout out to Chris Streclo. I'm thinking is also Caleb. Must be. We have more than one Streclo going on. We have Caleb Streclo, and I guess this is Chris Streclo, which must be Caleb. I don't know. So many names to adapt to and get used to, but here it is. Chris Streclo, depression tip. Give him some big noise. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise. Depression tip. That's for you. Chris Streclo. Hey, Atef, nothing's on the screen, right?
No, nothing's on the screen, Saba. It's just us.
Oh, Bella is working magic. Let me wait. Did I already do this one? There's another one. What? Wait, what? What's that, Nana? Who does? She does? It's in the chat. I can't read the chat. Oh man, my eyes are gone. I'll read it. I'm gonna read it. One of them I'm gonna say. One of the bigger ones I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say one of the bigger ones. Not the big one. Oh my goodness. This donation says Hanu, Nefer, Saba, NETERT, and NETERT. Hanu, Nefer, Saba, Nefer, NETERT, and Nefer animals. Shout out to Bella for that one. One of them I'm gonna put on the screen, but not that one. And that one's not the same as the other one. Oh my, what's going on in here? Priscilla Achlers. I wonder if she got my message. I got a message of a request. Priscilla, if you're listening, I got a message for you requesting $50 from me. I don't know if you pressed the wrong button. Requesting $50, but then sending $2. I'm not sure what is happening. Not sure what is happening here, but that's very strange. Some type of mistake. Oh, okay. So we'll see. I don't know what's happening, but Priscilla sent. I'll show this one. This is $2.14. But then there was a $50 request, and I'm going to see if she reversed that. I'm not sure. Let's see. She keeps sending $1, but requesting $50. I'm not sure what's happening here. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure what's going on with Priscilla. Strange. What's the next one here? Whoa! Who is Mark Strumble? Who is this? I've never heard of Here's a brand new person in the Tehuti Podclass. Never heard of this person. Oh, I can't even read all that. I can't. What? Hold on. I can't read this. It's too long. I can't put it on the screen. So I'm gonna have to. I will put the first part. I'll put the first part. Yes, I'll put the first part as much as I can on the screen. We're gonna give some humongous noise to this individual right here, Mark Strumble, a name I've never heard of before, never had a Podclass question before. He came in like the juggernaut. We're gonna put from what is it? Feb. He came in like the juggernaut on his first donation, and I'm gonna I have to clip this 3 times. Wait a minute, Mark. How much typing did you do, young brother? I gotta clip it 3 times. Oh my goodness, what is all this? Okay, this is a lot. I don't know. I have to make 3 screenshots. That's how much he wrote. This question. I don't even know if this is this is like a paragraph book. 2. Okay, and then I have to make a 3rd clip. That's how long this is. From up in America. I think he used every font available in PayPal to write this. This is going to need some clarity because I don't know. I don't know where in here is the question. If this is a, let's see. We're going to read it out loud though, because this is a. So first of all, let's give a shout out to this new person, Mark Strumble. I've never heard of Mark Strumble before. And Mark Strumble came in with the juggernaut donation for his first appearance. Oh, cancel. His first appearance. Give some big noise to Mark Strumble. I don't know if you're in the chat right now because I can't read the chat. Because I have it shrunk too small for the screen to be big. Give some huge noise to Mark Strumble. Then I'm going to read this huge paragraph. Give some monster noise. I never. Mark Strumble. Mark Strumble. Whoa. Now what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read. The question. I have to read it straight from the email because it's too huge to put anywhere else, any other way. Mark Strumble, let's see what it says. Can you break down the funerary papyrus of the Tehuti mess? I'm going to go on a tangent here, so don't have to break down all this, but is interesting to me because have dog pulling the solar boat would be interesting to me to know how dogs roll in Egypt pulling sleds, and have asked about Whipperette before because have a crazy theory / hypothesis that Whipperette is Lord of the West. Think Egyptians came to America, have the pyramids in South America and serpent mound, sea serpents in Egypt is mapped to stars in a similar way that the Great Sphinx is. Also, if boating tech was at a higher level pre-dark ages, if you map the current of Atlantic oceans, the boats would naturally travel from Africa to America, then up American coast, then to northern Europe and back down to West Africa. If Wepweret is Lord of Western Upper Egypt, would make him Lord of Northern America, like Canada, where they have dogs pulling sleighs. And then you got Santa Claus, Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. Rudolph lights the way for Santa, just like Wowee. Atef. I don't know who.
Yeah, Saba.
Primordial Thought. Do you remember the question that was asked there?
No, I'm sorry, Saba. I do not know what the question actually pointed to. I couldn't tell you.
Mark Strumble, peace and shout out and respect to you. I need you to there was so much there. I don't know what the question was. I don't know what the question was. I don't know. I did Tehuti most ceremony, Wepweret going to Canada. I don't know what is Sleds and Rudolph is here. I'm not sure what the question was, but I'm gonna take some time, read it again. And if you email me, maybe you can just email me an email with just the question, and then I will.
Saba, in the chat, he said the main question is about the papyrus.
Okay. I will. Okay. Shout out to Mark Strumble. I will get to that in accordance of sequence, and when I read that question again, which will probably be tomorrow or Monday, when I go over the questions that were sent. Well, actually, you have my email, so I'll let me just look at it again. Can you break down the funeral papyrus of Tehuti Mos? I'm going. So the very first, what's that? 150. Can you break down the funeral papyrus of Tehuti Mos? Okay. Mark Strumble. I don't know what you know what, Mark Strumble, what I want you to do, I want you to I'm gonna put my email in the chat here, on the screen. I want you to email me what exactly you want to know, because to break down, and you want the breakdown of all the words and sentences in the papyrus translated and the whole papyrus explained. I need you to definitely send me an email. Maybe you can narrow down what exactly you want broken down, because if you want me to go through the entire papyrus and break that down, that could be maybe 4 pod classes. I don't know. Sometimes it takes. In our MetaNeter class, we got to page 5 of the MetaNeter class. It took months, because it took a whole MetaNeter class for me to break down one sentence. So maybe find something, a couple things in there, like break down this, break down that, send an email to me, and I'll maybe focus on a particular part. But to break down an entire papyrus of an explanation breakdown, that may take several pod classes, because you see how thorough the answers get. But I appreciate the donation support, and let's kind of narrow it down, and I'll take a look at the. You know what I want you to do also? Please, Mark Strumble, send me a link or an image of the papyrus that you see. Do you have a papyrus in translation already? Do you have a papyrus untranslated? Send me the exact thing you want me to break down, and I'll take a look at it and I will break it down based on specifics. So we'll do that because that's that could take a long time in multiple classes. Shout out to Mark Strumble. Appreciate you and your support. Okay, we're gonna go to Mark Strumble again. Wow, what does it say here? Now this one I can put all in one screen. Here we go. This all goes in one screen for the good brother Mark Strumble, popping out of nowhere as the juggernaut, just coming out explosive. So here we go. So this one here is definitely clear, short, understandable, and an easy read. It says, thanks for teaching you bring every week. I have been sneak learning. Atef, you pulled out a sneak learner. Shout out to Atef for pulling out the sneak learners. Atef, every Podclass, and all you sneak learners, you've been saying that since all you sneak learners, he pulled out a wonderful sneak learner who came out, who was sick and tired of hearing about the sneak learners. He came out. He's been struggling financially, but finally can give back for all the knowledge. Thank you, Mark Strumble. Thank you, Atef. Atef, give this man some big noise. The sneak learners have come out to the open. Thank you, Mark Strumble. Appreciate you, good brother. Thanks for the teachings you bring every week. Have been sneak learning, been struggling financially, but finally can give back for all the knowledge you have taught. Thank you, brother. I greatly appreciate that. That is extremely honorable. I can't really read the chat right now. You can definitely come to the panel. If you see the link in the room, you can definitely come to the panel and say what you wish this clearly in words right on the panel. You can clarify things right here. And I want to give you a special shout and appreciation for popping out of the blue, as we say, with this extreme support. Appreciate you very, very, very much, Mark Strumble. And appreciate you, Atef, for hitting the sneak learners. And that's the one says, oh, it's me. I'm one. I'm going to break away from the sneak learners. Shout out to it. I think he invented that term, sneak learners. Oh my gosh. Okay. Shout out to Mark Strumble. Appreciate you so much.
Hey Saba, I was a sneak learner, Saba. I was mad I had to create a Facebook to buy your book. I had to create the Facebook to buy your book.
You what?
I said I was mad at you too. I was mad. I was hating like Israel Hoyley said. I said, man, I gotta make another Facebook. I just deleted it. I just realized that was ISFAT. Now this guy comes along and tells me the only way to get the book is to message me. So I know you're not a bot. I'm like, man, I don't want to do that. But Henu to you, great brother.
Nini Ugg, that is wonderful. You're saying Henu to me, right? Henu to Mark Strumble?
Henu to you, Saba. Henu to you, Saba.
Yes, Nini Ugg, appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, we got who's this now? Oh wait. Gabriel Lopez is all over the donations. Hold on. Gabriel Lopez is all Gabriela. Yeah, I got it. Gabriela is all over the donations. Thank you, Gabriela. I gotta pick which one. Let me just go in order. I'm just gonna go in order. The next one is I think. Hold on. Oh, I can't even. Uh-oh. No, I can't read. That's not for this. That's for something else. Wait a minute. I think I finally found out who the wonderful Gabriela Lopez is. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez, and I am completely impressed. I am completely impressed, Gabriela Lopez. I am so impressed with you. I'm very, very impressed. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez. I see something. And I'll save that for later. But shout out to Gabriela Lopez. And here's, is this Gabriela Lopez again? Wait a minute. Gabriela Lopez again. Wait. Hold on, man. Hold on. This is wonderful. I didn't know. I want to shout out to Gabriela Lopez for a couple things. One thing right here is, first of all, for being a consistent supporter. What is it for? And for Gabriela, what is this, Karma? For being a consistent supporter, and for supporting for past pod classes, and you are individually donating. You're individually donating. Some people who are the mates of others don't individually donate. And shout out to you, because that means that you're individually sending something, and I greatly appreciate that. Shout out to all the couples too who donate as a couple. I like that as well, but I like it when I like both of them, and I greatly appreciate it, because some people in the pod class have female have mates, and the male is doing everything. I don't even see anything from the female. Shout out to you, Gabriela. Appreciate you. I didn't even know you were this deep into the pod class. I wouldn't ever even imagine. I don't even know when this took place. But shout out to you, Gabriela Lopez. Appreciate you. And with all that, we're going to show the tip that Gabriela Lopez gave for a class that I taught a while ago on karma. Give her some big noise. Clap it up. Make some noise. And another thing I've never seen is I've never seen this before. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez. I've never seen someone who I didn't even think was into the pod class is donating, sending more donations than I even think they would give, but more donations are coming in this name than the other name, which is shocking to me. Gabriela, you I don't know what hit you or what happened, but shout out to you. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez. I love what's happening to couples and families here in the pod class. I absolutely love it. Thank you. Here's Lisa. Lisa, another couple here. Lisa and Sosh Wallace. Again, I think this is their second one of the night, right? I've already announced one of theirs. So Lisa and Sosh Wallace again for the shout out to you two. Sosh Wallace, by the way, everybody, family is the one who I have in the affirmation class. I have the section where somebody in New York actually put up the affirmation while they were standing in front of what looked like a Kemetic type building, and they had the affirmation on their Facebook. That's actually the brother Sasha Wallace, which is this brother right here, and his lovely supportive lady, Lisa. Give them some noise. Tip for depression breakdown from Sasha and Lisa. Give them some big noise, please. Big noise. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, Lisa and Sasha Wallace. You all are donating as a team, a couple. Shout out to you. Oh, I got a confirmation from an email. What does it say? Wonderful. Let me save this. Okay, wonderful. I officially shout out to Gabriel Lopez again. I officially know the beauty of the family now. The growth. The growth. We're not just growing veins on our chest, we're growing families now. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. All right. And next up is Bijan Farrow. Bijan Farrow, if you can, my good brother, come to the Podclass during the early part so I can pull out the beautiful Sobek for you, your little guy for you to see. It's been about 5 Podclasses since you were supposed to come on. Come on, and if you can, and I'll pull out Sobek for you. I want you to be definitely in the room when I do that. So shout out to you, good brother. Bijan Farrow. Give a big noise to Bijan Farrow. A lot of support tonight. This is beautiful. Support and always leading with your Eve, Hotep Ma'at. Give some huge noise to Bijan Farrow. Okay, wonderful. Shout out to Bijan Farrow. Thank you. The support is coming in incredible tonight. Incredible. Here's Hayru Hancock, as usual, right on time. Mr. Consistent Man. He has joined the consistent crew of supporters all the way from the Killer Priest Podcraft he's been watching, and now he has become definitely a consistent supporter. I would say every single week he's definitely on the roster of supporters. Shout out to you, Hayru Hancock, and everything you're getting from the teachings. Supporting the Podclass. Thank you, good brother. Thank you. You're becoming a consistent supporter. You know what? After a couple of months of this, even if you don't give 20, we're definitely going to give you some round of applause because you've been around since Killer Priest, and recently in the last few months you've been donating every single Podclass. Here's Angela Gates. We're going to give her a round of applause. Absolutely. She gave did Hayru Hancock's donation come on the screen?
Yeah, it came up, Saba.
Okay, thank you. Shout out to oh, that's Hayru Hancock again. The beautiful sister, Angela, straight out the gates. Where'd she go? Angela, straight out the gates. Much respect to you. And let me know, did you ever have an out of body? Did I ever show up? I need to know. Let's go. I need to know. Okay, we're going to give a shout out to Angela Gates, straight out of the gates. Give her some noise, please. Give her some noise. I need to expand this so I can see the chat. I see everybody typing. I can't see. I see the name Dashe, but I can't read it. Uh-oh. What happened? Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat who's typing. I can't see. Oh, here's Mark Strumble. I'm just gonna click on his name so I can see it on big screen. He says, yeah, that's cool. Didn't know to send to the email. Sorry, whenever you have time. Okay, absolutely, yeah. We'll absolutely we'll work that. We'll break it down and build it back up. Okay, next donation is coming in from Mr. Dedicated Man, Mr. Consistent again. I think this is the man that started the consistency right here. This is the man that started he started the trend of donating consistently, and if you missed one, he put a date on it. I think this is the man that actually started all of that. His name is none other than the good brother, Owen Hythe. You definitely have permission to come up to the panel anytime. You've been Mr. Consistent. It says Tehuti, master of spiritual and mental warfare. Give this man some noise. It's 2772 and a palindrome again. Big noise. He's been supporting consistently for years now. Brother Tui, ever since the Podclass, ever since he came in, he was consistent always. And another Mr. Consistent. Oh, this is for Men on a Monday. Be Get Leisure. Let me this for Men on a Monday. And of course, Be Get Leisure. Oh my goodness. Be Get Leisure. I want that situation that you're messaging me about. I want that to manifest rapidly, good brother. I want that to manifest rapidly, and I want you to be free. I need you to be free and quarantined from any chaos. I need you to be free and quarantined from any chaos. That's what I want for you. So I want that situation to happen as fast as possible. And this man here is he's one of the biggest donators ever, the Tehuti Podclass. This Podclass today has been incredible for donations, and it is continuously going. I'm going to read it here. I can read this nice and big. Henu, Nefer Hotep Saba Tehuti, for joy of my Eve, heart teachings of the Sabdor. Blue, oh, here we go with the Beged language. Here we go. Blue, I win in movies. I watch Madame Web showing Stata. OBE now. Oh my. House of ATTON, understand Heka. Hidden in Matrix. This is Beged Leisure classic. Classic Beged Leisure language. Give this man some humongous noise, please. Shout out to you. Naharu! Maharu. That's Maharu in the chat. Mark Strumble says, love you guys. I can read the chat when I click on a name, but I can't read the comments when I don't click because it's too tiny. When I get this big screen going, I'll be able to look at the chat even more. Who is this here? Oh, Beged Leisure for the Men NETERT class. Oh, there's Nook Panuk. I was wondering. There he is. Of course. Mr. Nook Panuk. Here's another man with his own language. Let's see what this one says. What does this one say? Let's see. Another man with his own language right here. Let's see what it says. Nook Panuk. Hey, I heard the Mankura Woo from outside my window. It says, NETERT, SCRIBE, TIP, HENU, SABA, NETER, Tehuti. So this must be for the okay, for the Sheshet. Give him some hand claps. It's a tip for the Sheshet. NETER, SCRIBE. NETER, SCRIBE, TIP, HENU, SABA, NETERT, SCRIBE, TIP, HENU, SABA, NETER, Tehuti. One thing about Nook's donations is they're either 100% in NETERU or 90%. His donations are like 90% in the NETERU language. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna have to take a little break in a moment and come back. This is I'm trying to get to the end of the podcast, but there's so many it's a lot of tips, and I have to definitely take a break in a moment. Let me see if I have water near me. I am 2 hours behind in my meals. This is amazing. Okay, next donation here, support here is hey, Jario. Here's a new name. I've never seen this before. This name. Hey, and I've never seen this kind of name before. Jario. That's a unique name. I've never seen that before. And I've never seen this person before. Shout out to the brand new supporters. Let's give a hand clap to this being a brand new supporter. Let's give a shout out to Drio. Shout out to Drio. Give him some noise, please. Primordial, could you go ahead and read that for me, please? Thank you. Oh man. Is Primordial here?
No, it says for new to the channel, a little appreciation. Thank you.
You are welcome, Drio. You are welcome. You are welcome. I need to take this light off of me. How can we fix this? You're welcome, Drio. Appreciate you if you're in the chat. If you're just watching, greatly appreciate new people that come, and I look forward to the day when you have your very first question and you get your blow-away experience. Shout out to Drio. Appreciate you, good brother. Appreciate you, good brother. Next up is Humble Books. Okay, Humble Books. Is Humble Books Kamwasi or Lamia? No, Custom Tees is Custom Tees. Okay. Oh, it says Kamas. It says it here. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let me see what this is here. Okay. Shout out to Kamas, Humble Books LLC, $3.33. It says the understanding is so much appreciated. Thank you with the unk inside of the thank you. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh, sorry. What do we have next here? One second, everybody. One moment, everyone. Let me see what's happening right here. What am I'm missing something? 41. I don't know where these. Okay, not a problem. Okay, shout out to the next supporter here is is who? Is Big Vapes. Scribe, can you go ahead and send me the class number 39, please, if you're listening? I can't seem to find it right now in my files.
Yes, I'll send it to you.
Thank you so much. Medu sent. All right, shout out to Big Vapes right here. Big Vapes who sends. He's Mr. Consistent Meta class orderer. And give him a hand clap here. He's ordering class number 39. I can't seem to see it in my file right now. I don't want to waste time, so get that forwarded. Okay, shout out to Big Vapes right there for that. And Nook Panuk again. I would like to see Nook Panuk one day do a Tai Chi demonstration for us. Maybe at the next Pathways of the Awakening. Do a Tai Chi demonstration for us. Shout out to Nook Panuk, $9.99. Nini Ukka Deep Press. We are because you are SABA NETERT Tehuti. Give him a hand clap, please. This is a second donation. Okay, Big Vapes, if you're in the room, you should have the class by now. To Scribe for resending that there. I don't know where these classes disappeared to. It's so amazing. Okay, good. We're winding down. We're getting to the ends now. Here comes the monster donations. Here we go. Nothing's on the screen, right, everybody? The screen is I'm not sharing anything.
Nah, the screen is blank, so it's just us.
Okay, we're gonna wow, look at this. 46 Anu.
Saba, Lisa says in the chat, hi, is there a way I could order every class?
Every what class? Every minute class?
Yeah, it just says, hi, is there a way I could order every class? This is Lisa.
Well, I'm going to blow it up so I can read it. Yes, there is. There's, what are we at, 64 classes? There's 64 classes. Oh, my goodness. Sorry. Oh.
65.
Okay. There's 65 classes. Send me an email. Put my email on this. Put the NETERT link on the screen with my email on it. Lisa, this is the. And for people who are wondering what Lisa's talking about, it is the NETERT class. NETERT Mondays, every Monday at 1:30 p.m. for as long as I can do them because I'm starting doing these 11-hour pod classes. Having one day with the animals and right to NETERT class is it's a little bit of a toll. So as long as I can do these, they'll be available. Even if I stop doing this, they'll be available. These are all recorded. You send me an email there, Lisa. And the NETERT classes are $20 a class. Of course, if you order every single one, I'll do something for you. So shout out to Lisa. You'll be completely blown away if you'll be watching those classes for years. It will take you years to watch those classes. Okay? Shout out to you. They're all available. So give me an email and you will and we'll work out what can be done. Shout out to you, Lisa. She says yes. Okay, wonderful. Here's Lisa again. Okay, thank you. I'm sending an email now. Okay, wonderful, Lisa. Send that email and we'll see what we will manifest what you want. Okay. Monster donations coming up. Get ready to give some big transformer noise right here. Big noise right here. So one of the biggest donations of the Podclass, because Bella just like, I'll read hers coming up. Bella just wow. Shout out to the beautiful couple, Anu and Two, completely dedicated. And Two puts up a link of me every day or two. Amazing. She makes videos, or I don't know what she's doing, but makes videos of me, puts them on my Facebook and TikTok almost every day. It says Tua Tehuti, Shining One, created by the limbs of NETERT 155. Tehuti Podclass, House of a 10, support, donation, give some huge noise, transformers in the works and everything. Whoa. Oh my. I got a tip here. Okay, wonderful. Donation from Scribe. You sent something, Scribe? Are you there, Scribe?
Yes, I'm holding on.
You're holding on? Okay. I think I got a tip from donation from Scribe. What does it say, Scribe? Kiss the viper in the mouth. What happened?
No, that ain't me.
Tehuti kissed the viper. No, okay, let me go on. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, shout out to Scribe and Neferkeperet. It says, Ani Patah, Neferkeperet, Tua for the Podclass. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise, please. Oh my goodness. We got a new person here, Me, Myself. One of my favorite De La Soul songs. It's just Me, Myself, and I. Amazing show, brother. Great information. To you for the appreciation. Nightmare says, wow, 150. Wow, congrats, 150. Thank you. We're about shout out to you. Shout out to that. Oh wow. We're about to oh wow. There's a lot. There's a couple more. What's this one here? Edward G. Eric G. So Eric G, that's it. Eric G. 333. Oh, why is it not saving? Eric G. 333. Eric G, that's it. Shout out to Eric G, $3.33. Eric G, that's it. Seventh gen. Okay, shout out to you, Eric G. Next up, we're down to the last couple ones, unless more people donate. Shout out to Anu and Antu. Is this their 4th donation of the night or so? What? I have lost track. I have lost track of Anu and Antu's donations. There's so many of them. I have lost track of them. They're just coming in. What's this one for? Oh, it's actually a tip. Depression, Psyops. Okay. Wow. Let me go ahead and fix that then. Depress, break. Okay. Shout out to Anu and Antu. Where are we? There we go. Shout out to Anu and Antu. $33 for the Depression Psyops breakdown and build up to a Marie with a symbol there at the end. Give them some big noise. Give them some big noise. Big noise. Ha 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 ha. This is creative. I like this. I like this one right here. You all are very creative with these with these donation comments. This is very creative. This is very good here. Tip. This is what we should call it. We should have. This is what the tip should be called. Yeah, this is it. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This is creative like the word moderator. But look what this brother Big Vapes just did. Remember I said the opposite of following immortality was the Shen with the little bird. And that's what caused depression. Look what this brother did here. This is great. He called the tip depression. Depression. Give him some clap. That is exactly. I should have told everybody to call it depression. There it is. Depression. That is wonderful, Big Vape. That is creative and wonderful, Big Vapes. That is, I like that. Now we're gonna go to what is this? Forward. So who's this now? Forward. So who's this? Big at Leisure for Men NETERT class. Okay. So then who is the next one? If that's Big at Leisure, then who's this one? Big at Leisure. Stretch. Oh, a Big at Leisure tip. There we go. Another tip for the Sheshet. I see you, Big at Leisure. 2 of my brother. Big at Leisure is in heaven with these classes. These are the type of topics that I know he loves. He's gonna sleep good tonight. Tip. Sheshet. Shout out to Big at Leisure. Let's give him this hand clap for the great tip for the Sheshet breakdown. Big noise. $20. Oh, I see $20. He's tipped big tonight in total. Hotep Saba for stretching cord. Sheshet, Seshet fire from my personal experience in cat body when younger, having allergic reaction to peanuts. Wow. Give him some noise, please. Give him some noise. Oh my goodness. Depression though took the cake. Depression is the best. And now for the last two donations that I see. Monster donations, which is okay, what is this? Will you please elaborate on these questions when you can? Did the Cometians orient their maps? So okay. This is interesting. Shout out to this brother here. I think he wants his name to be anonymous. I don't know if it's his name or just the I'm not sure what, but I'm gonna put the question here. I know who he is. And shout out to this brother here. Gave 2 donations in 1 donation, and there was a question, 5 questions. It looks like 5 questions from Feb. Okay, so first off, let me put the questions up on the screen for everybody to see. The donation I'm going to show is for 5 questions, and here they are right here. It says, Hotep Saba Tehuti, will you please elaborate on these 2 questions? It says 2 questions. I see 4. But on these 2 questions when you can. Did the Cometians orient their maps south up or sun up because they have no choice but to step with their left foot towards the eastern horizon? Then countries like the US, France, England use blue, white, red on their flags. Does this have anything to do with Kemet? That's 2 questions. Here's 3. Why do Catholic priests use incense burners during Mass? Did they remove the George Floyd podcast on YouTube? Will you please tell me the date and title of that podcast? I didn't do a George Floyd. I've never done a George Floyd podcast. If you're listening, good brother, because if I ever do a podcast on George Floyd, that's coming down. I drop a little hints and jewels on George Floyd, but nobody's ever sent me a question ever in the podcast to break down George Floyd. So therefore, that's how I know I never done a podcast on it, because the podcasts are based on questions. George Floyd's name comes up because I actually mention it. I mention it, but no one's actually asked me about it. So I've never done a podcast on that, because if I do it, it'll tear down the internet and everybody be angry and happy and excited and crazy. And what the information I have on George Floyd is not even permitted. All right. So, so shout out to you, though. I've never done that. And now for the donation that actually goes with these questions here. Let me go up to it here at the top. Wow, is this another 11-hour class? Oh my goodness, man. What is this? Okay, I'm gonna block. The name is not gonna be there, but just the donation amount. $2 Shout out to the brother. We're going to give him some noise for all these questions combined. There's 4 questions there. I see one of them is not a breakdown, but just wants a reference to the George Floyd class. Give some big noise to this person. I'm going to keep their name anonymous unless they want me to announce it. But that person sent this money for those questions. Give some noise, please. Big noise. Are my noise makers asleep? One moment, if you can hear me, one moment. Let me fix something here. Hold on. Tear this down. Oh, it's falling. Hold on. Let me prop up these things. Hold on. Okay, I am back. Wonderful. All right, everybody. Oh, let me get this light off. All right, everybody. Wonderful. I think there's one more large donation I'm going to give. I'm going to go ahead and announce this one here. Let me see if this is yep. Okay. I think there's one more. Okay, Marie, I got your email on the pricing. I'll contact you maybe tomorrow. Ed Gabriel Lopez, I see your email. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to shut down the donations to the House of ATTON, Tehuti Podclass here. And we'll do this one here. And this is the monster one here. Oh, I can't see. Huge. Shout out to the beautiful Bella. Give some big noise. Transformers. Everything possible on the list. $200.72. Give some big noise to Bella, the beautiful queen. Wow, what is all that? Whoa. Oh my goodness. Bella started a war. A full-fledged war. What was that? A baby survives. All right, so all right, everybody. I believe that's it. Let me refresh the page. I think that's it. We can close out the podcast. I believe that is it. Let me scroll down. Is there anybody missing? Let me scroll down. Med-Netter class. Begin Leisure Med-Netter class. I'll go to the next page. See if there's anybody that I missed. I think that's it. Thank you, Saba, from Angelo Degree, but that's an email. Okay, everyone. That is it, everybody. Wonderful. What a beautiful podcast. I see Annie and the Tef are here back on the screen. Wonderful. This is a beautiful class. I'm going to let everybody say some closing words. I'm going to listen in the background, and we're going to close out the beautiful pod class. I'm going to put on, I'm going to step away for just a minute, but I'm listening. We'll start with you, Annie.
Hotel Ma'at, everyone. Peace and love. Tua for supporting SABA Tehuti in the pod class, the House of ATTON. Be sure to join us tomorrow, Sunday, or today for a lot of you. It's going to be another great Sunday class. Looking forward to presenting some information. So everyone, make sure you're subscribed to the House of ATTON. Continue to support. Continue to send in your questions and build. Yeah, this was a wonderful, beautiful pod class. Showcased a lot of great information. The Psyops that's happening, and broke down some very rare information on the NETERT SESHAT. So this was another one of those. So Hotep Great Saba Tua for the pod class. We appreciate you. And with that, Tua for your attention. Without your attention, this can never exist. Sekem em arit, murdered ka'a, stimu hatu NETERU, per in hetep. I have obtained the power to do what pleases my ka. May the hearts of the NETERU lead me. I come forth in peace. Hotep, everyone. Oxafek, you can go ahead, great brother.
Beautiful words. Let me put my screen back on. Hold on a second. Okay, come here. Okay. Whoa. To ascribe very much. Let me come to the screen. Okay, fix this. Okay. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, now I'm on the screen. There's something blocking me. 1 second, everybody. Something blocking my... I wonder what that is. It blocks the screen there. Strange. Okay, now it's off. Okay, I'm back on the screen. Okay, to ascribe. Appreciate the beautiful words, and we shall go to Ox Effect. Yes, sir.
What's up? Tua and Henu to you, Saba, for teaching this beautiful class and answering that question for my mate. That was wonderful. Still thinking about all the information you broke down. It was wonderful. Tua, so Tua again. And Henu to all the chat and the supporters. Without y'all, we wouldn't have this wonderful place to be on Saturday nights learning with our great Saba. So Tua and Henu.
Nini Uk, brother Henu to you, Nini Uk. And appreciate that you appreciate, and definitely let me know when she digested and what her, how it affected her and you, and enjoy. You have a wonderful night. Thank you for the beautiful words. And now we're gonna go to primordial thought. Okay, primordial thought 9. What's up, brother?
Hotel Great Saba. And new to you for such a wonderful class. The depression breakdown definitely still has a smile on my face. And new to you, Saba. Clearly your consistency and your devotion to our ancestors, the NETERU, definitely shows, and it is definitely very present, and which one would call manifest. So I appreciate you, Saba, and new to your NETERTs for supporting your Dejed and your Eve. And new to everybody on the chat, Ani, Atef, Asafek, everybody in the chat. Peace and love to everybody. May Ra grant you and your family's health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra who rises and shines forevermore in Ma'at.
Beautiful words, brother. Thank you. Two are for you and your other half. Nini Uk. Beautiful beat. I'm glad that I hit you like that and you keep digesting that one. Okay, and on to the father of fathers. He's probably my father, Atef Ram Kem Ma'at. I'm not even gonna ask him what time it is over there. The sun's coming up. His ladies peeking through the blankets, looking at him. You're still awake. The children are snoring. I don't know. The dog is barking. The chickens are crowing. What's going on? How you doing, Atef?
Atef, Ray Saba. Yeah, Nook Puse, Sunday morning over here. Yes, I'm holding on too. But this is a great class, Saba. Definitely, definitely one of those ones. Definitely one of my favorites as well. Looking forward to sharing this with my family as I do with all of your knowledge and everything that you share with us, the beautiful information. Yeah, I'm very tired. So it's a great class, Sab. I've definitely got to run it back. It's a lot to digest and process, but Hotep Ma'at, peace and love to you and your NETERTs, and definitely looking forward to Monday's class, great Saba.
Tomorrow's class. All right, wonderful, brother. Thank you for the great words, beautiful words. To everyone in the Tehuti Podclass that watched this for 10 hours and 42 minutes. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to put out what's that thing they put out, the protection on animals that go extinct. Animals that are gonna go extinct. We have to put that out for the NETERT class. I do not want the NETERT class to go extinct, but I don't know about doing these 11-hour classes till Sunday and then Monday doing the NETERT class. I'm gonna have to find a way to these answers. I'm gonna have to cut them down to 45 minutes or something because it's a beautiful thing, but I don't know how I'm gonna be able to do so many classes. And I do classes here. I do things here. I'm not even a part of any of the internet. So shout out to all of you. Peace to know. I'm just gonna click on names. I don't know what you all are saying because I can't see the chat, but I'm gonna click on names. Just click on. I can't read what's being said. But House of Attend merch. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Harassed It. I know she's saying something nice. I can't see. Shout out to everybody. All right, everybody. What we're gonna do now is first, let me give thanks to everyone for creating the dynamics in order for this to even exist. For beautiful questions like this, for classes like this that affect primordial thought and Ox Effect and other people to the extremities that it did. Shout out to SHARIKA'S for sending the question. Who would have known that a sister RAQUEL, a sister who's never sent in a question before that I know of, her first question would have been the answer that becomes the favorite answer for a primordial who sent in at least 15 questions or so. So amazing. Just absolutely amazing. Shout out to her for sending that. I'm sure she had no idea it would be that type of breakdown. Clormarquat. Who know that? But shout out to her. We are the House of Attend. Here to answer all questions, here to explain, make plain, get the X away, and break things down and build things up. We're going to do the affirmation. You all know who've been watching the podcast for a long, long period of time. You should all know by now how to support. For those who are just tapped in or watched it to the end and didn't see the earlier parts, It is PayPal at RockASV, Cash App TT Amun. The only podcast, the only class in the history of the earth that answers questions and continues to go on for 11 hours. 10 hours and 11-hour classes, that wasn't done by anyone on the planet. That does not happen based on your questions. So that's an entire day. I'm glad you all appreciate that. We're going to get a Tef to do the affirmation, and then I'm going to close out for us, man. I'm going to close it out. So go ahead and Tef and do the affirmation, and we can close it out. Oh, let me move this from the screen. Sorry. Let me move this from the bottom of the screen here. Okay, perfect. Tef, go ahead, my good brother.
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. An and S. Nintat or Sat and Ma'at. Menhapapat and Ma'at. Her in Hu Kui. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful read, brother Atef. Beautiful. Let me come back to the screen. Beautiful read. And also, brothers, who's doing the class this Sunday?
That would be me, Great Sabo.
Well, that's right. Is this the Sheshet class or the women's scribe? This one?
Yes.
Oh man, I look forward to seeing. I look forward to seeing this. This is going to be very, very interesting. And what a synchronicity, right? That a question was sent in, and these two questions are being answered the day before each other. Well, yours isn't really a question, but the same topic. It may not even be the same topic, actually. Could appear to be. So you may be actually talking about actual Scrabble writers, and I look forward to that. I'm going to tune in, and much respect and good luck to a smooth presentation with the brothers helping and backing you up.
To our Great Sabo.
Nini, okay, I'm going to go big screen and close it out. Peace and love, everybody. See you all on your way out. Peace and love. Rest well to you and your families. I'm going to close it out now. Peace and love, everyone. Another beautiful, beautiful, beautiful pod class. I'm glad you all could attend, ask questions, support, and get your answers satisfied here at the last place movement organization on the planet that is basing things on you, your quest, whatever it may be. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This represents the Neath energy, Charlotte. Say peace, Charlotte, to them. Nakshampa is resting. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful pod class once again. Peace and love, everyone.